All right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Welcome to your weekend. Those of you that get a weekend, welcome. Hope you're having a great day and excited for a couple days off here to experience joy in new ways, right? So, welcome. And I'm so excited, as we always are, to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. So, before we do that, though, I do like to take a big, deep breath together, if you want to join me, of course. And we do that to come out of the chaos of the outside world, come back to the right here, right now, out of the future, out of the past, into this wonderful bubble of love we have within us. And then we're able to, uh, you know, uh, hear spirit's messages and focus, which I need to do right now. So we'll start off doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more love energy as well. So if you want to join me in taking that big deep breath, let's do that. Again, big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale out is the key to calm down, right? To come back to this moment. So let's do that. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, right? Put you right to sleep. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as we do that, you can just let the vibration just vibrate from your heart, that beautiful love energy go out into your heart, and all your emotions go up into your mind, and all of those thoughts and beliefs into our physical bodies, into every cell, through our whole chakra energetic system and our meridians out to our auras, just radiating out, filling this up first, and then flowing out to the outside world to let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. After the third gong, I will bring in the magic feather. We're just going to flood the energy out across all the lands and waters to everyone that's ready to raise the vibration. We'll allow it to go into the seats of power, whoever's in authority across the world, to help raise the vibration of those offices. So, those individuals, if they don't want to raise their vibration for humanity and for the love of humanity, then they just will become more uncomfortable to where they'll want to leave office in whatever way their higher self sees fit, right? And that's all across the world, right? So we'll do that. Things we can do to help raise our own vibration, of course, gratitude. Just gratitude, grateful for one little thing in our life, immediately begins to raise our vibration, magnifies us, and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, opens us wide open to hear messages from spirit as well. So we will do that, and I think that's it. So let's begin. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me doing that. Woo, a lot of energy. I am got a warm. The air conditioner's on. I should open the vent, cool off. My goodness, powerful energy. So thank you. I can always tell when you guys join in for extra energies, because more flow, more heat, and my hair on my arm stands up more. So thank you guys so much. So welcome everyone. Excited. Thanks for being here. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea from spirit to see what they have for us this day. So welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, great senses of humor. Oh my God, so funny. Having such a blast. Everyone is just so funny. I love your guys' sense of humor. I thank God that we do. So there's always room for more Zen friends. We try to keep a safe, high vibrational space of support and love and laughter. So welcome. If you want to know how the process works, we do have down in the description area, it tells the whole process. Donations do get first priority. And you can make a donation by using the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. We do have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So however you'd like to give. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. The dollar amount does determine how deep we dive. So if it's like $1 donation, we go ankle deep, $2 shin deep, and we go deeper, right? So that's how that works. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a little, kind of like a little piece of cake, a little extra oracle. One we're using right now is the Art Therapy, a great little deck that gives us some sort of creative way to question and dive in. So it's a beautiful therapeutic deck. It's been right on, and I've been loving it. If your donation's under $5, you still get a fortune cookie. We get the Power of Surrender cards. So these are also some pretty powerful, because it's the power of surrender, right? We got that. And then I have a new timing oracle deck that I'm going to be using. I've been using this other tarot deck for timing, but I found this deck that I really like. We're going to try it out, see how it resonates. So that's for tonight. If there's any when questions, we will meddle with it with that. So that's the process there. We're going to use this Bone Garden Tarot deck tonight. It's all about the bones. Skeletons are the individuals, so it's a cute little deck. That's what we'll be using, just in case you're wondering what all the cards are that were thrown down here. Yeah, I think that's the main skinny on that process. I do try to get to free readings every session. Some sessions I don't. Even when I go 7-8 hours, sometimes I don't get to all free readings. Last night I did, so I did complete all those. The night before I didn't get to any. And if I don't get to them the night of, then in the morning, mid-morning, almost afternoon, I'll pop on and complete those. So I'll do a separate stream for those. I always do a pinned comment after each stream listing if I completed. First of all, I mentioned if I completed all readings or not at the very top, almost to the very top. And then I list all the readings completed with timestamps too. I know, so fancy. So if you ever have a question out there, you get to come back and you can just find your name, click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. I know, it's very handy. Handy dandy. Yeah, I think that's how everything works with that, right? Am I forgetting anything? Yeah, you like the t-shirt? All the flags of the world in a heart? Yay. Love is the answer to everything. Love is what brings us all together, right? So thank you, Olivier. What else? Well, I do have a podcast as well, a free podcast. I had a new podcast episode, I guess is what you'd call it. I call them adventures, but a new episode. So the final phase in growing our spiritual gifts and empathic gifts specifically is what my little mini series was about. So, we've got this one right here is the final one, about being the gift. So I really like that one. And if you want to catch up on the entire playlist or check out the playlist, here's the link. It's always down in the description area. Or if you go to my main video page channel, it is at the top there as well. And lastly, but not leastly, I am celebrating reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. I think I'm like at around 2,675. So I'm almost to 2,700 already. So thank you guys so much for helping do that, because of course, subscribing to my channel, sharing it, the more thumbs up that you do, and attending these lives and watching my podcast and commenting on my videos and everything, it all helps the algorithm get the channel in front of other people so that they can also hear from spirits. So thanks for being part of that love tsunami and being part of it. And so because of that, I am celebrating. That was why I kind of went into all that. So every Monday I have a drawing. You're automatically entered if you make a donation reading or you have a free reading request. You're in the drawing. Nothing you have to do, right? That's why I like drawings. You just show up and you're entered, that's the easy breezy. So that's the main ones every week. I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading to a winner from the donations, and one 15-minute personal recorded reading from the free readings. Then, wait, there's more. Remember those commercials, like the Ginsu knives? Remember those? Those of you that are around my age, you're like, there it was always, wait, there's more. But anyway, there is more, because on August 3rd, which will be the last drawing on that Monday, it's from the Wednesday through the Sunday. I just pick those each week. Yeah, right, Debbie? I'll cut you. But there's going to be a special drawing on that day where I'm going to give away in addition to the 1 30-minute and 1 15-minute, I'm going to give a 1 hour personal record reading, 2 30-minute personal record readings, and 4 additional 15-minute personal recorded readings. And to get into that, you need to check out the video to find out. So be sure to check that out if you're interested in getting into that special drawing. It's really simple to do. So I just am excited. I think that's everything. Blah, blah, blah. All right. So let's do our shout outs here, and we will make sure we got everyone on the list. Let me just make sure my emails are running. Yeah, they are. Okay, good. And then once I make sure my lists are all updated, we will dive in to the readings. So fun, exciting. Okay. I think I did get Bay here. I might make sure here. Yep, I do have you. You're number 4 on the free readings. I'll go over the list real quick here as well before I start. We got Steffi. Hey, Steffi. Good to see you. Your free reading will be number 5 on the free reading list. And then Jojo, hey. Whoops, I did get okay, I'm going to move my keyboard. I'm already hitting. I have to have a perfect normal range here. Otherwise, I keep on hitting the wrong one. So I do have you number 3 on the donation. So I got your question on there. And we got Rocky's World. Hey, good to see you. You'll be number 6 on the donation list there. Let's give that a love and a like. Oh, yeah. No need to apologize. I appreciate any donation. I mean, if $1 is all that we have to give, I appreciate, that you're giving a dollar when you don't have a whole lot to give. So thank you. And if a lot of people give $1, that adds up and that buys food. And I'm very grateful. So thank you. Yes, Debbie, you get to go deep and have cake. You'll be up first on the donations, and first, of course, on also on the free readings. You got in early. Boom, boom. I like that. Let's see. Oh, and let me add this extra on here. Rocky, I didn't see that here. There we go. We got that extra on there. And then Olivier, you're very welcome, Debbie, for your message yesterday. All right, we got musical beer in the house too. So musical beer, you'll be number 6 on the free readings once we get there. There we go. All right. Glad you guys like the shirt. Resonates with the World Cup. Is it football season? Oh, it is football season. So I was going to try to be smart and act like I don't know what sports are. But then I said football, and it really is football. It's not American football, but it's the real football. Why do they call American football football? Because you don't kick it with your feet. Well, you do occasionally, but not primarily. I guess you can't call it handball, but I love it. So we'll continue on here. So, Olivia, I do see your free question as well. We'll get you on there. You'll be number 7 on there. All right. All right. We got that. And we got Disney fan. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 8 on the free readings there. All right. And we got Deidre Plant. Hey, Queen D. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list here. I did see it just come through. The Venmo. So thank you for that. Get you on there. Let's see. Do you have your question on there? Let me see here. I don't think. Yeah, I don't see a question on the Venmo. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. So as soon as you put your question, I'll get it added. Your place is saved. I'll just add your question to it whenever you want that. You will be number 7, so get a little bit of time. So take your time. And we got Gojo Satoru. Hello, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list. Hopefully I didn't murder your name too much there. We got you number 9 on the free readings. All right. So I think we are good to go. So free readings, just so since I'm down there, we got Debbie up first, then Butterfly will be second, Kritika will be number 3rd, Bay is number 4, Steffi number 5, Musical Beer number 6, Livier number 7, Disney Fan number 8, and Gojo is number 9. That's on there. So we got that. And then for the donations, we got Debbie O up first, and then Sudeshna Ghosh number 2, Johanna number 3, Katmia number 4, Lauren Smith number 5, and Rocky's World number 6, and then Deidre, you'll be number 7. Oh, awesome. Yeah, how to word it. Right. I get it. Spirit will know what you're wanting anyway, right? So we have that. Mushroom tea. Let me turn that down a little bit. So we'll do a little cheers before we dive in here. Got my little mushroom tea, has the little filament heading out on the top there. So hopefully I don't end up with a mustache. But cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being part of the Love Tsunami, for all the thumbs up, all the stuff that you do to help be on this adventure with me as we spread love through the world. So thank you so much. Cheers, cheers. I love you guys. All right. Oh, and I have my beet juice here too. I'm finishing it up. Yeah, I started back on my beet juice today, so that's good. And if you don't see it, I burnt my finger lighting that candle, lighting my incense back there. Like 5 minutes before I started, I'm like, ow! There's a little blister on there. So if you see me struggling a little, shuffling, it's hard to shuffle when your primary shuffler is wounded. It's more so that it's got this little sticky thingy on there. So anyway, I know, kiss it, make it better. All right. So let's dive in, see what we got going on. So Debbie O, 2119, you are up first. Thank you again for all of your donations. And thank you for all the clarity joining them together. So thank you for the uh, email that you sent, kind of talking about what happened and how things unfolded and different things like that, without your little group at work. And I get it, you know. It's like, "Oh, maybe if someone took care of me," like the one lady said, right? "If someone did take care of me, maybe I would get married." But right now, and I understand too, you know, the I just I like being able to just decide what I wanna do and not, feel like I need to check in and arrange. I just been doing it for so long. But, you know, with the right person, I'm sure, right? As your people said that you were, talking with, right? So, you are tired, I get it, and yes, you're ready to be married. So, you want the companionship, and then, yeah, and you like the decision making to be with your future husband, that's good. Um, and and you wanna be able to travel together too, yeah, wonderful, right? So, let's dive into your questions. You wanted to know first, what does your future husband feel about things like all that, right? So let's talk here about, just about companionship. How do they feel about that? And decision making. Once you get an emperor, they wanna make the decisions. I'm just kidding. And then travel. We'll see what they have about that. And what else? Whatever else, they have something here. Yeah, I like that. The bottom of the deck, we have the Tower card here, which I like this for them because this is about upheaval, revelation, and graceful collapse is what it says on the card. I like these little cards. They have a little extra stuff on them because, they are, you're fine with him leading, if that's what he wishes to do, you're like, "Yeah," as long as he does things that you want him to do. You are a Virgo. You're gonna be analyzing things and going, "Well, is that the best way to do that?" Anyway, he's in a tower moment in his life, right? A self, a self, started, tower moment because he is leaving what he's been doing for a very long time to start his own practice and to, do that, right? I'm gonna have a little Ricola. Um, so he is ready. He's ready to not be in such a schedule, and, I think we talked about that he's looking forward to being able to control what load he has of work to do. So if he wants to go on vacation, he wants to go travel, he can back off his stuff. And I like that, especially with where you guys are going to be in your life. So, first of all, does he want companionship? We got the high priestess and the emperor. I like that. So, he does. He likes his alone time too, because both the high priestess, she goes up into her high priestess temple to spend her time alone. And then the emperor also clears the throne room so he can sit and connect with his heart. So I feel like we talked about this before. It feels familiar, but it's you both enjoy your independence to an extent, but also companionship. Yeah, and you both like that, and you both get it. Where you're like, you don't get offended. Oh God, hey, I'm gonna take some alone time, tomorrow night, and I'm just gonna kind of chill and go do this just by myself. Like, oh, cool, and it's usually gonna be in the house or whatever. I'm gonna go to my man cave, and you're going. I'm going to my my woman tree house, you know? His is in the basement, yours is up in the attic. So you guys can go your can have a floor in between you both. So I like that. So yeah, I feel like they like that. Decision making, and I said we're gonna get the emperor, right? Decision making, we had the 8 of cups. Yeah, decision making, yeah, I feel like, you know, I feel like they like to make decisions together because this is an interesting energy to come in with that, but the 8 of cups is about walking away from a relationship. It's kinda like that's the only that's the only decision you make on your own, is when things aren't going good in a relationship and you've tried and they're not willing to, to maybe because he's, you know, I feel like he's either a prosecutor or a judge, kind of in the justice system. He's used to divorce or, people making decisions on their own and go, that's not good for a relationship, unless, you know, it's an abusive situation and everything where they're not going to change. That's the only decision you make on your own, is walking away from a relationship that's has no hope. So I like that he likes joint, you know, um, doesn't just, rule, you listen to me, and that's good. Because we like them to lead, but they want to include us in the decision making. That's good, Then you can blame them too. Well, you're the one that decided it. No. Anyway, and then you want to be able to travel together. You got the 7 of swords. I like that. 7 of swords is, you know, um, I feel like they do like to travel. And I feel like with the 7 of swords, they also are gonna stretch you a little bit and have you go places that maybe you were like, "Oh, I don't know," but I feel like they're gonna help you break some old thinking about where you can go and what you can't do, and they're gonna show you that there's a will, there's a way, and we're gonna do it, Not, forcing you, but they're gonna allow you to kinda stretch. So I like that. Um And then these 3, what else does he have here? You got the Queen of Wands. Yeah, I feel like he likes someone who's a bit fiery, that asks for what they want. He likes the unexpected, not the boring, energy with the 3 of swords and the Ace of swords. Yeah, they like to learn, they like to grow, they like to go find new things too. Yeah, it could be regarding, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That, that the restriction had to do with like, it's going to be difficult, because I can't walk great distances. He's like, oh, we got that handled. There, where there's a will, there's a way, and he'll make sure it happens. Um, so I like that. Um, yeah. So I like all that for number 1 question there. Seems like a lot of compatible things between the 2 of you, and I just feel like them being in the legal field for so long, with the justice system and everything, that they're used to trying to see things from different sides, and I feel like that's kind of in them to do that, not just to, "I make a judgment," that they wanna understand where people are coming from, understand things behind things and all that too, so I like it. Alright. And then what, feedback from the other side, regarding the husband. So let's see here. What the little what do they call it? I don't know. What does the monkey cage have to say up there? The little chatter. We'll see what they have to say here. These are all of your usual suspects up there. They're kind of doing a panel discussion. All right. So, yeah, we got the Two of Wands as your primary energy on the bottom of the deck. So, yeah, even under that, yeah, you've got the Magician. And both of these are about it's your power, your choice. And of course, they had me look at those because they were also giving you the moon card. So you had to have your moon card. They're like, keep going. We need to have the moon card in the reading, you know. So they do have that. And so, very much they're about there's no wrong choice. You get to make the choice for you, and we don't judge the choices. We will love and support you. Of course, if there's ever anyone or anything that's dangerous, they'll really speak up for you. That was Chuck with the moon card. You're like, "Here you go." So, we like that. I feel like we're gonna kinda go the order last night. You got the, dad coming up first with the King of Cups, which is saying that they are a beautiful balance between head and heart. And they, of course, they're saying they're such a compatible person for you, and they're very glad for that for you. Underneath that, he has the 9 of Pentacles, yeah. There's this independence, plus there is this financial and solidness too, and again, the 9 of Pentacles is, you know, you're allowed to have your alone time um, and then but there's abundance. There's a lot of abundance that comes in, um, as well. Uh, so 2 important things, he's like, "You guys get along great, and you're taken care of," which is what one of dad's big things are, right? And then mama comes in, and she says the Page of Pentacles, again, abundance, fullness, they really support your self-worth, um, in a couple ways, she says. One is that they tell you the amazing things about you, and they're sincere, and they're sincere and they're real. He knows how to compliment sincerely, accurately, and not lazily. She goes, "'Cause you know how some people go, 'You're amazing.'" He goes, "That's lazy. Be specific. Tell me, you know, what specifically. Make me believe it. Don't just go, 'Oh, you're great.'" She's so funny. Like that. And then the other thing too, um, with mom and, that he supports your self-esteem is he also calls you out in a loving way on your BS. Meaning, if you're like, "Oh, but," and you get down on yourself or whatever, he's like he will call that out and bring it to your attention for you, because he knows that's not healthy for you. He's gonna go, but I think he's gonna do it in a funny way, like, "What voice is telling you that ugly thing?" or whatever, and you're going like, "What?" "Yeah, what voice is telling you that untruth?" You know? Or, like, if you ever watched Austin Powers with Frau Bittmeyer, I think it was her name, and she's all lies." So, I like it. And then below mama, we got the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, again, she is very happy that this person is gonna be an equal giving and receiving individual. It's not gonna be a codependent relationship where you're overgiving. They're an equal giver, and it's an adult to an adult relationship, not a child a child and adult relationship, because she's handing the microphone to Chuck. She's like, "It's not a child to an adult relationship." She's handing it over to him. And he, "Ha, ha, 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 ha." That's pretty funny. Um, yeah, and then Chuck says, "Yeah, they're happy with this 10 of cups. That's a very happy, loving, full relationship, full of emotion, and so he's like, "They will give you the life that I wanted to give you and more," you know? So I like that. I think that's enough said from him. He talks a lot, already. And then grandma. Yeah, grandma is still hanging out with him. Well, she always is, but she goes, "Since I was on stage from the last one, I'm still there." But you got the 3 of Cups. Here's joy, celebration, and the 3 of Cups is an energy of, um, this your spirit guides. We're all gonna be around you always. We're gonna be there at the wedding. We're gonna be there throughout your entire life. We always have been. We won't leave. So we're gonna be there for the celebration, especially. And underneath that, yeah, we got the Hanged Man. We see it from a different perspective. We see everything from a place of unconditional love, and I feel like she wants to know that you're like anything, a relationship and a marriage goes through transformation and growth, and you just the important thing is not to feel that once you find this relationship and once you get married that, "Okay, it's done now." They're like, "Mm, it's never done." It's always kind of adapting and changing and learning, letting things go and, growing together. She goes, "It's never just like, 'Okay, now we're married, now it's happily ever after.'" She goes, "That sells books and movies, but that's not reality." You continue to do your work, you continue to learn how to communicate, and be honest with each other. Yeah, growing, so I like that. Alright. So I feel like those were, like, the big ones we were diving really deep into more so, and we'll look at these others. So you know you'll get married, because things that we have said about your future husband is what you thought in your head when you were younger. Oh, I love that. I love that confirmation. You're like, wow, not validation sounds, ugh, like confirmation. You're like, wow, confirmation. So beautiful. All right. So let's get into these other questions. What does your future husband look like? Height, hair, eyes, etc. So physically, what can we know about how they look here? Okay. The bottom of the deck, you have the 4 of Cups. The 4 of Cups is your usual. They have a lot of your usual things that you're attracted to. We'll see what that's about here. Um, and we got the Empress. So they have a big heart, um, and kind eyes with the Empress, and because the their love and compassion shows through their eyes. Um, we'll see if they tell us color or anything like here. You got the 3 of Wands, which I like, right? Tall man. I felt that they were tall. Yeah, sweet eyes, kindness, dimples. Feel like they did have dark hair, did have, not that they're bald, but I feel like they have salt and pepper hair now, but I feel like they have dark, it's like, a almost black, black hair, but it's a lot of it's, salt and pepper now. They don't color their hair or anything, or try to alter it. They embrace their their salt and pepperness that comes in there. So I do feel that. I do feel like they're taller than you, um, and tall, not just taller than you, but tall. We got hair, we got eyes. Let's see what else we have here. We had the 3 of Wands, so I feel like they're a lot like, but also different in a way, you know? So what does that mean here? I got the Page of Cups. They might be just a little younger than you with the Page of Cups. I think that's one of your questions. Yeah, you want is he older, around your same age? I feel like he's around your same age, but pages are represent younger, um, but in this case, I don't feel like it's, like, severely younger. It's just maybe younger. Like, even within a year, you know, like, you know, they turn, they turn 50 and then you turn 50. They turn no, the younger would be, like, you turn 50 and then they're the younger man for, like, 9 to 10 months, and then you're the same age, and then, then then he becomes the younger man again, um, so I feel like, uh, you're just slightly older than them, meaning that, which is funny. I got the 3 of Cups, joyful, again, laughing, laugh lines because they laugh and smile a lot, um, and kind of a joyful personality, and I feel like of this 3 of Wands, like, they might be more, um, like, maybe they're more of a mix, like, I feel like they're, Hispanic and white, mix. And that's where the 3 of Wands kinda takes it different in a way. Um, and I feel like they might even have blue eyes. Yeah, no dad figures, right? So, kind of feel that, like, blue bluish eyes, so maybe hazel, but I do feel like it's different, so I like that. So they're similar enough, but different, so you don't think of Chuck every time you look at him or, anyone else. That's funny. Chuck. And I don't want you to think about me when you look at him. Anyway, and then where will you and your husband live? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, I feel like um with temperance, I do feel like you're going to have two homes and the emperor because of what they're doing. I feel like there's gonna be, like, something in town, but then something, um, that's, like, an hour away, from, like, in the city, so I feel like which can be on the outskirts of your city, right? How long does it take to get to the other side? But I feel like it's feels like it's more inland away from the coast itself. But, I don't know, it feels like it's still close to the city, but you have property and a nice big home out on property, away from things, right? And close to your H and hazel eyes. Maybe your mom knew, she knew and was seeing into the future. But I feel like there's one in town still for if he's working on a case but I feel like maybe it's like a condo or something in town just so that if you guys wanna do something in town that you have a home set up, or if he has court and different things like that, that that he doesn't have to, like, wake up at the crack of dawn to drive all the way in and make it for the court that, I feel like it's near the courthouse and everything where he would normally work and do his job, um, for those purposes. So I like that. But I feel like there's a nice kind of ranch style home on a nice big lot of property. Um, because he's been developing that for a long time for retirement kind of energy. So I like that. So that is what they have with that. And then will his family like you, and will you like his family? Interesting. Wonder, does he have family left? Let me see here. We will see. I have a feeling like he doesn't have a whole lot of family. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we've got the 9 of Wands, which I feel like this is kind of this alone energy with the 9, hermit energy. Let's see here. Because we're going to go, does his family like you? We've got the Chariot, the 9 of Swords. Here's that 9 again. We have the Chariot. I feel like his mom is still alive because this is, again, here's the other Cancer moon card. And I feel like his mom is alive, but um, I don't, with this nightmare and insomnia, I feel like she's not well. Like she's got like dementia because she's not really there. It's like a nightmare and she doesn't know where she's at. And so I feel like she's in a care facility. So that's why, and I don't feel like he has any brothers or sisters, and I don't feel his dad is still alive. So I feel like he kind of feels like he's alone, like he doesn't have any other, um, considered close family, you know, um, that's there. And yeah, so I don't feel anything there. So will you like his family? Yeah, and you got the Empress. Here's mom, and your energy too. But I feel like you'll Uh, and she stays in a care facility because she needs care for her health too. So that's why he doesn't have her living with him. He has her being cared for. But I feel like you'll get to meet her, but she won't know who you are because she doesn't really recognize her son either. So it's kind of a interesting situation with all that. So I don't feel like there's that to worry about there. Um, I know, right? No mother-in-law. She's somewhere else. You're like, "Woohoo!" Um, but interesting. I think you do ask if he has children. I wanna verify that with some cards, but I don't feel like we'll find out if he's been married and has children, but we'll take a look here. So we already answered about age. We did that one. And then any messages from Chuck, dad, and mom, we already did that, really. So I feel like we did that. All right. So here we go. We are to this one here. Yeah. Oh, wow. 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 So you'll be able to understand what he's going through and kind of relate. So has he been married before? Let's find out. Yeah, I feel like with the 3 of Swords, heartbreak would be a yes energy. So they were married before. Why did they divorce? Well, heartbreak. Let's see what comes in here. Wow, yeah. So we've got the Chariot card here again. Um, and here's their energy, the other ones, right? That lady, right? Your wife. Yeah. And I feel like they tried for a long time with the 7 of Pentacles, but there was the 5 of Swords. They had a lot of disagreements. There was a lot of fighting. And um and I do feel here that with the King of Cups that, you know, I felt with this Chariot that it was her that took the action and she ended up finding someone that she felt was more compatible, and so um, they got divorced because she had met someone else, and they had been fighting for a while and drifted apart, and then she met someone, and so, um, they divorced. I don't feel like it was a hateful kinda situation. I just feel like he worked so much and they fought a lot, they weren't very much alike kind of energy, um, and so when she found somebody that she fell in love with and thought was very compatible, he was like, "Go get him," you know? Go get it, go get it," you know? Um, let's see how long they've been divorced here. And we got the Ace of Cups, the Page of Pentacles. Feels like it's been for a while with the page. The pages are like an 11 on a 1 to 10. Let me see here. Let's try our little timing oracle, see what we can get from it. What kind of clarity can we have about how long it's been? How long have they been divorced? I don't think these are gonna work for this one here. Because 'Cause they're like, "Next spring." We do have the 11, though, coming in here. So I do feel like they did divorce in springtime, but they got 9 months from now, and I don't feel like this is gonna work for your particular reading because 'cause we're looking for the past. Um, let me just try to channel it here because we had the Ace of Cups, which is the renewal, you know, choosing self-love, and the Page of Pentacles. Is it 11? Maybe it is 11 years ago. 11 years next spring. Oh, that's what that was about. Now I understand. The next spring card, they had 11. They were like, "Yeah, 11." I'm like, "Well, why did I get that card?" They were like, "Next spring, it'll be 11 years." So, it's been over a decade that they've been divorced. Um, and did they have children? I don't feel like they had children. Let's just verify that here. I don't feel like Uh, they felt like it, there. Yeah, the Page of Swords, yeah. I feel like it was more of a, um, more of a mental marriage than it was an emotional marriage. More of a, thinking that we're you know, he had all the things that she thought she wanted in someone, and he had all the things that at the time, when they got married, um, and And I do feel like they were married for less than a decade, but, um, because I feel like they tried for a while, kind of energy, but yeah, but, no kids, 'cause and that came in with the family, like, he has no family, it's just his mom, and, yeah, so no children. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, with all the, you know, the, Cancer cards that we got, the moon cards. Yeah, it is emotional, and he's an emotional person, but it was more of, when they got married, it was more of, thinking, they were the age. He was an upcoming lawyer, judge. She was a businesswoman and everything, and they thought, "Oh, this is," you know, and then it was like, no, because it was all, that not of the heart. It was filling a position in our lives and, "Oh, it looks like you look good on paper. This looks good on paper." It looked even better on divorce paper. And it was they realized, you know, they tried and they were like, "Well, let's just keep it together," you know? until one of us, unless we have a different reason, which is kind of what we do as humans, but all right. So that's what we got. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. See what we got going on. All right. Oh, I love it. Sorry. Crunching my cough drop already. Those Ricola are pretty good. All right. So you got 52, your favorite place. The goal is to boost your happiness through appreciation. The medium is photography and digital art. The time commitment is 30 minutes. It may help you with exploring your senses, increasing gratitude, relieving stress, and promoting relaxation and soothing anxiety. The instructions are take a photo of your favorite local place. While you're there, tune in to your five senses and notice your feelings. Pause there as long as you like. Print your photo if you like and hang it somewhere you'll see it often or save it as the background on your phone or computer. And of course, they have a picture of a picture. Your explorative questions. How did tuning into your senses at your favorite local place feel? Is this a place you like to visit by yourself or share with others? And what element of this place can you incorporate into your day to day? Right? It's that Mexican food, that restaurant, that favorite with that patio and the beautiful garden. And how am I going to incorporate it? I'm going to take it to go. I'm going to have an order to go. Anyway, that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps paint a little extra picture of the relationship that's coming in there. All right. Papacitos or Italian food, right? I love it. All right. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. I really like him. He's a gentle, wise man. So I like it. I like him for you. All right. Let's see. Where did I leave off here? Where's your timestamp? There it is. Okay. So let's take a look here. We got AKA in the house. Hey, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. You'd be number 10 on the free list. Boom, boom. So hello. We got Ruby G in the house. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings for number 11 for Z readings. And we got Lauren of Light in the house. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Handsome. You. Hey, beautiful. Gonna make me blush. If I could still blush, I'd blush. And I do see your donation via the Cash App. So you'll be number 8 on there. And then Blueberry is in the house. Hey, good to see you, Blueberry. All right. So where we're at, we have Sudeshna up next, and then Jojo, Katmia, Lauren Smith, Rocky's World, Deidre, and then Lauren of Light. You'll be up after that. All right. So let's dive in here. And thank you guys for your patience when I do get large donations and we dive deep. That's how it works. So thank you for your patience and as we dive in for those, because it's how Brother Z eats and drinks. Speaking of, got my little beet juice going on with my little apple cider vinegar and some lemon juice. Yum, yum. So cheers, cheers. All right. Absolutely, Blueberry. We will get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 12. All right. All right. So Sudeshna, we're at 1 hour, 45 seconds. So there is that. And messages about your career. What do you need to know and focus on? All right. So what's best for you, or what they feels best for you to know right now regarding career? All right. These cards are shedding. In that too. Okay. Yeah, we've got the Fool card coming in here. So the Fool card is an energy of course, um, a new beginning, right? Letting the old go, old expectations, old things, starting a new adventure, free from a lot of expectations and supposed tos and shoulds, and again, full of possibilities. So I like that energy, and that's kind of the energy to be in when you're looking at where am I going next? It's not, well, it's got to be this, because that's limiting the universe from bringing in something else, right? If we're zeroed in like this, like like how horses have those blinders so they don't freak out by sudden movement and stuff. They're like, but you're not a horse, so you don't have to like keep this, super focused going forward, right? So I like this open up to a world of possibilities. I'll take whatever universe, bring it. So I like that. You have the hermit. Um, like like how it says on the bottom here. They have little sayings, which this is, I'm not lost, I'm just ignoring everyone with purpose. Solitude, introspection, selective silence. I love that for the hermit. So this is step away, communicate with spirit. They will show you and guide you. Um, but the important things is not to, um, limit them, you know what we want and why we want it, but leave the where, the how, and the when to them, and really focus in what is it that I want and why, and then leave the rest to them. You got the Hierophant as well. The Hierophant, ruler of change and growth and seeing things from a higher perspective as well. So I feel like you got three major arcana coming in here already. So this is a huge life change. It's not just a movement to the same type of thing somewhere else. I feel like for career, it is a big shift that's coming in here for you, something that you, um, kind of unexpected in a way, if that makes sense. Um, you got the Eight of Wands and the Three of Cups. Yeah. So we do have that follow your heart. What brings you joy? True joy. And the Eight of Wands is what, your passions and your emotions, right? So, you know, and I feel like this is the big thing around career is, the more that you can step away like the hermit, selective silence, and get out of your head and away from everyone's, um, with that introspection and what does it say? I'm ignoring everyone's opinion with purpose to see what it is that I would really want to do. And sometimes it's scary. We it's difficult to get out of the head and into our heart when we've been so ruled by the mind for so long, right? Yeah. And yeah, you have the Nine of Wands and the Page of Swords. So, this block that you've been experiencing of moving forward with that, the Nine of Wands, the Page of Swords is that clarity does come in here for you. They will provide you clarity. Uh, and they have been providing clarity. But the biggest thing is when we're connected into our mind, it's noisy, right? It's loud. And it's hard for us to hear the whispers of the heart and from spirit. It's like being in a loud, restaurant or a bar where there's music playing, everyone's talking, and you can't, separate all of that noise away so you can hear the person talking to you, and all you see is their lips moving, and you're like, I'm not getting what they're saying. And so this is getting in silence, getting away, and you'll get a lot of clarity around your career, right? So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I feel like that's the biggest thing is, to get beyond this block. They have been providing, guidance, but if we don't, I think we talked about it, like they don't wrap a giant rope around our heart and go, "Get over here," you know? It's a thread, it's a little tug, and when the voices of our mind and the fears of that we have when we're connected to the mind and expectations and stress and all that, it's like, when if you're ever near, like, a loud music with a lot of bass, dome, 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 you know, and it's going like that, you can feel it vibrate through your body and even in your heart sometimes, right? And when there's that much vibration going on, we can't feel spirit tugging. We just think it's this, you know, loud noise that's overpowering it. So I feel like that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. Okay, this one here. Yeah, surrender to inner peace. Says cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. In quiet, meditative moments, focus on the stillness within and enjoy the inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and your life will flow more easily. There you go. Kind of confirmation, right? All right. So that's what they have, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So let me just get caught up on the chat really quick here. We got Crystal Ray in the house. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I did get that via Z PayPal. And I see your questions are in your PayPal. So thank you for those. And you'll be number 9 on the donation list. I'm about to go into number 3 here in a moment. And then we've got a star seed. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list. You'll be number 13 on the free list here. There we go. All right. And then Lauren, I did get your email for your questions. Lauren of Light. All right. So let's move on here. We've got Jojo up. So 10828 for you. So Jojo, here's your timestamp. And you wanted to know, what was that dream all about? Let's take a look here. What was that dream all about? So I do want that one. That one too. That one too. And that one too. Just gonna keep them coming, huh? They're like, yeah. And that one. Used to that one. And that's it. Okay. So let's see what we got here. It just feels like it just keeps rolling out here. Let's see what we got. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the High Priestess energy. So definitely a spiritual connection energy. Even under that, you got the Queen of Wands, which is all about connecting to the higher realms, both energetically and emotionally. So I don't feel like it's a premonition dream because the High Priestess looks behind what's going behind the veil with her mindsets and what's going down in the motion. So it's about release energy, it feels like here. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see. These two cards came out together. You got the Knight of Cups and the Three of Swords. Yeah, so it's processing some heartbreak or some disappointment energy with both of those coming out together, because Knight of Cups is movement of emotion, Three of Swords, that disappointment, heartbreak energy. So it's about moving some emotions that are ready to be purged or transmuted into higher wisdom, but it's ready to be let go. And that's why it's coming up and through the High Priestess energy. And then you have the King of Swords and the Two of Wands. Yeah. So there is here a change of story that comes along with these emotions, because the Two of Wands is about, power of choice, and the King of Swords is all about the mind. 2 times swords energy, master of the story, master, and they give you that Ace of Swords to be able to change the story of heartbreak and look at it from a different perspective. That's part of the transmutation of it, is when I believe that what they did meant that about me, then I have that emotional story and then I stuffed it. Now, and this does feel like something that goes back to 7 years old and younger. Whenever we're processing emotion, the original emotions are 7 years old and younger. The rest of our emotions are pretty much echoes of that sadness, anger, or joy throughout the rest of our lives. So it is about getting, to the story that created that, and joined in with that emotion that we felt that's ready to be, again, transmuted and changed into a new story with a new soundtrack, right? Not the old movie remake that takes the same music. No, we're new characters, new twists to the old story with a new soundtrack for the movie, right? Current music, not old music. I like it. Yeah, and then you have the Knight of Swords right next to those. So you've got the movement of thought, you've got the movement of emotion coming in. So as we were talking about, that's what the dream was about was that. Let's see what's below the surface here. You do have the Nine of Cups, you do have the Five of Swords. There is, this is a conflict about an emotional dream come true and all the expectations that equal disappointment with it. So, it does bring in this, energy of, you know sit with the dream, see what it was, um, meaning for you, and try to remember the emotion around the dream if you can. Like, what was I feeling, during the situation? Whatever you remember from the dream, of course, symbols and situations are important. But emotions are so important. How was I feeling through it all? Because that's gonna help you understand what is at the root and where you're taking it back to, and what's ready to be released is back there, kind of energy. So, that is what they have for you. Let's see what we got here for your fortune cookie as well. No, not that one. All right, not that one either. Okay. All right. This is the one, and you've got surrender to silence, which says, in quiet meditation or contemplation, let go and enter the stillness within. Silence can heal and replenish you. So I feel like they're saying if you're having trouble locating it, just kind of sit in silence, close your eyes, get out of your head, try to quiet it all and go, all right, little one, little emotional inner child, bring it to me. And here it is. And it'll come like that for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, Jojo. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. We got Cat Mia in the house. So, Cat Mia, thank you for your donation. Make sure I have the timestamp right here. Okay, here we go. Here it is. And you want to know, why are you having ugly, bad dreams again? It's really bad. How can you set yourself free or be set free? All right. That's funny. We just had a question about dreaming. I know we had Cancer New Moon a couple days ago. So that's bubbling up a lot of emotional energy. I think it was on Tuesday. So a lot of stuff coming up, right? But let's see here. What is this about and what can you do to set yourself free? All right, we got those. Yeah, again, how weird. I put her back in the middle of the deck, but we got High Priestess for the previous dream question, and now here's this one. You got the High Priestess again. So this isn't, it's an intense dream that can feel like a ugly bad dream, but it's intense for you, so you'll remember it when you wake up. Because if it was just a regular dream without what we would perceive as ugly, bad, and not get our attention, we wake up and go, "I think I was dreaming. I think I dreamt what? I can't remember it now." But when you wake up and go, "Holy crap, what was that?" Write it all down. Symbols, messages, feelings, whatever you had in it because it's happening for you. And if we're not, um, taking that information, it just keeps happening because an emotion and or a belief are ready to be transmuted and changed. And it's coming up in our dream world first, so we can start processing and look into it, and then we'll start to see stuff come in the outside world to remind us, and then it'll be like, "Here, look at this." But they're preparing us so that it's not a shock when it arrives. They're giving us hints, like the email that says, "Your package is gonna be arriving next Thursday." Like, "Okay, I'm getting a package," you know? Um it's a indicator of something to be looked at. So it's not a punishment, it's not evil, it's your higher self, allowing something to come up to be looked at. It is for you, yeah, Wheel of Fortune, Ace of Pentacles. It is for you, the tune of for you, right? And it's abundance energy, and it's to release something to help bring this feeling of fullness instead of this shrinking and tightness kind of energy that's coming in. And you got the moon and the 6 of swords. So, yeah, I feel like it does have to do with the new moon in Cancer because you got the moon card there. And then also the 6 of swords is about leaving behind old stories, old ways of looking at something, seeing it from a higher perspective that allows you to go from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, it is happening for you. And then you do have the King of Cups, which is a beautiful balance between head and heart. So, it's being initiated because you're already out of balance down in your subconscious. Um, Otherwise, we wouldn't have this be able to come up. If we're balanced, we wouldn't need indicators, right? Everything's going good down there. But when we get the little, whoa, crazy dreams and intense dreams, that kind of are sending pieces of us maybe into fight or flight mode, it's like, well, it's a trigger. And so your higher self, which is you, of course, is wanting to be able to look at that and transform it so that it's not impacting you down below anymore. So, like I said, write down everything, remember symbols, feelings, emotions, and then question spirit on what is that emotion or that thing? What is it tied to? Emotionally, it'll be 7 years old and younger. So it's going to be an echo. And so it's not so much the situation you're dreaming about going, oh God, it's about that. No, it's the feeling that's been echoing for a long time. And when you look at it, then there can be some freedom that comes from it. And that's why it's coming up. So you can be free. Your fortune cookie is surrender your belief in scarcity. So it could be about this if that resonates. Says the universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. So there's something, maybe it is about scarcity if that resonates there for you. All right. Is that what they got for you, Kat Mia? So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. I'm just going to take a quick sip here. We got Lauren Smith up next. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Sorry for the slurping. I'm just going to finish that off. Tart. All right. And then Chels. Oh, you've been dreaming very weird dreams lately. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world, right? And we got Cat Goddess. Hey, I do see you. And I'm putting you on the list right now. You'll be number 14 on the free list. So sorry about last night. uh, but you got your message. So that's good. Sometimes old Brother Z just needs a little bit of, I'm going to change my name from Brother Z to Grandpa Z. Gramps. Grams with a Z, right? Grampz. I know. Thank you so much for being understanding. All right. So we'll jump back in. I think I've got everyone on the list. We got Lauren Smith, 12105. But no, we hit the wrong button there. All right. So, Lauren, thank you so much for your donation. And you said you don't know if I remember you asking about your friends before, but we have a question for you so you can share it in the group chat. Oh, oh, whoa, okay. I feel like this does sound familiar. So uh, maybe as we pull cards, it'll become more clear. So S texted L asking why he didn't want to talk about their dynamic and said she's wondering. Okay, so S texted L asking L why L doesn't want to talk about their dynamic. And then S said she's wondering if she did something or if he's just no longer wanting to see her, that she's just looking for clarity. That's that's been a theme. Last night it's called The Power of Beatrice. um, People reaching out to people that are not communicating. It seems to be a theme going on. What is it? What is it? Did Venus went into what? Gemini or something? It is wild, isn't it, Chelsea? I think Venus went into it goes into I think Venus goes every month or so into a new sign. Maybe Venus is in a weird sign that's bringing in. Also, we're in not Mars, Mercury retrograde, which impacts communication between people. So there is that too. But let's take a look here. So we're wondering his thoughts about the text because he hasn't responded yet and what he'll say. All right, we'll take a look here. Will he respond and what he'll do next? Dun dun dun. All right, let's find out here. So, first of all, let's just find out, will he respond? Let's just look at that first based on current energies. Let's see, will he respond? We got the Chariot, the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, Chariot is movement and communication. 7 of Pentacles is not quick, but I feel like they will eventually here. Let's try our new timing oracle. See here based on this. Can you tell us about timing? When will he respond? Is it this one? All right. Ooh, so helpful. It's in the future. Okay. All right. Not need to know now. We'll see what else comes in here. Sometimes it's the not knowing that's part of the experience, right? So it's interesting. Um, so what are his thoughts about the text? Oh, okay. We will check that out. So what are his thoughts and then what he'll say, how he'll say it. So we'll dive into that there as well. All right. So what are his thoughts about the text? Got the 9 of Wands, the Ace of Swords. Yeah, I mean, there's that energetic block with the 9 of Wands and the Ace of Swords is new communication, but there's something holding him back. They're hesitant in connecting. Let's see what these are about here. And we got the 10 of Wands along with the 7 of Wands and the Ace of Wands. Wow, all this Wands energy. Fire, fire, fire. And because this is all about that he's not wanting to talk about their dynamic and all of this, right? I ay. Let me get clarity on here because all this fire energy, I'm getting, like, Leo energy with the 7 of Wands. I just wanna be seen. I wanna be seen. I want people to recognize me, but I don't want it to feel like a burden with the 10 of Wands. I want it to feel like abundance. And the energy I'm kind of feeling here, and this is I want to get some clarity, is like I and again, this is from his perspective. We gotta remember it's through his lenses, not through reality. We all don't see things as they are, we see things as we are. But that like if I'm sitting in his energy, I would say if I could speak, without retaliation energy, it's I feel like I'm not getting gratitude for what I am doing. I feel like everyone's focusing on what I'm not doing. And that doesn't feel good. That doesn't encourage me. That discourages me. It makes it feel like a burden, makes me feel like I'm behind and I'm needing to catch up. And so this doesn't feel good. I want someone who appreciates me and for what I do, not focus on what I'm not doing. And that's the kind of energy that they're feeling right here. And let me see if I can get any clarity on that at all. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. And it does feel like here, so the 3 of swords, here's that expectations equal disappointment. So it does come in with that, but this 6 of pentacles does tell me that maybe S is uh, a bit of an overgiver where uh, even if they're not saying anything about you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, simply in the aura of an overgiver, a person who feels I can't keep up with that feels less than and feels like there's an expectation that I'm supposed to match that. But it's like if you what are they saying? If you were if you haven't worked out in years and you start dating a track star, an Olympic track star, and they're like, "Hey, you wanna go for a gentle run?" A gentle run for each of them is very different, and they're like, "I can't keep up." They're like, "Holy crap," And then it doesn't so it creates that kind of atmosphere, if that makes sense. So I feel like that's their thoughts, and that's kinda why they're in this, kinda backing off, and who wants to talk about, "Why don't you wanna connect with me more? Because I feel less than?" Who wants to talk about how bad we feel about ourselves, right? Um, it's, so I feel like there's that kind of energy that's there, right? And this makes sense about it's in the future energy because it's this slowness is meant um, for a time with that chariot for us to learn our power of choice. Like, what story am I putting to what's happening? What emotions am I playing with that? What energy am I putting toward it? What are my actions? And we can kind of, understand if I am focusing my energy on what they're not doing, I'm gonna get more of the not doing. When I'm focusing on what I am grateful for that they're doing, then I get more of that. And it's energetic. It's not even about what I say. My energy is what I experience and what draws things toward me, right? Um, so hopefully that makes sense here. So when he reaches out, which it says sometime in the future, again, I feel like the timing depends on S's energy. If I'm still focusing on what they're not doing and what didn't happen and my need and my want and lack, fear energy, then that's what keeps that going longer because it's for me to be able to look at things change my energy, and then it changes the connection, changes what happens between, between us. Um, yeah, and so that would speed it up. All right, so is it gonna be, oh, you had it over here. We'll do it in the order in which thou hast asked. Will it be via text, phone call, or FaceTime? All right, let's see what the energy is around each. By text, we have the magician. Yeah, that's action energy. That's a winner. Let's see here. Is it phone call just to make sure? We got the two of wands. This is about energetic choice. So it's a possibility that it could be a phone call based on S's energy, right? And then FaceTiming, Knight of Wands. Yeah. Um, this is uh this is and all these wands energies and fire energy again. It's all about the energy that happens here because there's all this possibility energy, but the highest ranking out of the magician, two of wands, and knight of wands is the text, which I feel makes sense with what we were talking about because I feel like he'd rather just text back a little bit here. And let's see what is he gonna say, right? All right. Yeah, well, yeah. So the world card is ending, significant ending, new beginning energy. We got the King of Cups and the Eight of Wands energy. It feels like this response here is, I feel like the King of Cups is a very compatible person energy. And I feel like their message is like, I just don't feel like we have this compatible energy. I don't feel like I'm able to give you what you're looking for. That's their way of saying I feel less than, but they're going to put it in I don't feel like I can live up to what you're wanting. And I feel like you deserve to be with someone that can, kind of energy. And that is their way of saying that, saying that. So I kind of feel like that's where this is headed here. So hopefully that helps. Let's pull your fortune cookie too. Your piece of cake. You do get one of these art therapy. I just put all these cards back in. A lot of clarity. All right. And it's in the future. All right. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie says. All right. So what else can we have here? What's the fortune cookie here? Okay, this one keeps coming up. I believe it is it. So we got the togetherness quilt. It's the quilting bee. It's kind of what you guys do in your group chat. Goal for the activity to explore yourself and your relationships. It's a mixed media medium, and it's a 1-hour commitment. Can help you with increasing gratitude and happiness, self-reflection, and tapping into memories. The instructions are to think about how important friends have woven themselves into your life. Create a quilt of any size by sewing, fusing, or gluing together fabrics or paper scraps that represent each important friend. Consider the shapes and sizes of each element. You can also create small initials on each square using embroidery thread. So they have an example of it here. And then your, excuse me, explorative questions. Are some patches in your quilt larger or smaller? Does this have significance in the friendships represented? What colors represent which friends and why? And where would or did you place yourself in the quilt? Ooh, those are good reflective questions. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. That's what they got for you, my dear. Again, thank you for your donation and many blessings to you. All righty. Let me catch up on the chat here. We'll dive back in. Let me scroll down here. We do got Ruby Camilla. Hey, good to see you, Ruby. Ah, I love it. You're so sweet. All right. So I do see your free question. You'll be number 15 on the free readings. And we've got the Sage Tarot of the Urban Forest. I like it. Oh, you're just saying hello. Doing the YouTube thing. Well, good. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. And I don't see a question just in case, because sometimes YouTube does the YouTube thing and keeps them from me. So good to see you. All right. Let me, this gross. Let me see here. And I'm going to have to get something to scrape that off. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Cheers. This mushroom coffee I have, when it sits on the little heating thing, it starts forming a little, maybe it's a mushroom toadstool on the top. And I'm going to end up looking like I've got brown lipstick on my, on if I sip it, because it's a little layer on there. Anyway, let's jump in. So Rocky's World, you're up. 137.33 is for yours. Thank you again for your donation. And your question is, you finally went to Michael J's pool party. It was an amazing experience, but my question is, why didn't you feel Michael J's presence anywhere in and around the house? I didn't feel him, not even in his bedroom. What? But when I went back to the hotel and woke up the next morning, his presence was there heavy. Why? Oh, interesting. Hey. All right. So, Michael J. Explain, please. All right. All right. Yeah, 9 of Wands. Energy. Energetic block. So we'll find out what this means here, but they're saying you had an energetic block because you weren't feeling his presence, and he was like, I'm always around you. I'm always everywhere. So when you didn't feel me, it's because you had an energy barrier up. And that makes sense. You you were you had anxiety and some nervousness and some fears, all that really all being fear anyway. But you had some fears about people gonna be there, what people are gonna feel and think, and what you were gonna pick up and what you didn't wanna pick up, and who you didn't wanna interact with, and so you had a barrier up. So, it was like you had like a little, force field up, and he was all, "Bunk, bunk, bunk." He's acting it out. He's all, "I was knocking on it like you're a mime, and I was knocking on your invisible wall." Um, but you had this barrier up, and then when you were back at the hotel after the next morning, you had calmed down, and your fear barrier wasn't up, and there wasn't so much fear noise that you could sense him and hear him, because he's at a higher vibration, right? Unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, as spirit is, right? And when we're in fear, which we do as humans, when our inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, weep, weep, we go into fight or flight mode. We go into lower vibrational energy, which is loud and not, and we have to be at higher vibration to feel and sense spirit and to hear from them, right? So, and let's see what else he has to say here. Got the Queen of Wands. Yeah. So here's your energy. That's coming in here. So he's just confirming it was your energy field. Yeah, and we have the Judgment with the Four of Wands. So here's the party, the gathering, and the happy event. Um, and so he's glad that you went because it was important for you to face these fears, face these things. Yeah, because it's helping you with the Wheel of Fortune. It all this happened, it's the tune of for you, the fortune, and the Four of Pentacles is helping you understand your self-worth more here, get that solid sense because, um, you know yeah, and you have the Ace of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, gaining clarity around that specific, area, which means now that you're on the other side of the threat, right? Yeah. I'll pull a quick card on that. But, there is this energy of, you know, now that you're on the other side of hell and you can be calm, it's what were you afraid of? What were the fears? How were you defining your worth by what you thought could happen out here? Because that's why your wall went up, is because you thought there's a threat out here, and you can ask your inner child, "What were you afraid of? What was threatening you? What, you know, what, projection of the past were you putting into the future that, you know, that you were afraid of would happen? Because nothing happened, nothing that you were, worried about, but it's like it was the projection of the past projected into the future that was scaring you, that something was gonna happen, and he was like, "And did it?" "No, it didn't, because 'cause you're still alive, it didn't kill you." Let's see here, so was it him that got you, so that he could, uh he could visit the room? Yeah, it's you following your heart, the Knight of Cups, energy. It was your heart energy that, opened up that was, like, one of the few things that you weren't freaked out about, because that was like a wish that you wanted to have happen instead of fearing of something that wouldn't happen. You were, looking for the other, so I like that. Yeah. I feel like it's something that you thought you were gonna experience at the actual pool party itself, like, you were afraid someone was gonna be there or someone was gonna say something or do something, kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. We have the Power of Surrender Oracle, and yours is Surrender to Success, which says you are ready to experience abundance. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an existing new world of possibilities. So there is this about let go of the old, right? The old isn't when we're fearing, we're projecting the old onto the future. They're like, look at the world of possibilities. So I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. You are very welcome. I'm glad you got to see his room and that you decided to go. So proud of you. All right. All right. Just in. Wow, you came in the perfect time, Deidre. I love that. I was like, oh, let me see. Did Deidre do her? Oh, there it is. Boom. Right in perfect timing. So I think I got everyone else. Let me just make sure here. Yep. All right. So Deidre, you are up. Yeah, absolutely. So before I give the timestamp here, so we've got Deidre up next. She's number 7, Lauren of Light, number 8, and then Crystal, you're number 9. And that's it for the list right now. All right, so Deidre, we're at 145. 41 is for yours. Whoops, don't do that. There we go. Awesome. All right, so thank you again so much for your donation. via Venmo. And let's see what we got going on here. So just a reading on Sean's and I's relationship, all right? So based on your current energies, what would spirit feel is best for you to know right now? Okay, I do want that one. I do want that one. I do want that one. And that one. I had a feeling we did want all of these. But you want them in this order. And this here. All right. Okay, we got 1, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I like this little kind of a little in place like 1, 1, and then 2, 3, 4. So something's building here. I like that. And on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Cups, which is a joy, a celebration energy. I don't feel like, of course, knowing tarot, probably you're like, I don't feel like it's the third person kind of energy. I feel like there's the 3 of you, with your little boy there as well. That there's just this joy and celebration and an underlying energy of focusing in on what you're loving about your relationship. That's an important thing. Because your first card is the Hermit card, which is where you started, you know, being happy alone with spirit, being in that place. And then what feels like a dream come true, the star card, is when he came across your path, right? So I feel like that's the one, and that's kind of where you felt, you know, where you have been. I feel like you guys have had done this too. You've got the 3 of Pentacles with the Judgment card. I like these cards. This one for the 3 of Pentacles says, you don't build alone. And the Judgment card is your calling, and this is that growth energy, you know. Um, and there is this uh, creating something together while also creating your own, right? Oh, oh, the star card, right? So I love that. Isn't that beautiful? So, there is this, this is what's been going on. You're building something together, but you're also building your dream, your calling. And it's a good reminder here too that your purpose for coming isn't to be someone's spouse or even someone's mother. It's part of your life, but you have a purpose that you came here to do and to share with, all of your brothers and sisters and everything in between that we have here, that they are to share your life, but your life is not that, right? You have this calling, you have this draw. And when we realize that, because sometimes our roles to people can roll over our purpose, our dream, and we make them our lives instead of living our lives and having them be part of it. So there's an important energy here with that, which is taking you to the third level here. Yeah, you got your high priestess. So here's you with your spiritual gifts and the importance of you having your alone time and, doing your own inner reflection. You have the temperance, which is you're in a period of time of kind of maybe some slowness, but this is meant for you because you're having the opportunity to question with the 6 of Swords some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, some old expectations, old stories, old ways, and you're able to see things from a higher perspective, and it allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. It allows you to replace some old with new, and that's what speeds things back up. But the slowness here, this kind of stepping away with the high priestess, is giving you the time to reflect on this too. So if things kind of were going faster, faster, and it slowed down, then we have that, right? Right? Yeah, yeah, I like that. And it's about it's your energy. You know, you have, like, the outside things we feel will help us make an inside energetic decision, but it doesn't matter if it's a marriage. It's not what is happening out here that's impacting you, it's what you make of it on the inside, right? Because you can be in a marriage and you can still have your independence and feel like civil union energy, but it can be an official marriage certificate, just a piece of paper. Your energy and attitude behind it is what matters, not, all the other kind of energy. So, I like that. I like this movement energy that's coming in here, and then leading you to these 4 cards, which you have the King of Wands. Yeah, I like this, energy of getting out of our head and into our heart, making plans, putting energy behind it, taking action. We got the Hierophant. Well, here's the Justice of the Peace. So here's the commitment energy. So I do feel like it's leading to, something, uh, you know being signed at the justice of the peace is kind of where you guys are headed, or where you're deciding to go, and head that direction there. And you have the King of Cups, which is an energy here of, a beautiful balance between head and heart and very compatible. While at the same time, with the Three of Swords, this energy is about unexpected. It's not about disappointment. It is about letting go of our expectations, because expectations do equal disappointment. Like, we're like, "It needs to be this and this and this." This going back to your last card and your first card, you got the 3 of Swords or the 3 of Cups. We can focus on what we're grateful for and joy, and then that grows. We attract more of that, or we can focus in on our expectations, right? And going, "What's not happening? What do I feel I need and want and fear I won't have?" Then that I get more of that. So it's being aware of our energy a lot, kind of underlying here. But I like this awareness, this clarity, maybe confirmation for you on where you're headed and what you're doing here. But it looks good. He's like a best friend. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it is his journey. Yeah, you don't need to make it. You don't have to solve anything for him, right? Just give love. That's all you can do, because you can't change how they're thinking about things or how they're feeling. And I like that awareness. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. We have the art therapy deck here for when we have donations of $5 or more, and yours is $5 or more. So let's see here. Oh, wow. I like it. So yours is, "What's my superpower?" Got number 59, and this is sculpture. I'm sure you have Play-Doh for your son, right? But that the goal for the activity is to appreciate your personal strengths. 30-minute time commitment, and this can help you with empowering yourself, increasing awareness and life satisfaction, setting intentions, and soothing anxiety. This is hilarious. The instructions are: create a representation of a superhero from clay. Think of qualities and strengths this superhero possesses. Can you represent this visually? Make a small sculpture using clay and sculpturing tools. Then, if desired, follow the package directions to bake and preserve the sculpture. Here's an example. That's what I was laughing at. Dun, 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 dun. And then your explorative questions after are: what are some of your strengths and superpowers? Excuse me. In what situation are your strengths most apparent? And is there a strength or superpower you wish you had? Can you do something to move in that direction? Ooh, I like that. Very powerful energies. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donation. I'm like where this is headed. All right. Let me just do a couple shout outs here and we'll get back into things here. We got Cat Mia. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 10. All right. Got you there. And we'll give you a love and a like there. Hey, Debbie, Debbie, good to see you. Love and light to you as well. You're very welcome, Deidre. Thank you so much. I like this. I like that best friend sleeping over energy, I like that. All right. And right. I think that was everyone, and we will dive in. So Lauren of Light, 156:55 is your timestamp. There you go. And I got your email here. Let me just bring that up here. All right. So let's look here. So he hasn't texted since yesterday. You're in peace and in flow state and not chasing. I love that. Creating mode. I love it. In divine creation mode. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So let's take a look. We'll dive in and see what's going on over there. When you say it out loud, he hasn't texted since yesterday. Wow, It's like, well, I want him to communicate every day, right? And I love this that you're in this place of peace now instead of where before it would have been, what's happening? What's happening? This is the end of the world. And now you're like, you know what? He, especially knowing that the Nine of Pentacles, the Hermit, that's he needs that. And what's great is that he will learn to communicate more, you know. Um, it's the lack of communicating that there's gonna be silence that he can work on. Silence is acceptable, right? Yeah, silence is needed for me too, right? For all of us. Um, but what can help our relationship is just communicating it and that it's and me telling you it's okay. Um, what helps me with your silence is just letting me know that you need the time, kind of energy, right? Yeah, you've been right. Yeah, I love that. All right, so let's take a look here. What's going on with your sweet boy? Let's see the energy here. Yeah, that's what you said over here too. I see now. All right, so what's going on with your sweet boy? And then what's he thinking about? What breakthroughs are occurring? Well, okay. And then what specifically is he not saying? Why is he silent right now? Okay. What specific thoughts are happening in his mind right now, and what are they pertaining to? Okay. And then what about his heart? Okay, we'll start with those. So what's going on with the sweet boy here? Yeah, I like this, He's letting go of old emotions so that he can move to the higher place of the Page of Cups. So he is doing some emotional work, The Page of the Eight of Cups doesn't have to do with, this is him leaving behind even individuals and friends and different things. So I feel like he's choosing his self-love, but he is definitely going through emotional release kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah. I don't feel like that's that energy here that's coming in because of the Page of Cups. This is so I can go to a higher love. It feels more internal than it does external. And we'll see what else unfolds here, but it doesn't feel like that. What breakthroughs are happening? Yeah. So the lovers, his emotional choice energy, that's coming in here, and he's having breakthroughs with his emotions. So I like that here. Um, and yeah, not to assume, right? Yeah, I like this. Um, let's see. So that's the breakthrough is regarding, I feel like this is regarding emotional choice too. What specifically is he not saying? Got the magician card and the king of pentacles. So he's specifically not saying what his intentions are for the physical world. Uh, so I feel like that's, it's a good thing because I feel like that's, you know, he's having breakthroughs, he's doing things are going on here. Um, but he specifically, you know, surprises, things that he's planning, things that he wants to intend to do, energy. And those are the things he's specifically not saying. Why is he silent right now? Yeah, the high priestess. So that's a good energy. He is withdrawn. He is looking into behind his veil, looking deep into his emotions. So that's exactly what we felt he was doing right now, which is good for him. What specific thoughts are happening in his mind right now, and what are they pertaining to? I feel like I skipped a question. What is he thinking about? What breakthroughs are occurring? What specifically is he not saying? Why is he silent? Yeah, what specific thoughts are happening in his mind? Oh, these two were both of those. And then what about his heart? I get it. Okay. Yeah. So his thoughts, I mean, 10 of swords, right? So this is, letting go of a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's and trying to get all that pressure out, letting those things go. Um, you know, releasing themselves from a lot of expectations. I kind of getting a little bit of an energy here with the 8 of cups and this 10 of swords, and with all these other cards, the lovers and future plans and all this, that I feel like he's either communicating with the parents or something around those. If not physically, he's kind of rehearsing it within him, what and preparing himself that with my future plans I want to do, what if I get ostracized from my family, you know, or not? I feel like he's thinking about all that stuff right now, which is big stuff, right? Yeah. And then his heart, we've got big moon energy with death, endings and beginnings, emotions of significant endings and beginnings. So that kind of confirms what we were just saying too, right? So he's got a lot of that going on here, and he's like, all right, I've got to do this. Yeah. And then on the bottom of the deck, we've got the hermit energy right now with the page of swords and the 10 of cups. So thinking about all of that, energy is below the surface, is I got to think about how I'm going to do this. And um and and I do feel like there's something going on in the household today too, um that took him away from a lot of stuff going on too, right? Yeah. All right, and then let's take a look here. So the kind of the part B of number 1 is, what is he thinking in regards to you and the us? Okay. So that's what he's thinking in regards to you, in regards to us, the us energy. What's his heart? What's he thinking and feeling about his trip to Virginia? Thinking, feeling. And then what's his next action to you? All right. So, what does he think in regards to you? We got the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, I like that. Letting go feels unsafe. Yeah, I get the Four of Pentacles, the solid foundation energy. So I like that energy. Um, again, I like how they have on the bottom, attachment, security. Yeah. What is he thinking about you, right? That it is good. It's a solid energy, like four, big table with four solid legs. But I do feel here, because it talks about control, attachment, and security on the bottom, that he is like his thinking regards you is about your security, your attachment, your control, energies, because that's the stuff that, you know, um, usually would ignite him. But right now, it feels like you're not in that kind of energy. And, um, and I feel like his thinking right now is, with everything that he's doing, and he's not able to be as communicative and connecting as he was last week. I feel like that's why he's thinking about all that regarding you specifically. Regarding the us, yeah, in this, so the Three of Cups is not third party in this one. This is about the joy, the celebration, the King of Swords. He's in his head about plans, thinking about our happiness and those things, as well with this. So I do feel like he is, and this reflects back to what we were talking about a moment ago, that he's thinking about his plans. He's, thinking about what he wants to do, and, those things. So I definitely feel we're there. What's in his heart? Yeah, and this isn't about your guys' relationship. This is about plans and clarity around, um the possible tower, the upheaval, right? The graceful collapse of family, and of his life as it is, because I do feel like he's realizing he's been trying to kind of keep, yeah, exactly, rebirth, right? Been keeping this, trying to keep you um protected behind this force field, while he's trying to keep this with his family going. And he was like, but they're going to eventually bump up against one another. So there is this, um, and this is why he has a lot of this on his mind right now, the clarity of what is this going to look like, right? Um, so what is he thinking about the trip to Virginia? Queen of Swords. Yeah. There we are, this beautiful balance between head and heart, but, just how perfect it sounds. It's such a great fit energy that comes in there, with the mind and then the heart behind it. What are his feelings about it? Yep, Six of Wands, victory energy, celebration energy, right? Success. I like it. This is funny. They have these little sayings on these cards. They see you now, whether you wanted it or not. I'm here. I like that. Like it or not, I'm here, baby. And then what's his next action towards you here? Yeah, Queen of Wands. Well, of course. You know, so his next actions is action, but it's of fire and emotion. All queens, of course, have emotion behind the scenes, right? So that's why the Queen of Swords, it's of the mind, but also of the heart. The Queen of Wands is of fire and passion, but also of the heart, is their next action towards you. Um, so there definitely is action. Oh wow, you're gonna love this. The saying on this one is, "You don't chase attention; it comes to you." Wow, boom. Because you just said, "I'm not chasing." It's like, that's right, it comes to you. That's his next action. It'd be funny if he's silent today because he's on a plane already, and he shows up at your door, "Knock, knock," because he should be texting, like, right now, because 'cause we're talking about him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, but I don't think that's gonna happen. That would just be funny and fun. Alright, let me take a quick sip here of my, uh, interesting tea here. Alright, just make sure I don't have a bunch of mushroom on my mouth here. Alright, so that's for the first one, and then number 2, you've been creating and you're so happy and grateful. I love that. So do the laws of 4D apply to all aspects of thought? Okay, let's see what they say about that. And then what does spirit want you to do in regards to your gifts there and helping others to heal in that dimension? All right, come on. There we go. Got a Band-Aid because I burned my thumb on lighting my incense. So it's hard to get through things. All right. I like the bottom here. You have the Hermit, which is um, you know, step and connect, and then fill up and overflow is a lot of the energy that is there. Um, I like this energy of just around around this whole second question is I can't I can't change anyone else. I can't change people's minds. I don't change people's lives. I don't um the only way I make change in anything is with heart energy. And because we can't change minds, like we talk about, you try to pull people, they resist, you try to push, they push back. And it change doesn't happen from the mind. It's when people's hearts change that things change. And so we change hearts by doing our part in the collective, which is raise our own love vibration. So doing our own inner transformation is what helps transform the entire collective, everyone doing their part. And then us filling up and flowing out to the world, that's what uh that's how we change hearts is by being love, by being unconditional love energy. We just vibrate out, right? We just vibrate out this love, and then people will recognize, like, I feel that love. I recognize that love within me, and then it sparks within me. My self love, my higher vibration love sparks because I see it and feel it, a little pulse of it out in the outside world. And then that changes from the inside out because we don't change from the outside in, we all change from the inside out, right? So I love that. I love that. Around that. Oh, I love that. A new lens. Perfect. So let's see here. You want to know here, do the laws of 4D apply to all aspects of thought? Meh. I like this. Two of Swords, Lover's card, which is like the Two of Cups. It's power of emotional choice, power of mental choice. They're like the power of choice, uh, goes across all realms. It's our free will, it's our power of creation, right? And so the laws of 4D, there really is very few laws. There is more energy. Everything is energy. And what we choose, mental energy, what we choose, high vibration, lower vibration, you know, emotional energy, higher, lower, uh, our uh, focus energy, our intention energy is higher, lower, our physical actions have energy behind it of higher, lower. They're like, it's all based on power of choice. And laws are more of a human thing. They're bringing in, like, Pirates of the Caribbean when they go, "What about the pirates code?" Well, it's not so much of a code as more of how does he say it? It's not a pirate's code, it's more of a suggestion. And that's the way they're saying, there's really not any laws in 4D and 5D and above. That's more of a 3D and below laws. That's why when we go into fourth dimension, we start being able to break the laws of the 3D because there are really no laws in the 4D, and above. There's just, um, different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, and we all get to choose. When we go into 5D and higher, we still always have the power of choice, but it's like saying, "Do you want this gummy that's been sitting outside getting eaten by ants, and it's been out there for 3 years? Do you want that, or do you want this brand new banana split that has, all the sprinkles and this big thing that's fresh and, is all there? Which would you like?" And they're like, "It's really not a hard choice when we experience higher vibration love energy compared to lower vibration." They're just like, "Uh, you know, it's really no choice. There's no comparison, right?" And so, yeah, we're gonna choose this other one, right? But, um, for the sake of understanding the contrast, that's why we choose the disgusting gummy bear of lower vibration. As humans, we come down to experience that going, "What if, I am this, I am the banana split, but let me experience what a gummy feels like, this gummy that's been pecked on by ants and everything," right? So I like that. Hopefully that makes sense. And then what does spirit want you to do in regards to your gifts there? Yeah, let it go. Death and rebirth, right? Not the end, just a very dramatic rebranding. Transformation, release, aesthetic closure. Yeah. And I feel like, you know, let go of trying, let go of helping people and be. Don't try to help people be love, and then that is what helps people. Interesting. And then helping others to heal in that dimension. Yeah, I like this. Four of Swords is letting go of expectations, give it a rest. Three of Pentacles, create, be true to your authentic self. Everyone, um, no one needs to heal. Oh yeah, and they got the Hanged Man. Transformation, seeing things from a different perspective here too. So, like in the fourth dimension and all that, it's when we think something's broken, then we feel like it needs to be healed. When we realize it's like if someone's doing this is what they're showing me with that Three of Pentacles. You're walking by someone and they're creating, what's the art that's all over the place? It's not a portrait or whatever, it's, abstract art, right? You see someone doing abstract art and you're like, "No, no, no. Uh, Here, let me help you fix that. That's not right." And it's like, "No, no, everyone is creating things." There is this, yeah, mosaic can be it too. They I have a story I wrote, a little short story called Artsy Fartsy, and it talks about when we're in this, art class and we're painting and we look over and this person's doing clay and we're like, "What are they doing?" And we look over here, this person's doing woodwork and the person next to them is doing stuff with metal and someone's over there just doing interpretive dance and we're like, "Oh my god, you guys, this is a painting class. You need to be painting or you're gonna get in trouble, you know? You're gonna get an F, you're gonna fail if you don't do what is instructed." And they're like, "No, it's a clay class." I'm like, "No, it's a woodwork class." "No, it's an interpretive dance class." "No," and then everyone's arguing about what should be how everyone should be creating, and then a teacher comes over and they're like, "What's going on over here?" And they're like, "Well, tell them, 'cause I feel like they're gonna fail if they aren't doing things right. This is a painting class." And the teacher very gently goes, "Well, just to clarify, there is no grade in this class. It's just a class that we offer for expression, and it's really not a painting class. It's a express yourself however you want." And that's what everyone is doing. So everyone is doing it correctly. There's no wrong way, just different ways. And and then that takes the pressure off of everyone trying to outdo one another and trying to do it right or there's a wrong way. And I feel like they're kind of saying here is that there is no healing that needs to be done. We are just in the process in this dimension of burning away that which is not us that we took on when we were born into this world, because we come in as these perfect beings and then we're given all these kind of paper mache strips going, "This is who you are. No, be this. No, you need to be this. You have to be this. You have to be this." And we just don't know any better. We're just putting it on. Before we know it, we look like we had a skiing accident and we're just all like a mummy. You can just see our eyes and our nostrils and our mouth so we can eat and our fingers are sticking out. And and then we get tired of feeling the constriction and we start busting out of it and we start ripping it away and burning away that which is not us. So we have a more clear picture of who we are. But inside, we're still already perfectly us. We're just changing our perceptions. And so there's no like healing that has to be done. There's just transformation that we get to go through and letting what's not us fall away so we can be more uh, clearer, have a clearer picture of who we are. But we come down here for those experiences so they're not wrong and we don't have to fix anything. It's just about being. And trying to fix things is part of our journey to experience what it feels like when we can't fix things, because everyone has their own power of choice and we can't make them become what we think they should be. It's releasing and it's an amazing energy. So hopefully that I made uh things clear how they were trying to present it. Right. That's number 2. Let's look at number 3 here. What magnetic blessings are coming to you over the next 2 weeks? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So you've got the 8 of Pentacles. I like that. So all this work, the blood, the sweat, the tears you've been putting in, you do get the reward. You start to see the fruits of your labor just come in and come in and come in and more and more and more. It's like you plant an apple tree and one morning, there's the blossom. Oh, how beautiful. And then the next day, oh, there's an apple. The next day, there's 5 apples. The next day, there's 15. Next day, there's 50. It just keeps wow, and then you have this full tree full of apples, and you're just like, "Wow." Abundance kind of energy that comes in here. You have the 3 of cups, so next 2 weeks, you do have a little bit of joy, and celebration coming in here. So, I feel like that's the card we got for Jake. So, I like that celebration, um, and sharing some joy. So, I do feel like that's in the next 2 weeks, which would be right. That'd be right around the time we had talked about originally, them coming around the mountain. You got the 4 of cups and the ace of pentacles. Yeah, I like this. This something that felt kind of stagnant, you're having action and abundance come in here, a new start. I like that, and this does feel, uh, I feel like this is really related to Jake with this 3 of cups right next to it. But I feel like it ignites more. I feel like it's that plus, um, action. What is this other one here? Yeah, well, you got the 6 of cups. Here's the return energy. The return. Yeah, all these 3, but I feel like there's also some engagement in him with the business, energy kind of feels like that's coming in here too, that he comes in and he wants to help out and do some things a little bit, um, not a ton, so no expectations, right? But I feel like those are some of the blessings that are coming your way. How does spirit want to use you as their instrument at this time? I love that. So let's take a look here. Dump that. Don't want those. Anything else? Well, it's interesting on the bottom, you do have the 6 of cups with the sun card coming in here. Feels like the go right now, a big piece of the underlying energy is just, um, shining a light on the reunion with the 6 of cups energy that's coming in here. You have the 7 of wands, yeah. And I like this. What is this? Be seen. Oh, and the sun card too, yeah. And the king of wands, yeah. So I like this. All this sun energy, as well is being true to yourself, right? The sun card, the 7 of wands, a lot of that I look at the same, which is just shine right bright, be Lauren of light. Just shine bright, be you. Kinda going back to that previous question in a way, right? It's your biggest instrument is what you are, which is love, unconditional love, and when you are that, the answer to every question is love, so be the answer to every question and be love, and that's all the universe and spirit is, our our purpose of coming down here is to have fun and joy and to express ourselves and to understand ourselves. And they're like, "Experience, joy, it's not work, we didn't come down here as on a work release program. We're here to play on a playground, not to, you know, be used and feel like we have to perform." If we put on a performance because we want to be, because it's fun and we like being entertaining to the to the creator and the universe and the world, right? But this is about being true to you. Just shine bright. Get out of our head. The King of Wands is like, get out of our heads into our hearts. What do we want to do from our heart? Make a plan and then let's do it. But it's trying to stay out of our head, which tries to make us control things and try to make things happen and try to make other people do what we think they need to do and make the world what we think, you know, the world reality has to match this picture. Fail. It never does. And so this is about live from your heart and just be bright, that that's the only thing, like we're talking about before, right? You said so profound, right? You can't change anything, um, by trying. We change things by being love, and that's it. Simple. It's like Jesus, um, he came down and was just love, and he shared that with everyone. A lot of stuff misinterpreted and everything else, but when you get down to the core, it's like, who was this, you know, expression of unconditional love? Jesus, they came down to show people these roles, this judgmental, sacrificial thing. No, love, 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 love creator, love yourself, love others. That's it. Nothing else. That's it. That's the commandment. And he's like, "It's not a commandment. It's about being you, being love." Right. All right. I think I've I've killed that, I've resurrected it, and I've killed it again. Anyway, so that's number 4, and then number 5, what does spirit want you to know about what comes for you during Lionsgate in love, travel, abundance, inspiration, connection? Yeah, beautiful. 8 Lionsgate energy. So what comes for love, travel, abundance, inspiration, and connection? All right. So for love, yeah, I like it. Because we've got the tower, which is upheaval that comes in here. But it's not upheaval between the two of you. This is that tower that we had for him with going on at home. Lionsgate opens up a lot, which makes sense because he's going to be with you during the Lionsgate. It feels like. So big things being moved to make space to align to a new energy for the two of you. Travel, Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, we got a little bit of slow and steady energy with travel. I feel like you're more in place during the Lionsgate. Um, around that. That makes sense too. Abundance, you do have the Lover's card and the King of Swords. So I like this energy. We definitely have this, uh, abundance for love. Sorry, I'm falling off my chair. Abundance of love. And um, the abundance has to do with the story too. The story that we're creating, letting go of expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective. Abundance being reformatted, being rebranded. What does abundance mean? It's being rebranded. Inspiration, you got the Queen of Cups. Yep. So definitely a lot of emotional, intuitive inspiration coming through that, energy. And connection, you've got the Knight of Swords. Yeah, you move fast even when you shouldn't. I love it. A lot of connection, though. A lot of, the Knight of Swords is all about connection and communication, on a mental level, especially. So a lot of that energy that's coming in with that too. So I like it. A lot of good stuff. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here from the art therapy deck. So what else? All right. Got number 56, discovering patterns. So I like it. It's gonna get itchy nose. I feel like I need to sneeze. The goal for the activity is to increase self-reflection. The medium is photography and digital art. Your time commitment, just 15 minutes. This can help you develop your inner knowing, exploring needs and desires, increasing gratitude, and setting intentions. So the instructions are to create a small drawing on paper, photograph the drawing using the patterns function in the editing app. And as you create your patterns, consider patterns in your life, ones you appreciate and those you want to change. Give your patterns titles that reflect these discoveries. So this is kind of what they're saying. You take a picture of this and then use the patterns to get something like that. Your explorative questions. Did you identify patterns in your life? What patterns do you appreciate? Are there any you want to change? What gets in the way of making these changes? And can you think of any small adjustments that you can make today? I like it. All right. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. I like it. Big things coming. Yeah, I feel like there is a little bit of a firestorm heading. I feel like Jake is getting ready to step forward boldly, and try to bridge some gaps and blow up some bridges. That's like the theme. All right. So I know, right? I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So let me catch up on the chat here and we'll get back into it here. So we have these are Lauren and we got Kat Mia. Thank you for your additional donation. I'll add that. It'll be number 11. And here is your question. We'll get that over here. And we've got Unicorn Rainbows. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we have a unicorn right above you. Look at that. So we'll get you here. You'll be number 16 on the free readings once we get to those. And we got Anshuman. Hello, hello. Good to see you. You'll be number 17 on the free list once we get to those there. All right, I like that. No more Moon Man. Oh, you painted a bridge over a river once. Oh, I love it. You're very welcome, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation and all of your love. And I just love how you search after spirit. I love it. I love it. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Back to my, let me see. All right. Let me just make sure I didn't get any of that mushroom on my lips again. Okay. All right. So we will move forward here. So up next, so we got Crystal up next and then Kat Mia times 2. So Crystal, here is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And I got it up over here. So I got your 3 questions. Let's see what we got going on. All right. What is this? Is this the dating game? All right. Bachelor number 1. What are Philip's thoughts of you? Let's take a look here. So Philip's thoughts. And then, okay. And then, so he's generous. He seems nice and he always comes with gifts. Hey. Let's see. Anything else we need to know about Philippe? All right. So, you've got, yeah. So the thoughts here, we have the Hermit card, which I feel like he was alone for quite a bit. And now with the Death card, this Death and Rebirth card, I feel like, feels like he's come alive again, and so he really enjoys, your interactions. And he does, he feels alive. We have the Wheel of Fortune too. So that's the tune of For You, but this is like an energy that his thoughts of you is like he feels like, it's like someone who won the lottery, right? They feel very the fortunate energy. It's like, wow, I'm so lucky. This is um, something that is just very much meant to happen for me in my life. And I love this, energy. And then, wow, another four major arcana, temperance card, which is this, wanting to kind of take things slow, not rush to get to the end of it, but enjoy the journey. So I don't feel like they're in this big go, 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 run to the altar kind of energy. I feel like they're enjoying what is. Card below that, another one. Wow, you got five major arcana. And the not Gemini, Libra Justice, the Justice card, which does roll over the house of relationships and gaining clarity about what they want. So the Temperance card is, understanding what they do want and what they don't want, exploring the relationship just to see, where it ends up. Bottom of the deck, we have the Two of Pentacles too, which is a balancing energy. And that Temperance card is balance. So I feel like they're very excited here about changes. But I feel like they're wanting to take their time to kind of explore, and see what's unfolding, but very much, um, I feel like the big energy, through a lot of this is this Wheel of Fortune, just that they feel very fortunate for what is, and they're focusing on gratitude for what is happening, not so much about rushing forward. So they're kind of living in the moment kind of energy. Again, expressing their gratitude, focusing on gratitude, which is why they show up with gifts. And that's kind of where they're going. They're like just enjoying what's unfolding. I'm not looking too far into the future right now. So looks good. Looks very balanced energy, like I said, with that two pentacles. All right, so that's bachelor number one. Number two, you want Justin's thoughts of you. I still want him. All right, so let's see here. Justin's thoughts here. All right. His energy, he's really stuck in his head with this King of Swords because that's two parts mind energy. So really, he's stuck on a story. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, the High Priestess. So his thoughts of you, witch, I know, right? The High Priestess, mysterious. They feel like you're off, you know, off by yourself, reflecting, doing your own thing. They kind of feel like you are away from them, kind of energy. And hold on just 2 seconds here. I'm gonna sneeze. I felt that coming on for a while. I can breathe again. All right. And it's interesting here because we have the Queen of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions, and in a way I feel like they do feel like you've walked away from them. Um which is an interesting energy. Let's see here. Yeah, we got the Tower and the Moon. Yeah. So there is this energy, you know, um I feel like they have this story that you're the one that walked away from me, and this tower is you being removed out of their life to make space for something more. And so I feel like for some reason they feel like there's something you did that was the reason for the departure. And even though if they are the ones that separated, they have this story in their head that you're the one that did something that created our separation, and that's what they have in their head. And very emotional energy. I mean, you got Queen of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the Moon, all very emotional kind of energies that are there. And and I do feel like it does go back to the first part where you were talking to them about Corey, right? And um and now I feel like they know that you're seeing other people. You must live in a small town because it feels like everyone knows what you're doing and he knows what you're doing. And he kind of feels like, well, you've already moved on kind of energy here. So I feel like that's kind of where they're at with it right now. All right. And let's take a look here at Corey, bachelor number 3. Put these cards back in. All right. And then Corey, what are their thoughts on you? You're still ignoring him. Yeah. I've been working with working and focus on my child and men. That's 3 full-time jobs right there. All right. Let's see here. So what are Corey's thoughts of you? All right. What do we got on the bottom here? Yeah, we have the judgment card here on the bottom. There's still this draw. This is like a pulling energy. They still feel pulled towards you. We got the 5 of swords. They kind of like the conflict. There's something there about, they're conflicted between their head and their heart, but there is something here about, they like the drama kind of that is it's exciting for them. But we've got the Emperor and the Justice card. Again, they're trying to figure out what they want in relationship or not. And the Emperor card is, you know, they're trying to get out of their head and into their heart. But I feel like they're more in their fire. What do we got here? Oh, wow. Yeah. And we got the Tower card here too. And they have the 3 of Pentacles, which is creating something, not alone though. Um, and I kind of feel like they're also, realizing here that, you're seeing multiple people. They still have that pull towards you, but I feel like it's changing more and more because um, they're realizing that they're not unique or special to you. That's the way they perceive it anyway. They're like, wow, you've moved on and moved on again already, kind of energy. Again, that feels like everyone knows what everyone else is doing in your little town. It's like, what? But yeah, they're like, oh, so I see you've already uh, filled up your basket with more roosters, not eggs, more roosters. Interesting. So let's see here. What is your fortune cookie here? You got clay play, sculpture, only a commitment of 5 minutes. Yeah, because you're very busy with all your men's and children. The goal for the activity is to calm through mindfulness. This can help you explore your senses, increasing your mindfulness, relieving stress and promoting relaxation and soothing anxiety. The instructions are to pick 2 colors of clay that will mix together nicely. Combine the colors until a new color is formed. And while kneading them, focus on breathing deeply and noticing how the repetitive motion and kneading action makes you feel. Repeat as desired. Hint, bring some clay with you so you can do this relaxation activity anywhere, anytime. Yeah. Like green and yellow make blue, right? And then the explorative questions are, how do you feel after doing this exercise? During the day, what takes you out of the present moment? What feels stressful? And when could this art practice be most useful in your day? when do you need the most calm, right? All right. So hopefully that helps, Crystal. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Kat Mia, we're circling back around. Thank you for your multiple donations this evening. So here is your next one here. And hey, Ruby G, I'll grab yours here in a moment. You'll be up after Kat Mia here. I got two for Kat Mia. All right. So you're saying here the same intense feeling that you have in your dream, you used to feel it in awake state for a while, but it went to your dream again. How can I feel it in your awake state again? All right, let's take a look here. All right, let's see what we got here. Well, so on the bottom, you do have the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice energy. Interesting. It's how do we feel? We get to choose to feel it, which is it's empowering because every moment we are choosing our emotion. It just doesn't feel like it sometimes because we have defaults. If I'm not consciously choosing my emotion, I'm defaulting to an old emotion based on whatever my mind has been taught. When this happens, this is the story with this emotion. So, whatever emotions I'm feeling, if I'm not consciously choosing, I'm unconsciously defaulting to the one that my mind has been told the most on what that means and the emotional soundtrack that I've attached to it. What that means is that I can choose to be happy any moment. I can choose to be angry if I want, or I can choose to be sad if I want. Those are the three big emotions: joy, joy, sadness, anger. Those are the three root kind of everything else kind of comes from. And I can choose to feel whatever one I want on the drop of a hat. It's this learning that I can choose it, just like if I have, this rock or this rock. It's like, which one am I gonna choose? I choose this one. That feeling of choosing, I can choose my emotions with too. And so this intense feeling you have in your dream, you can just close your eyes, picture the dream, and go, "All right, I wanna feel this. I'm gonna feel this," and boom, here it comes, and you feel that emotion. It's very powerful. Yeah, you have the 9 of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords. So it does say here, get by yourself, the 9 of Pentacles. So step away from all distractions. The Ace of Swords is create in your mind's eye and the situation in which you would feel those intense emotions, because that helps. As soon as we look at the story, the emotional soundtrack that goes with the story starts to play, right? So it's get still, get away from everything, feel safe, and then go in and access that. What else do you have here? Yeah. And again, you've got the Magician card, the Ace of Wands, which is all about your intention and your energy, that you're the one that gets to create it. You're the powerful one. The Justice card, too, is balancing uh, our mind because it is Libra energy. It is about seeing things from a higher perspective and getting out of the restrictive energy because you've got the Ace of Swords and the Justice card. I just feel like they're saying, reiterating it here, that how you do it is like how we experience life. We picture it here, the story that we think we're seeing, the emotional soundtrack we choose activates with it, and then you're feeling that emotion. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for that. Let's get to your fortune cookie here too. And we got the power of surrender. Yeah, it says surrender your addictions. Let's see what this says here. It says, whether you're addicted to substances, food, people, sex, or overworking, take action to begin to release the addiction and replace it with healthier alternatives. Feel like this energy is like what we're doing, and we kind of go back to your question on your dream. It's like, why am I experiencing all this? Because you're ready to release the old, replace it with something higher vibration, right? So that's the whole reason of the intense feelings, is to release the old, and create a new story around it, right? So I like it, right? And then that's for that one. And then for your third one here, we got 256, 25. Here we are. And again, thank you so much for your multiples here. So, what is the relationship or the relation between you and Kay? Are you a soulmate, a twin flame, or what? Why are you so attached to them so much? All right, let's take a look here. So, for this character you are with this character K in this lifetime, what are you to each other? What relation to each other? Okay, this and this, and why the strong connection, right? All right. Yeah, bottom of the deck, 6 of Cups. You do have past life connections with the 6 of Cups. So right off the bat, and we'll see what you guys are to each other in this lifetime, but you've had other lifetimes together. And so below the surface, you do have this draw, this connection, because you've had multiple lifetimes and you have all that emotional connection, experiential, mental connections, and all that from the past. So we know it's that at the very least, that's there, because you'll have this comfortability, this familiarity with people that you meet that you had past lifetimes with, especially someone that you've had a lot of them with. The energy's really palpable and you can really tell. In this lifetime, you got the King of Cups and the Devil card. There is a bit of energy of definitely mirrors for each other, showing each other, shaking the rattling of the cage with the Devil card, um, to release some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about who someone is supposed to be or should be or need to be or have to be, this dream come true person. You're helping each other realize, oh, where did that come from? That's all made up. That's someone else's opinion. And it's helping you get to your own heart to go find out, what is it that I want? Well, first of all, who am I to myself? And then, you know, who do I want uh, someone to reflect that's in me, this higher vibrational love, right? So definitely that. You got the Nine of Swords and the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, this feels more. We'll find out more about the strong connection, but this feels more like a stepping stone energy. Nine of Swords is facing your fears. Six of Pentacles has to do with your kind of codependency awareness, that your overgivingness, and it's part of this energy of learning about these things about yourself and setting yourself free from them. Um, and why you attach so much besides the past life. I mean, you got the Hanged Man, which is transformative energy. Again, feels very much growing pains. They're helping you release things that don't serve you anymore, and then you're helping them release things too. Got the Chariot card, moon energy, action, power of choice, Four of Pentacles. It's all about your self-worth energy here. And the Ace of Wands. Yeah, I feel like a lot of what you're learning through them is through a lot of friction, a lot of growing pains. But the draw that you have is that Six of Cups, which is that past life connection. But in this lifetime, you guys have chosen to be very strong mirrors. Don't feel twin flame, because I feel like it's just for a little bit. It's a grow, like a stepping stone where you guys can learn from each other, release things, and then you move on to other people in your lives. So I don't feel like it's twin flame where you can't get away from one another. I do have a podcast called, These Your Path, but um, an episode called Fated Love. If you're interested, it's number 13. I just posted it here in the chat. For a direct link to it. But if you go to my playlist, that's listed in the description area or on my main page. Number 13, we talk about fated love and how stepping stones work and how faded versus non-faded and different things what Spirit shared. So if you're interested, you can check that out. All right. But I feel like that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Which is surrender to prayer. Interesting. We'll see what this is here. Give yourself over completely to prayer. When you pray from your heart, you will be heard throughout the universe, and answers and support will arrive. So you got a great group of helpers on the other side. Talk to us. We'll help you with everything. So I like it. All right, my dear, that is what they have. Thank you again for all your donations and many blessings to you. All right. And then Ruby G, I see yours here. Let me get you onto the list here. All right. So thank you for your donation. And we are 302.28. Is for this one here. All right. And you want to know what is up with the X? All right. We'll take a look and see what's going on in their little world, their little snow globe. I don't know why I'm picturing that, but it's like they're in this own little bubble, having this own little independent weather with their life getting shaken up. Who knew it could snow during the summer? All right. And then what's up with custody? All right. And how is he feeling about custody? Okay, got that in those. All right. And then what's up with the child support? And how's he feeling about the child support, right? I don't know if we are able to cuss on this channel. No, just kidding. And then what's up with the identity theft and fraud stuff? All right. All right. See what we got going on here. Let me take a quick sip here. I'm going to try drinking from this again. All right. So, first of all, what's going on with him here? Yeah, 5 of Wands and the Ace of Cups. So, definitely the 5 of Wands. There's a firestorm that's happening there. And the Ace of Cups, this is about I do feel like it's an emotional beginning of something, or there was supposed to be an emotional beginning. So I do feel like that thought they were interested, that someone was interested in them, but it didn't pan out. It crumbled. This is the firestorm around that. They got that going on. And then, wow, talk about, so the 5 of Wands is drama energy, right? As I said, their little snow globe is being shaken up. And you got the Tower card too with this 9 of Wands. They're really trying to remove what this feeling of restriction, like they're having a feeling trapped, feeling restricted, and they're really trying to focus on trying to get past whatever barrier they're experiencing. I feel like that's separate from the love stuff, but I just feel like they definitely feel like all the walls are closing in kind of energy, and they feel like their life is getting hit by lightning bolts. And so they're trying not to think about stuff, trying to keep themselves distracted a bit. All right. And then what's up with custody is the first one here. Custody, we got the 3 of Wands. Yeah, it definitely seems here with new information. It does look like things take a different direction. I do feel like the way they had decided everything before, a lot of new information is going to be coming in. Clarity on lying to the court, also on ability to maybe pay child support, right? So there is this energy coming in. And then what is he feeling about custody? Yeah. Well, he's got this strength card, like, I can do this. I'm gonna get equal, custody, or try to get it, lopsided toward me. They have this false sense of security with this Leo, strength card energy. I'm still want to fight for it kind of energy that's coming in here. Um, yeah, I mean, he kind of because I feel like he understands here. I mean, when you look at your guys' life, right? You got the 2 of Cups, so you have this solid partnership. You actually are married. Um, you have the Queen of Pentacles. You guys have money and abundance and stability. And the Star card, it's almost like a dream come true scenario of, when they're looking at in comparison between the 2, yours is more ideal of a situation than with him. If they were gonna choose between one or the other, in place of joint custody. So I feel like he really has to be like, he feels he has to be confident and has to really roar and be this loud lion to be able to try to get everyone convinced that he's dangerous. And until he roars and you see that the big teeth are taken out, you're like, you have no teeth. You make a lot of noise, but you have no teeth in energy. And then what's up with child support? You got the Hanged Man and the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, there's transformation, there's change coming in here. So, there is going to be uh, a reckoning that comes in with this because, you know, the Hanged Man is about seeing things from a different perspective. It is a transformation energy. But in the end, the 10 of Pentacles, you're either going to get money or you're going to get a child. It's a win-win for you in either case, right? So there you go. What his feelings are about the child support, yeah, he has this idea that I'm going to change this. I'm going to turn this around. The 10 of Wands. I'm going to change it from burden to gratitude. I'm going to do something about this. Again, this false sense of if I give up, then I'm going to give up on everything kind of energy. Yeah. And here it goes, the 2 of Wands. I'm going to try to do things. I'm trying to make plans to move emotion, the Knight of Cups. So I feel like, you know, that he's going to try to rile things up because he'll either try to act sad or if that doesn't work, then he goes to bullying. And he generally doesn't spend a whole time acting sad. This might be one of the rare occasions because he's like, it can't hurt. Maybe I can pull on your heartstrings and oh, I want to be with my son and can't you do something? Why would you want to tear a child away from their father? And you're like, do you want me to reply to that alphabetically or numerically or historically? Why I want him to be with me? He's like, well, I don't get any compassion there. No, you don't. Then they goes to bullying, then rejection. He'll do the manipulation stuff, right? And then what's up with the identity theft fraud stuff? You have the Ace of Swords, more discovery coming, seeing more clarity is kind of coming in with that. So I feel like there's more to be seen there. It's a positive clarity that's coming in. Anything else? Yeah, we have the Devil card, which is Capricorn, um, Saturn energy. which is the taskmaster, the revealing of things that he brings into. So, revelations of addictions too kind of come around that. Um, so I feel like there's a lot of stuff coming to the surface here, a lot of clarity coming. Of course, we don't need to talk about energy, right? Because it's all about um, doing what I can't change any of that. I can only change what I draw in for me, right? And so the more you focus on your own energy and how do I feel? What am I doing? What am I focusing on? I can't change any of things that choices he's making, only the choices that I'm making, right? Oh, well, and your fortune cookie is the envy monster. 30 minutes, a time commitment, sculpture, and the goal for this activity is to get to know your desires and set intentions. This may help with addressing inner conflict, expressing your needs and voice, giving yourself guidance, regulating emotions, and soothing anxiety. The instructions are: use clay to create a representation of your jealousy or envy in monster form, or in this case, what you let it represent what you feel is the jealousy or envy of them towards you, right? In a way, it's a gratitude. What are they jealous of me? What's happening in my life that they would be jealous of what's happening in my life? And you're like, wow, here's the gratitude list, right? Then ask the little monster why they want what they are envious of. Keep asking until you get to the root. If desired, follow the package directions to bake and persevere the sculpture. In this case, here's an example. They're creating what it looks like. The green monster. That's funny. Explorative questions. Did you learn something about things that you're envious of? And I kind of like this that they're putting a spin or what that you are grateful for as well. Could what you are envious or jealous of be a representation of a deeper desire? Again, flip this on, understand it for yourself, and then flip it on your ex too. Can you use this knowledge to guide you toward what you really want? And what step could you take today? Interesting, right? But I feel like this is more focused in on their envy, but is there anything you're envious of that you maybe aren't aware of, right? Right. So that is what they have for that one for you. And thank you so much. All right. And then Kat Mia, thank you for your additional one here. This will be number 13. Whoops. I just closed it down. Hold on. Try this again. Notes list. Order of readings. All right. Here we go. I knew I hit the wrong button. I hit control instead of shift, and it made it go bye-bye. All right. I have it back up here. And we'll do that here. And then Crystal Ray, you said, thank you so much. Oh, you're very welcome. You just met another man today, too. Girl, what are you learning about all these mirrors, that you're drawing in? Because, I know my personal experience, you keep drawing in, like, this is not you, but we keep drawing in the same individuals because we'll draw in the same mirrors over and over again, showing us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. So we keep on having the same experiences, right? Especially when you got the tower. It's like, oh, is this next one going to have a tower? And the next one's going to have a tower. The next one's going to have a tower until I go, okay, what is it? What am I wanting to learn, through all these things, right? So I love it. All right. So I'm going to take a real quick break here. And I'll be right back, Kat Mia. I need to scoop this stuff off the top here. And I've been on for 3 hours. I need to get some circulation. But I'll be right back. And then I will jump into yours and finish that up. And then if there's no other donations, we'll start free readings too. So I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Thank you so much. Much better. I think I can drink that now without ending up with a little mushroom mustache across my lips here. Plug in my tablet here. There we go. All right. So thank you so much. And Katmia. All right. So this one we got 31914 is for number 4 for you. And you want to know, what is your life path, like your individual life path? Let's take a look here. What would they like you to know about your individual life path? All right, thank you. Anything else? All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Wands energy. So, the King of Wands energy does bring in 2 things. One, it represents like your higher self. I don't often bring that in, but they're bringing that in for this. Because when we're talking about, what is my individual life path? And this is just one expression of many that you're living in multiple universes and dimensions. And even on this planet, you're an animal somewhere and you're a plant somewhere and you're having all these amazing, expressions and experiences that come in with all this, right? And Um, the other thing that comes in with that is that, you know, we're not really on this, specific path. If you check out I shared the, Fated Love, it shows our life paths and how we're perfect mountains, the king of ones, right? We're perfect mountains already on the other side, and we have lower vibration, and all these expressions that we have are to experience who we are, to be able to see who we are by experiencing what we're not, or walking around the mountain at different elevations to be able to map it, who we are, and explore who we are. And that's what we do. We come down here to experience. All of our life paths are to experience ourselves at different levels, different vibrations, different vantage points, right? And so, it's good to know that, because we can get caught up in, oh, there's something specific I'm supposed to learn and do and da 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 da. But we're eternal beings, eternal. Like, we never die. We never end. We can have as many lifetimes and expressions and experiences that we want. We're gonna experience everything at some point. There's no rush, which, when we look at your other cards here, we got Temperance. There's no rush. It's alchemy. We're transforming. We're seeing what magic is created. You got the Magician too, which is your higher self being a conduit. We're a conduit for our higher self. We're bringing through that love energy through us and out into the world, and we're experiencing everything. You even have the Five of Wands, which is the energy of change and transformation and understanding and growth. We're growing our understanding. We're growing our awareness, understanding ourselves more. This is all this energy. We have a bunch of stepping stones, stepping through life. So much of humanity is temporary, and so there's not a whole lot of permanency except our experiences. We get to take all that in, but everything else kind of, you know, changes back to energy, as everything is energy, right? So hopefully that kind of helps here. You have the Ten of Wands, which is your power of your energy and being aware of where you're focusing your energy. With the King of Wands on the bottom, one of the things so it's something that, so many souls on the other side that we know that go back to the other side, they're like, "Oh God, if we could just get, one thing through all humans so they can be aware is your energy is what creates your life. Whatever we're focusing on through our human being, the the mental choices we're making, the energetic, the mental energy. Am I focusing on higher vibration or lower vibration, right? And my emotions, are they higher or lower? Is my energy and my focus and my physical actions, is that from a place of higher or lower vibration? Fears or unconditional love, kind of the simplifying it. And whatever we're focused on is what we're growing and expanding and what we're drawing towards us. And so if we can be as consciously living in the moment and focus in our energy, we're going to change things. And so it's not about a destination, because it's all about exploring. It's all about experience. There's no end. Um, there's just adventure. And when we look at that, life changes from feeling like, oh God, it's a burden that needs to be solved and completed, to something that gets to be enjoyed. That's what we're here for. Our greatest, one of our life paths, one of our purposes here besides experiencing is to have fun and to have joy. That's our natural state, as the King of Wands, as our higher self. Our natural state is unconditional love and joy, laughter, peace, play, gratitude. It's what we're made out of. What else here? You got the Three of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Knowing that everything in life is happening for you, How would you change direction now when you realize you don't have to do anything? You don't have to achieve anything. There's no fail. There's eternity to experience. What would you do differently with your life now? That's their question for you. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. I know this is a hard one. Surrender stubbornness. I'm a fixed sign, so I understand this. If you're tensing up or taking a rigid stance about something, gently observe yourself and become more yielding. This will help you communicate more lovingly with others and yourself. I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for the multiple donations. All right. So I think I am all caught up on donations. So we'll head into free readings here in a moment. Cheers, cheers. Oh, yeah. Yum, yum. All right. Let me just make sure. I think there's still some mushroom in there. Not as much as it was, though. That's good. All right. We got Debbie O. 32708. It's up first for the first free reading. And I did have a wonderful day. Hope you had a wonderful day Friday. And whatever comes, what does Spirit want you to know? Let's take a look here. All right. Got the Hanged Man and the Five of Swords. I like this. The Hangman. Not stuck, just hanging out, possibly enlightened, definitely over it. And the Five of Swords, when winning doesn't feel like winning. Yeah. So you're definitely with the Hanged Man. This is your transformation from caterpillar to butterfly, seeing things from a different perspective. And the Five of Swords, is an energy, of course, the conflict energy between head and heart. But I feel like what's unfolding here next as part of your transformation is, and this is kind of like a homework assignment, right? And you're doing so much, inner work, so you don't have to do this if you don't want. But they're like, if you think of just one conflict that you had, just with one specific conflict, and ask yourself two questions. They're saying, what in that situation, what do you think they were fearing? Why were they being attacking and defensive, right? What were they fearing? And write that out, right? Write it down, think it, write it out because it's important to actually do it, not just, oh, they're probably this. I mean, really write down and connect with. This is part of your developing your intuition too and your empathic abilities. You're stepping into them in the moment, going, what were they afraid of? Why do I feel like they were in fight mode? And then, of course, after that, then you ask yourself the same question, right? What was I fearing? Why was I in fight mode? Because whenever there's conflict, especially if it's an argument, then there's something I'm fearing, or they're fighting, right? Hissing, and we're pulling inward, right? So that's still conflict energy. It doesn't have to be an argument because it can be someone getting upset and us shrinking. What am I afraid of? What were they afraid of in energy? So I like that for you. So if you so choose, you can look at that. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Butterfly 33011. So, Butterfly, thank you so much again for all of your assistance in the chat. And I did have a good day. Hope you had a good day as well. And you want a message, please? Let's take a look here. Happy Friday. So, what does Spirit want you to know right now? Got the King of Swords and the Eight of Cups. I feel like there is some clarity coming in here for you. The King of Swords offers you that with this Ace of Swords. They're the storyteller here. Because the Eight of Cups, of course, is about walking away from, a relationship or emotion that doesn't serve anymore. I feel like it's more a relationship with someone. It doesn't have to be like, um, a romantic one or anything like that. It can be friend, family, whatever. But I feel like they're bringing you this clarity that you have this belief, "Oh, you're always supposed to put up with your sister or sibling or mom or dad or whoever, and you just have to," And it's like, "No, you don't," It's like the "Let Them" theory by Mel Robbins. You can let them be who they are, you can't change them. You can just love them, but you can then let me is the second part of the "let them" theory, is then let me choose what I'm gonna do with that information. They're this, I can't change that, but what am I gonna do about that regarding my life? Less time, walk away, back off, love, love, love them, what am I wanting to do? And there's definitely this energy coming in here of, getting past this belief that I'm supposed to put up with it. I'm supposed to, you know, not back away. I'm supposed to just always give 80, 90% of the energy into the relationship and they can just give 10 to 20. I am going to be the life support of the relationship. And you're like, why? What's the expectation? What's the fear there? So I feel like it's a good either a confirmation of something you've already done or encouragement for you to, step forward and do something you've been thinking about. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right, we got Alexis in the house. Hey, happy birthday to you. Yeah, we'll get you on. You'll be number 18 on the free reading list. So we will check around. So happy birthday. All right. And then we've got Kritika Sayani at 3:33:03. Look at all those threes. So Kritika, here's your timestamp. And you want to know what's coming in the connection between you and Anavesh. All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, we do have that. And these, you've got the King of Wands and the Lover's card. Well, I feel like, the Lover's card, of course, is a relationship energy and, that kind of um, intention. The King of Wands is um, trying to decide what they want to do. The King of Wands is like they're clearing the throne room of all the noise, all the supposed tos, all the, thinking, and they're trying to get into their heart to figure out what they want to do. Then they make a plan and then they, move forward. So I feel like they're trying to decide what they want in their relationship or not, or if they want a relationship or not. And um, the Lover's card is also power of emotional choice. And this is them trying to get out of their head into their heart so they can choose what they want, then make a plan and take action. But I feel like they're in that in between, trying to figure out what they are wanting, right? What what is and what they would want something to be. And so kind of this in between energy is kind of where I feel they're at, trying to see what choice they want to make. I feel like they're getting closer to one, but I kind of feel like they go back and forth a bit because trying to please other people. That's when they get into their head, trying to do what everyone else thinks that they're supposed to do. And they're like, I don't want to disappoint people, but I also, this is my life too. So on this hand, but oh yeah, but I feel like they're just going back and forth kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Kritika, that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we've got Bay. You are up 3:35:22 is for yours. Boom, boom. Hope I did it right. And will this anxiety go away for good that you've been feeling like this for months? Now everything you see online affects you sometimes. You feel like you're in danger. Yeah, I get it, you know. We're in a giant amusement park full of fear rides for sure. So the more we stand in line for those fear rides, the more anxiety we get, right? So let's see what spirit has here for you. What advice or, you know, would they have here? So you got the devil card, yeah. So the devil card, this is our source of our anxieties. Let's see what else we got here too. You got temperance and the three of swords. Yeah, kind of all this, the devil card and the three of swords is kind of the same energies. And you've got the temperance card, which is eventually it goes away, but with this three of swords and the devil card, this is all about long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that something out here shouldn't be happening. And when the picture in our mind doesn't match reality, we freak out. Our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable, and that's where anxiety comes from. This is your what feels like your heart, a prick in your heart. Anxiety, anxiety, fear, fear, fear. And what happens with all of that is if we don't look at the trigger, what's triggering, then it will keep triggering. If we keep looking at things that trigger us, we can't deal with our triggers because we keep triggering. So, what they would say here, because anxiety will continue as long as you feel in danger, your inner child feeling unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable. So you have to do things um, to do that, right? To help them feel safe, help them feel in control, help them feel comfortable. And what we do first is like if looking online affects you, then whatever you watch, be aware of what you're consuming with your eyes, your ears, your nose, your mouth, and touch too. But with the anxiety, it's usually what we're seeing and what we're hearing. And it's like consciously choose to be, looking at, I'm going to watch things and focus on things that calm me, that reassure me. And those things are, turning inward and upward to the eternal unconditional love. And then we can understand, why do I feel in danger? What do I feel is dangerous and why? And, and so we start questioning our fears, we start removing the triggers. But the more we focus on our fears, the more we focus on anxiety, the more we focus on lower vibrational, the bigger it grows. So we don't spend 100% of our time working on our shadow, or I call it freedom work. We focus in 80, 90% focus on gratitude, unconditional love, and joy and laughter and peace and play, and 10 to 20% on our freedom work, on removing things. So we can transform from anxiety and from those things when we start focusing in on the higher vibrational more often. We draw more of that, and that grows in our life. And then we look and we dismantle some of these fears, especially the ones that are daily going, hey, 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 you know, do we fear death? What's going on with that? Um, and we talk a lot about this in my free podcast, The Easier Path. And that's free and that's uplifting. that that may not create anxiety, but if you look at the playlist is down in the description area, or if you go to my main page, click on my name, it'll be at the top, The Easier Path. And so some of those things can happen, but um you are drawing anxiety in our life because we're focusing in on our fears, and the more we focus in on something, the more it grows, and then we focus more in on it and it grows, right? We have to stop the cycle, and gratitude is a great way to do that. Gratitude journal, something that we're focusing in on, at least start with just one thing I'm grateful for, and then find another, and then find another, etc. All right. So that's what they got for you, Bay. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. You're definitely not alone. There's a lot of opportunities for that out in the outside world, I know. Right. All right. And we've got Langland. Hello, hello. The list is not done. Did you want a general reading or did you have a specific question? Let me know. I'll get you on here. You're number 19 on the free reading list. And then Carly Ann. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you. You'll be number 20 on the free reading list here. And we got Play the Spaghetti as well. You'll be number 21. You just want to know your current energies for you, right? All right. So we'll continue on here. We're on number 5 for the free readings here. You're welcome. And if anyone wants to be moved prioritized, a donation of any kind does bring you to the front of the line. And we dive a little deeper for those too, just so you know. Free readings are just 1 to 2 cards usually. All right. So Steffi, you're up 34151. There we are. And you want to know, is Eleni going to stop with her spiritual attacks? She's been doing magic for years, and I've even been to hospitals, and they don't find anything. I just know is her. She's been making you feel this and cancer. All right. Yeah, we'll take a look at this here for you. Of course, disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional of any kind. You see the disclaimer down below. Tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes. So just whenever we mention anything medical, we just kind of have to mention that here in the United States. All right. So you have the 6 of Pentacles and the 4 of Cups. So, the 4 of Cups and the 6 of Pentacles, very balanced energy, both in the physical world and the emotional world. Now, I feel like they're bringing in this energy. Hey, Kita. We've got this energy of realizing that no one has power over our lives. The way the world, our how we're designed as our spiritual beings, and even as these human expressions on the planet, no one gets to impact us except for us. That's our power. Our power, you probably heard it called free will, our power of choice. We're the ones that get to choose the stories, the emotions, the energy, and the actions, right? Now, when people talk about black magic and curses and different things like that, people are, oh, it worked. This person, they put a curse on me and it happened. And it's like, it only impacts us if we are the ones that give it the energy to impact us and permission, right? And what that looks like is someone walks up to me and says, Brother Z, you're going to get sick and I'm putting a curse on you, right? And if I'm like, oh God, I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. Me saying I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. And my energy, my fear energy of I'm going to get sick draws sickness to me, right? If they walk up to me and say the same thing and I go, oh, boo, 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 aren't you cute? And I don't, because I personally don't believe in that. And I know that is not true. This is what spirit has shown me. So I'm like, you can't harm me. You can't curse me. You can pick up a stick and hit me in the head. You can hit me physically, you know, but you can't energetically put a curse on me and all this. If they do, the energy it's like when we were a child, right? I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. That's the way energy works. Whatever energy I'm putting out, if I'm cursing someone, I'm actually inviting that back on me. Um, so no one can impact us if I don't allow it. And so, when people are like, they can't find anything and there's something wrong with me, it must be her. We're empowering this belief that they're making me sick, right? when we correct that within us and we see things from a capital T truth, that they can't harm me, that my fear is what is bringing me my um, dis-ease, and when I switch that and I move from my fear and from these, you know, beliefs in lack and need and want and lower vibration, when I start focusing in on higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and gratitude and peace, and especially gratitude, what I'm grateful for in my life, then there's this wonderful change that happens. My body, instead of me fighting against it, because when I'm in fear, my body goes into fight or flight mode. If you check the, you know, what fight or flight is, when we're in fear, our body shuts down, number one, the immune system, which fights off cancer. So when we're in fear, we're not allowing our body to be the beautiful miracle working self-healing machines that it is, that naturally fights off cancer. Um, and uh, so and it also shuts down our digestion and floods our body with a lot of chemicals and different things too, right? So when we move out of fear into higher vibration, then our body gets to be running and it fights things off and we become self-healing machines. Beautiful creations, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit there. I do have a great podcast called The Easier Path too. It's free. The link is down below. Can give you some more guidance around things like this too. Um, and it's all free. So if you want to check out the description box for that. All right. So many blessings, Steffi. Hang in there. Then Ankita, I see your free question. Let me grab that here. And you'll be number 22 on the free reading list. I think I'm all caught up. Yep. All right. So we'll continue on here. So we've got musical beer at 3:47:50. There is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And why is the guy not sending your mom the paperwork she keeps asking for? Is he doing it on purpose or does he really keep forgetting about it? All right, let's take a look here. So why, oh, why is he not doing this? We got the 8 of Wands and the 6 of Swords and the 4 of Swords. Wow, 4, 6, 8 energy here. Yeah, it doesn't feel intentional. It feels here like the 4 of Swords is like, you know, this resting energy. They've got this 8 of Wands, which is a ton of things going on. Go, 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 busy, 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 busy energy. And the 6 of Swords, though, is, you know, is letting, you know, letting some old things go, you know, focusing on new things. It is movement energy. All this 4, 6, 8 is movement energy. Um, Something that we can do, because everything is always happening for us, right? So, you know, there is always, yeah, here's this little moth flying around. Is the expectations moth. Whenever I get like a flying little creature flying around me, it's my reminder, like gnats and little moths and stuff. Expectations. The expectation is that moth shouldn't be in here, but obviously it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in here, right? So this delay of sending the paperwork is for your mom, is for you. And as you, instead of focusing in on like what they're not doing, if we focus on the gratitude for what they are doing and surrender, then action happens. But when we're trying to control things outside of our control, that will push things further away. When we come back to focusing on what we are have happening instead of what is not happening, that opens and allows things to flow more easily toward us. So I don't feel like he's doing it intentionally, but there is intention behind it from the universe, um, for us, because we're wanting to learn this, and our energy is drawing in delay, drawing in lack, and we can trust that, you know, when we surrender and let go of trying to control things that are outside of our control, then we feel more peaceful and we allow things to flow in, and then they do. And this is good training ground for more things to come later where we don't worry about it. Like I used to really like whenever I ordered a package, or and someone gives me an expectation, an ETA, right? Expected time of arrival, and then would get delayed, and I would see that it's not going to arrive when they said it. It would bug me so bad because I had this idea. You gave me an ETA and I wanted it. Now I'm disappointed, and now this and that, and I had such things, bizarre things that happened where a package that was a city away ended up getting sent out of state, going across the country, delayed, blah, 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 finally showing up when and it disappeared. The package, became missing, and then I'm like, "All right." I learned to let go, and as soon as I let go, the next day it showed up at my door, which is, amazing, isn't it? So, uh, that's what they got for you. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. So, Carly Ann, thank you for your donation. Is this you wanting to take your free reading and prioritize it? Or are you gonna have an additional question for your donation? Just to make sure I don't assume. So cheers, cheers. Let me know and I will act on that. Either way, we'll get you on the donation list here. You'll be up next. All right, excellent. So I'll give that a love and a like. Let me do that. I'll take you off the free reading list here. Boom, boom. So thank you so much for your donation. And get that up there. Let me just move these others up. Come on, mouse. Work with me, not against me here. All right. So let me just move that. We'll just manually change this to 20, 21. Whoops. And add 22 back on the list here. All right. We are good. So, Carly, your timestamp is 3:53:07. Thank you so much for your donation. There we go. And so you want clarity on confusing situations or hidden truths within your relationship and or partner. All right. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. What does Spirit want you to know around these here? That one and that one. Do this one. And these as well. All right. We'll see what we got going on here. Oh, yeah. Bottom of the deck, you do have the moon. So, yeah, I do feel here when you're talking about hidden things, the moon card does represent that, below the surface, they've got this crawdad or whatever lobster that crawling out of the depths, So there's something to be revealed here. And some hidden things. And we'll find out what these are here. Let me just, they want those. Oh, this is the depths. I get it. All right. So let's see here. Right smack in the middle, we have one card. Yeah. So we have the Tower card that's coming in here in the middle. Now, the Tower card does bring in a message that, everything is brought into our life on purpose for a purpose. And things are also removed out of our life on purpose for a purpose. And when that happens, when the tower comes in and blasts away something, it's to create space for something that's more in alignment with our energy to clear the pathway for us to move forward. So, if someone's walking away, if someone leaves, it is for us, even though at the time we're kind of like really attached to that burning down tower, but it was my tower. I know it was the condemned tower that the roof leaked, the plumbing didn't work, it had rats, and the gas was leaking, but it was my tower, it's what I've always had. Well, after it gets blasted and removed out of our life, and the rubble gets removed, a new tower, in fact, 4 new towers with big walls connect him, and a castle is what replaces it. And if we knew that when the tower was burning down, we would have burned down the tower a long time ago, right? Because 'Cause we're like, "I get a castle with 4 towers? Shut up," right? And when we realize that when things are removed out of our life, it is always to allow an upgrade, then we can kinda go with the flow a little bit in allowing release. So, I feel like that's at the foundation here, because then you've got I mean, really, well, you got 4 towers. You got 2 cards and 2 cards and 2 cards and 2 cards with 1 card under each of them. So here are these solid foundation that's being built for you here. So, um, that's kinda like the start. Now let's look at tower number 1. You got 2 cards for that. You've got the Queen of Pentacles and the 2 of Swords coming in here. Whoops. So the Queen of Pentacles is a mother nature, mother nurture energy. So nurturing yourself energy. The Two of Swords is giving you the power of story. And so I do feel like this particular tower, and this could be a period of time where you were by yourself, where you felt alone, or there was silence, or feeling like things really slowed down, like you know, felt like they were going backwards, they were going so slow. It was giving you an opportunity, or is giving you an opportunity to go, "Why am I putting that story to this situation?" Right? Because we are given growing up a lot of stories of, when this thing out here happens, this is what it's supposed to mean, and then how I'm supposed to feel and how I'm supposed to act and the energy I'm supposed to put into it. But that's an opinion. And when we have the opportunity to go, "You know what? This normally I have it to mean this, which brings all that stuff with it, but I'm going to change the story about what that means about me." We're taught, "Oh, their actions mean something about me." They're like, "No, that's not true. Their actions tell me something about them and what they're going through. Their expression of fear is about their fear, not about my worth. Anything in the outside world doesn't have anything to do with my worth. I decide what my worth is," right? And there's this change of story energy that it's giving you the time to really question about, why am I putting that thing that's happening out there, that action or non-action, that word, those words or the silence, why am I creating a story in here around this? Because everything out there is meaningless until it gets in here, and then we create the story. And if I'm not consciously creating a new story, I'm defaulting to an old story that I was told growing up. And the power of the Two of Swords is I get to choose. When we step into that, there's power. And then underneath that, you have the Three of Wands, which is with new information, I change my path. I change the direction I'm going because I realize I'm the head storyteller in charge of my life. Everyone else can have their own stories for their own life, but I get to choose those for mine. So I feel like, there's reasons why humans do what they do in the outside world and reacting and blah, blah, blah. But this, what they're telling you about, this is the as we have a little moth flying around, expectations. Here, go down there. Go away. um, it's this understanding that behind the scenes, underneath the surface, there's a higher purpose to everything that's happening. So when you're talking about confusing situations, hidden truths, and what am I? Why is this happening? What clarity can I get? There's a higher clarity that they're bringing in, which takes you out of the drama and into seeing things from a capital T truth instead of a small t truth rooted in fear. We have capital T truths rooted in unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, and play, that higher vibration, and, versus small t truths rooted in fear, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, not being lovable, etc. So I feel like that's the first pillar. The second one here, you got the 10 of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. So this is about relationship energy. The 10 of Pentacles is about that physical world, the fullness of that. The Page of Cups is about self-love. Underneath the surface, we do have 6 of Pentacles coming in here. Now, there is this energy here that talks about, it's kind of like codependency awareness energy when we look at the 6 of Pentacles, which I also call the overgiver awareness. Being a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships, I have a thorough resonance with this energy, because what happens with this, and this is the clarity, is um, you know, when we're growing up, like 6 years old and younger, we feel like, I mean, like 7 years old and younger, we give so much and we get so little back, right? Um, because as children, we only have so much to give. So we are like, I'm giving all this, and we feel adults have so much that they can give, and they give us. We feel like the rate of exchange is, I'm giving 1,000 love coins, I'm only getting one back. And we don't question it. We think, well, that must be fair. We're a kid. We don't know any better. It just sinks down into our subconscious. That's the rate of exchange that rules over our life, where we overgive in school and friendships, and then in job and other relationships. Or if we don't question it, it just is running on autopilot below the surface till we consciously bring it up and question it. Well, what that does, when we're an overgiver, we start off going into a relationship as two adults, but it quickly turns into a parent relationship where we're an overgiver. We're mama bird, daddy bird, giving to baby bird, and they want to give back to us. And we're like, no, no, I can't afford that. Because if you give me one, I have to give you 1,000. So let me just earn the one to come back, and don't give to anyone else, only give to me. But they wanna feel that nice feeling of giving as well, and if we won't allow it with our energy, what are they gonna do with it? Well, they're gonna invest it into stuff where they can get this feeling of gratitude, of being able to give. Maybe they overgive at work, become a workaholic, or go to the gym and become a gym person, and or a hobby, or their friends, or affairs is the big thing. 'Cause they will go to someone that's not giving to them, that they can give to, and so that is what kind of ends up happening. They end up going outside. We continue to give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we give and give and give until we're resentful. That's why overgiving codependent relationships don't end too well, because eventually this individual feels like, I can't, if you're not allowing me to give to you, and I can't keep up with your overgiving, then I need to give somewhere else. And then we, of course, like I said, we become exhausted and resentful. There are solutions to this. I have a podcast called The Easier Path, and episode 14 is called Abundance, Where It Be. And I do talk about that out of balance, giving and receiving. I'll just throw it down here. Um, for ease of use, but if you ever need it, the the playlist is down in the description area or on my main page at the top. It's the easier path. So hopefully that brings a little clarity on some things going on with the partner there. Your third, your third pillar is the death card and the lovers, which is either you were thinking of killing your partner, please don't let that be it, or it's the fear of the end of partnership. What's underneath all that here? We got the 2 of Wands. Yeah. So the 2 of Wands energy that comes in, this does talk about whatever we're focusing on, is what grows and expands. And so in a relationship, if I'm focusing in on what I'm grateful for with someone, right, then that grows, right? Especially if we communicate it with them. But just energetically, the two of wands is, oh, I choose higher or lower vibration. I draw those in. That's a theme among everything, right? But when we have expectations, like growing up, we're taught a partnership, a relationship, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, blah, 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 blah. Who are they supposed to be? What they're supposed to do? What they're supposed to bring into the relationship? How it's supposed to start, progress, end up? What it's supposed to bring me? Who I'm supposed to bring in the relationship? Exhausting, right? But we have all those expectations, right? And no matter what we give, we feel like we're in the negative just trying to get up to 0 because that's expectations. Whoops, if all expectations are met, then I'm 0, then success and extra starts happening. The rest of the time, I feel like I'm in the negative, and what happens when we have expectations on someone or situation or even ourselves, we're looking at, "What am I doing? I'm doing that, I'm doing that, I'm doing that. Am I doing that? Oh, no, I'm not." Or are they doing that? No, they're not. Is the relationship bringing me this? No, I'm not. We're focusing on what's not happening, not celebrating what is. When we live in gratitude about what's happening in a relationship, then it grows and expands. And it makes sense because, like, if someone's telling you all day, like, "You're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this," does that make you wanna do more of it or get out of that situation, right? If someone's telling you what they love about what you're doing, does that make you wanna do more of that? Hell yeah, plus more, right? And that's the way it works, with our energy too. Even if we're not communicating these things energetically, that's what we draw in. So, if we feel like a relationship is shrinking, it's because we're focusing in on expectations, what's not happening, and that's sucking the life out of the relationship. When I focus in on gratitude and we are like, well, they need to do it too. Can't control what they're doing. We bring the responsibility back to, if I want this relationship to work and not end, then I create this. And if I have relationships that have ended, what wonderful stepping stones I can look back on and go, "Oh, yeah, I see the patterns that I did of overgiving, push them away, overgiving, push them away, overgiving, push them away." And I'm like, "Wow." And when we can change those, then we stop having those results. We have different results. Then your fourth pillar, you've got the Star card and the Ace of Pentacles. So we got this energy coming in here, and you got the Magician on the bottom here too. And I like all this energy because the star card is like the wishing upon a star, and you have the Ace of Pentacles and the Magician, and this has to do with questioning what, again, expectations of what a dream come true is that long list. As we connect with our sense of worth, that it's not defined by the outside world, that we define it. We're taught relationships, situations, and things define you, but they, with all those things are unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away. Situations never stay the same. Excuse me. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. So, all those things in the outside world, when we define ourselves by them, we feel unstable. We feel all over the place, and they all point us inward to the eternal unconditional love we have on the inside. And when we connect with that and let that be our solid foundation, then that is what allows us to feel full and overflow. And then the outside world moves from feeling like it's lacking to it's above and beyond extra, because what we're looking for is in here. We're the ones that create our life. And then so we reevaluate what this dream come true is. Who gave me this list? We realize it's a scavenger hunt of the outside world trying to find something that's not out there, because we're looking for our own heart. We're looking for eternal, unconditional love. So I feel like that is bringing some clarity on why things are happening and how we can transform them a bit. Um, so hopefully that helps. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too, and see what we have come in here. And of course, like I said, with a podcast, The Easier Path, we talk a lot about relationships in there, a lot of other things, growing spiritual gifts, faded love, like I said, abundance, all sorts of stuff. All right. Your fortune cookie is celebration of strengths. This is about creating a collage, a 45-minute commitment, and the activity is to explore who you are. This can help with building confidence and self-esteem, empowering yourself, increasing gratitude, setting intentions, and soothing anxiety. So the instructions are in the middle of paper, write your name or glue a photo of yourself. Surround your name or photo with images or words that show aspects of yourself that you are proud of. You can also write them, and if desired, use a paintbrush to seal them with decoupage medium. So it kind of can look like that if you can see that down below. And then explorative questions after that are which word or image stands out to you? Are you able to lead with this strength in your day to day? How could your day change if you embodied this strength? And is there a strength not listed that you would like to add to your life? Ooh, I like that. So that's what they have for you, Carly. Hopefully that helps and brought some clarity for you there. But again, thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate that. All right. Let me get caught up on the chat here and we'll continue here. We got Latoya. Hey, Latoya. Good to see you. We'll get you added on to the free list here. You'll be number 22. And we got Maria. Hey, hey. I don't know why I started saying your name like that, but we got you on the free readings for number 23. And I just got a couple PayPal. Are these you? They sure are. 1 and 2 so far here. And so we'll make you here number 15 and 16 on the donations. All right. Take a sip here and we'll dive into your donations. You're up next here. Excuse me. I must have some stuff flying around outside. I started sneezing today. All right. So let us dive in. So Maria, your first one is 4, 13, 43. Look at all those 4 3s and 4 3s there. All right, and that'll be this one here. All right. So let's take a look here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. He said he sounded like her, meaning Adriana, and he calls. Sorry, I got some in my mouth here. Calls HWR by her. All right. Why? So why does he call her? All right, I'll do that. What's coming for you guys next week? He said he truly loves you. Question mark. Will he leave that situation over there? Dark side updates. Message from Wally. All right. So his thoughts and feelings towards you today. Oh, you're very welcome, Carly Ann. Thank you so much. Let me know what you think. We got the High Priestess and the 3 of Wands. And so his feelings towards you today, High Priestess is stepping away, from the chaos of things, looking at things from a higher perspective, um, and seeing what direction we wanna take and what we wanna do. And the 3 of Wands is like a change of path. It's not a away path kind of energy. Like, I'm going in their direction, it's just an evolution. They're trying to gain clarity, see things differently, trying to understand things and alter course accordingly. So nothing, but I feel like big reflective energy. And he said that you sounded like her, meaning Adriana, and then he calls I can't it says HWR. Did you call her by her? I don't know what this means, but you got the 2 of Pentacles, and he's kind of just comparing, he's balancing, and part of this, it just feels like he's looking at the differences and the similarities between the 2 of you because, he's realizing, you know, looking at his patterns. This, you know, high priestess energy has he's really looking at going, "What is this, that I'm, uh look what I have, you, and look what I had and what is in my life over here." And, going, what are the similarities? What are the differences? And kind of look how I've changed. Look what I have. And so it's weighing the scales and I feel like it's more of a, when he said that, it was more of a observation, not a judgment, but just kind of where he's at right now. So what's coming for you guys next week? You got the 5 of Wands. Yeah. So there is an opportunity. You've got this uh fiery energy available. We are in Mercury retrograde, so communication can be strained, and so be aware that there's a chance for a fight, and that's why we like playing cards, right? Because if we're oh yeah, the weather, it's like if you don't know and you go outside, you guys head off wearing shorts and t-shirts, you don't realize it's going to snow. Um, you're going to freeze your bohinies off. But if you realize, oh, the weather next week is going to be this, we can dress appropriately. So energetically, you can dress appropriately and go, oh, there is this energy that makes it easy to have miscommunications. So rather than like we can consciously choose to approach it in a different way and go, oh, wait, that's right. Mercury retrograde, where, there's some energy of, so instead of me jumping to a conclusion, I'm going to ask for clarification in a loving way, da da da. Hey, okay. Can I ask you something? Yeah. When you said this, did you mean something like this or something like this, or what did you mean? And they're like, "Oh, no, 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 I meant this." "Oh, okay." Your life just got saved, right? Their life just got saved. So anyway, that's what's coming in. I feel like it's important what's in to know. He said he truly loves you. Yeah, temperance. Temperance is, even when you feel like things are not moving along, things are moving along. Temperance is, you know, alchemy. It's going back and forth and back and forth, and eventually it turns to gold. So, there is that energy that he does truly love you. And the thing that's coming up within that is even though he's not doing all the things that you feel they're supposed to do, like you expect them to do in order to prove that they love you, doesn't mean he doesn't love you. Just means you have too many expectations. Like we all do, right? We have a lot of like, oh, if someone loves me, da 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 da, da, and they're not doing all that, how could they love me? Because their list is different than yours. So, we can kind of look at that, right? Okay. Will he leave that situation over there? Yeah. We have the judgment card. Here's the angel rising from the dead, calling them away. So there is that calling, that pull to leave there. And based on current energies, he will heed that call eventually. And then the dark side over there, we got the 8 of swords. Yeah, trying to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So there is, you know, that's the dark side energy, feeling trapped and bound, but they're trying to, step out of those things so they can move forward, right? And a message from Wally. Yeah, we got the Wheel of Fortune, and that's the energy of, meeting you. I do feel like I won Powerball. I do feel like our relationship is faded. I do feel like, um, that that meeting you was for me and you're not something that's happening to me. All right. So that's that. Let's see what your power of surrender card comes in here. Okay. And this is surrender worry, which says, make a commitment not to lead an anxiety driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that spirit is guiding you always. I like it. All right. So that's for that one. And let's move into number 2 here. All right. So this is 42157. There we go. And we got this up here. All right. And then tiptoe into your relationship with Wally. All right. Let's take a look here. So, what else is important for you to know about your relationship with Wally? All right. All righty. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Chariot card, which is Cancer moon energy. And it is about the power of choice. And so, like when Wally says he feels like your relationship is faded, it's not. It's not faded because you have in your life, your this particular human lifetime you don't have someone that's just set across your entire path. I talk about this in my Faded Love podcast. If you haven't checked it out here, I'm not going to go into the depths of that here, but if you want more skinny on that, you can check that out. But you don't have like someone stretched across based on choices you make. You can end up with Wally. Other choices you make, you can end up with someone else. You can go way over making choices and end up with someone else. Um, and So this Chariot card is saying that where you go and what you experience is totally up to your choice. Your mental choices every moment, your emotional, your energetic, your physical choices are creating your tomorrows. So I feel like that's an important thing to know. Underlining that, you have the King of Wands. Yeah, and this is about you clearing your throne room, getting out of your head, and you get to decide. Again, this energy combined is you get to decide what it is you want. And then if you do choose Wally, then you make plans and you put energy behind those plans. But if we're wandering, just seeing whatever's unfolding as it's unfolding, that's when we wander. The choices are being made for us instead of us. It's like being on a boat flying across an ocean and you're not the one holding the wheel. The whatever the waves rock or the seagull that comes on and moves the steering, the little wheel. You end up going somewhere. You're like, oh, well, I guess this is where we're going now. When you stand there and you know what you're doing and you're guiding your ship to go where you want to go. So that includes like, choosing to work on communication skills and, you know, um, learning their love language, learning about yourself, letting go of your own mindsets and thoughts and stuff. You doing that stuff is you taking actions to help make your love the highest, and that's the more love you can give and receive too, right? Yeah, and you have the high priestess, which again, that's what Wally's going through. And this is both of these King of Wands and High Priestess, they step away to try to understand their emotions and see things from a different perspective so they can move forward, right? So it's an important time to kind of look at everything. I do feel here you have the Nine of Pentacles, which is an energy of like hermitude in a bit, but it's about one being happy by yourself. Because if you can't be happy by yourself, you can't be happy in a relationship with someone else. Because happiness is in here, and if I'm not happy here, I'm not going to find it out there. Because the outside world is a projection of what's going on inside of me, right? And the Eight of Wands is a lot of messages from spirit. I feel like there's a lot of nudging, a lot of guidance from spirit right now, for you regarding relationship here. And I do feel like, I mean, all of this, the King of Wands, the High Priestess, the Nine of Pentacles is all about having some time to yourself to really understand what it is you want to do and consulting spirit, listening to their messages, understand what's going on in your heart, getting out of your head to see where you want to go in your relationship. Not, it depends on what they want. It's regardless of whatever's going on, what is it that I want? And that's important. Not here, but from here, right? And you have the Lover's card and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah. So there's a solid foundation, in your guys' relationship, even though I know sometimes it feels like it's rocky. But the Four of Pentacles also brings in this, realization. Are you defining your worth by your relationships with others? Because that's where we why we feel we have to control someone and control the relationship is because we're defining our worth by what's going on between us, by what they're doing and not doing, saying and not saying. That defines me. So I need to control that. I need it to match this long list. Otherwise, I feel like I'm a failure, right? Or I feel like what are people going to think? Rejection. What? So I feel like that's an important piece for you for right now. Your fortune cookie is surrender to the wisdom of your body, which says listen to your body's messages about a person or a situation. If you feel physically drained or uncomfortable, then be cautious. If you're energized and happy, then move forward. It's a good litmus test for your relationship. How do you feel? Uh-oh. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your dual donations. And like I said, you're number 23 on the free readings when we eventually head in that direction. All right. And so we got a couple here. We got Twin Flame in the house and Samantha. Hey, Samantha, good to see you. Hello, hello. So Twin Flame, I see your 2 donations. You'll be up next. You'll be number 17 and 18 here. If I can type, that would be really good. That would help the process here. All right. My goodness. Okay. I think I'm back on track now. All right. Okay. Got one down. Let me get that one here. Hello, hello. And then number 2. There we go. All right. I don't think I skipped anyone else. Nope, nope. All right. So we will continue. So Twin Flame, we're at 4:30:08 for you. Here is your first timestamp. All right, and you wanna know, what did Christopher feel and think of you? Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So Christopher's feelings first. Let those two too, all right? And then their thoughts. Anything else? Any of those? Yeah, I feel like they must be a big feeler. We got 5 for feelings and 2 for thinkings. Um, we'll see what this is about. We got the 3 of wands as the bottom energy, which is with new information, they're taking, a different direction than they thought they would. We'll see if that's towards you or away from or just different, and we'll see what that is. Let's look at their thoughts first. So we do have the Emperor and the Fool card. So thinking energy here, I feel like they're still kind of undecided with the Emperor. They want more information, so they're wanting to gather, the mind is wanting to gather more information. And the Fool card is about a beginning of a new adventure. So I want to find out more. I want to gather more. I'm interested in more about who you are, kind of energy. Um, and I kind of want to go forward without any expectations yet, kind of energy coming in, right? Oh, yeah. So I do feel like there is this needing to know more energy, and that makes sense with the 3 of wands. Maybe they're taking a slower approach than they thought they would, but I feel like they're still curious with this Fool card. Just no expectations, no intentions, just, I'll get to know you kind of energy. Now the heart, let's see what the heart says here. Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles. So the heart thought, "Wow," kind of energy. It's a big, uh, beneficial kind of energy. Queen of Swords. Yeah, the heart was like, "Wow, I really like you." And Queen of Swords is a beautiful balance, between emotion and mind, and the heart's like, "Why are we so compatible? Look at this." The heart, that's the mind is the one that usually messes things up. Our heart has no expectations and is just like, "Wow," you know, it goes with its feelings. Yeah, Knight of Swords. They even, this is this seeking clarity, wanting to know, want to talk more. So this is that energy the heart is communicating. Yeah, and the 6 of Swords, letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher place, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. And again, movement, let's move it, let's move it. Yeah, and the Queen of Wands too. So they really liked your fire energy, this intuition and power energy you have behind the scenes, emotional energy. So their heart was really into you. But that mind thing is the one, right? The one that's like, "Ooh, um, expectations, the rules, that's what's in here, right? The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be's." And the mind tries to protect the heart. The heart is all gung ho. "Yeah, yeah, yeah, let's go. I want them. I wanna come on." And mind is, "Come on, slow down, take your time. We'll explore, but we're gonna do it slowly," kind of energy, you know? Again, the Emperor is that energy of trying to get out of their head and into their heart to try to understand, but they're in that kinda limbo, and I kind of feel like that's what's kinda there. So, like you said, he's backed off a bit, but I feel like it's gonna be a slow movement forward because the heart wants to rush in, right? But the mind is trying to protect the heart from, because basically they've ran into situations before to only, be, uh, wrong and hurt and, you know, the heart was misguided, you know? It's like, "You didn't you see all the red flags? Oh, I thought that was a carnival," you know? And the mind was like, "Okay, I can't let you drive. I'm gonna drive. You're gonna be in the back seat, and not even in the front seat. You gotta be in the back seat, and if you keep it up, you're gonna be in the trunk," kind of energy. You like that one? Alright. So let's see what we got here. Your fortune cookie for this one. Yeah, surrender fear. Let go of the fearful stories you're telling yourself. Stay in the moment. Focus on solutions and celebrate every baby step forward, right? Yeah, your heart is going boom, boom. Yeah. So this is and that also is for us, right? Because when we are focusing on the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, we suck the life out of things. So I like that. Celebrate the baby steps, focus on gratitude for who they are, what they have done. When I'm like, well, he's backed off, in that's in a way saying that he is not supposed to back off. He's supposed to do this and this. He's not doing this. So when I'm focusing on what he's not doing, I get more of not doing. And if we step away from that energy, step into gratitude for, like, you know, even do a little journal of, I loved when we had this conversation. I really am grateful for this when he did that. Focus on all the things that you're grateful for, then those expand rather than diminish by focusing on what, they're not doing. So I like that. That's what this was saying here, you know. Let go of the fearful stories that you're telling yourself, which the fearful story of they're backing away from me. Stay in the moment, not don't jump to the future, don't project a past event into the future. Focus on solutions, but celebrate every baby step forward. Baby steps, right? Not big honking steps. It's like he might have celebrate how fast he moved in the beginning, that was not the expectation. The expectation was slow, and he did a lot in the beginning. So I'm celebrating that, not focusing on, "Oh, that it slowed down." I'm gonna celebrate how he walked fast in the beginning, right? So hopefully that helps. So that's with Christopher, and then bachelor number 2. Let's talk about that earlier. So, for number 2, 43804 is for this one. Yay, whoop, whoop. And for this one, you wanna know, what did Aaron feel and think of you? Alright. So what did he feel first? Right, and then what did he think of you? Yeah, Aaron's more the thinker. You know, because 'cause he's got 4 feelings and what, 6 for thinking. So he's more in the other direction, more of an air sign. Maybe the other one is water and this one's air. But bottom of the deck overall, he was a thinker, yeah, right? Queen of Swords, which is great. Queen of Swords is the queen of the thinkers, right? He was a talker. Yeah. So, and then but behind the scenes, also has cups, but the primary is swords, is talking and thinking. But he feels like you're well balanced between, head and heart. So he felt there's this compatibility energy below the surface here. But for emotions, what does his heart think? Yeah. We've got the Four of Wands, which is marriage energy, and the Death card. I almost feel like this, like the heart again, "Till death do us part." They're like, "Oh my god, marry this woman." Well, again, that makes sense with the Queen of Swords, right? And the Empress and the Moon, yeah. They love your emotional side, that their heart does. so much moon energy, which is Mother Moon. You got the Empress, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Like, it's like their heart was like, I want you to have my babies, right? Right? I was gonna say, they're like, I want you to have my babies. Um, and and the Empress too, she's like 5 parts water, um, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air. So a lot of emotional energy, and it's the heart, so there's like a ton that's there, right? Some men do. Some men, you know, retreat to think and feel, especially air signs. Like Aquarius is known for, I need to analyze an emotion, understand an emotion before I feel it and express it. Water signs, they're used to flooding emotional energy. Um, and then it depends. Earth signs are looking more for grounding, their worth. So it depends on the situations, right? And then fire signs, they're all about action, 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 think later. Yeah, yeah. Some do. Especially if their mind has a lot of fears and expectations and feel like I'm gonna fail. It depends on their confidence level. So many of us as humans are defining ourselves by the outside world. We're unstable. Till we find our inner love, then that confidence in who we are goes in, and then they don't need that as much. Um, and let's see, their mind here got the Hierophant, the Ten of Pentacles. So their mind, Ten of Pentacles is relationship energy. The Hierophant is about trying to see things from a different perspective. Again, kind of gaining some clarity. Let's see what else we've got here. Page of Pentacles. It looks like they're looking for future planning for future opportunities kind of energy. The Ten of Wands. They're kind of undecided yet on because the Ten of Wands can feel either like a burden or abundance. And I feel like if they feel like there's a ton of expectations that they're not going to be able to live up to, or it's a lot, then they're like, ah, it's a burden. But if they feel you have low expectations, um, not a whole lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, they see it as abundance. And so they're trying to figure that out. I feel like they want another opportunity to figure that. We got the High Priestess, which is an energy of, again, like all this emotional energy, very divine feminine energy, very mysterious, and some hidden energy that they want to know more because they feel like maybe I feel like they're not that you're hiding things, but they feel like there's still some things hidden from them that they need to discover about you here. But I feel like here with the Eight of Pentacles, there is this energy of, you know, keep showing up, do the work, let's discover and see what happens, what transforms between us. Let's continue to see what's going on there. So I like that. So your fortune cookie here is in second. Then we'll go on to your next one here. I see that you just put out. Excuse me. Come on, cards. All right, there we go. So your fortune cookie here for Aaron. Wow, all right, boom. Came flying out here. You got surrender to miracles. Look at all the ocean. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. I like it. All right. Alrighty, so that is what we have for those. And then let's get this one here. Thank you again for your multiple donations here. I love miracles. Reminds me of, do you ever watch Charlie's Angels? When she goes, "Tickets, I love tickets." That's what I just saw in my head. I love tickets. All right. So you got 445, 45 for this one. Look at those repeating numbers. So thank you so much. Look at that, 11 a like. And then you want to know, what are each one's intentions moving forward? All right. So based on current energies, itch, itch, itch. All right. Based on current energies, what are Christopher's intentions moving forward? All right. And then what are Aaron's intentions moving forward? Your students love tickets. All right. So I'm going to eat my cough drop real quick here. All right. I was reading this on the bottom for your reading here for this third one. Could you hear that crunch, crunch? Is it like an ASMR crunch, crunch? The death card, not the end, just a very dramatic rebranding. So interesting. There's not the ends, just dramatic rebranding that happens with each of them. It's interesting with Christopher, you've got one card, then two cards, and then one card, right? So it's like there's something, and then there's a pause, and then there's another beginning, right? With Aaron, you've got two cards and then two cards. So it's like step by step. And it's two cards like this, and then it's a card like a cross, the second one. So let's take a look here. For Christopher, their intentions moving forward, you got the Three of Pentacles, which is you don't build alone. This is about being true to one's authentic self. All right. And we've got the Seven of Cups and the Knight of Swords. So I do feel like their intentions are to continue to communicate and to kind of feel out with all the emotions and see what kind of emotions are out there, what kind of experiences you guys have with that. And then the Queen of Wands, um, which is, again, this uh, spiritual energy with emotional energy, or passion and fire with emotion behind there. So it feels like they do have intention to continue to take action here, but I do feel that they're wanting to take the opportunity to just to feel out a variety of different emotions with that Seven of Cups. Uh, for Aaron, we have the Two of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords. So very balanced energy coming in from them. They're letting go of thoughts and feelings that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. But a nice balance, a nice rhythm with the Two of Pentacles, because it's almost like, you know, juggling in a way, but um, able to balance their life out. And then underneath that, we do have the Hanged Man and the Four of Wands. Yeah. So they have the transformation, the Hanged Man, which is that, allowing the time for the caterpillar to become the cocoon. But Four of Wands energy, there's that marriage card again. I do feel like they're on a mission to find a wife. And, and I do feel like there is this, you know, more of, allowing more time, not trying to, like, rush it like their heart wants to. I feel like their mind does allow them to go, "I hear ya, I hear ya. I feel like this is what we wanna do. Yeah, I get you," you know, "but we're going to take our time." "Oh, come on," their heart. But, I do feel like they both continue to move forward there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that one too. Yeah. Surrender to rest and sleep. So, to prevent burnout, slow down. Honor your need for quiet time and peaceful sleep to rejuvenate your mind, body, and spirit. Right? Become Sleeping Beauty, and then they'll wake you up with a kiss. That was always kind of a creepy thing when someone, we think it was all romantic, and they're like, think about it. You know, you're woken up by a stranger who kisses you, who's who's been in love with you. You're like, uh, consent, consent. Anyway, funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So thank you again for your multiple donations. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So, all right. Oh, so we will go to your additional one here. Thank you so much. I was like, "What am I waiting for?" And they're like, "Oh, that's what I'm waiting for." Okay. Like, what why are you having me pause? All Disney movies have creepiness, I know, right? The in today's reality. All right, and so for this one, 452.34. Thank you again. I'll give that a love and a like there. All right, so which one would spirit guides say is best for you? Spirit doesn't have like a best or worst, good, better, right or wrong, just different. So what we'll do, we'll just pull some cards for each just to see what they feel is important for you to know about each of them. So you know what flavor they are, so you can decide what, energy you're interested in, right? So for Christopher, what energy would they like you to be aware of here? Do want these two here too. And that one too. All right. And then for they are sassy spirit guides, right? And then for Aaron, and those two. All right. Like this. It's almost like you've got this little block, this Nine of Wands. It's like your spirit guides are going, well, we're kind of keeping you, uh, blocked off a bit. Says you're tired, but you're not done. So let's take a look here, see what they have coming in. So for Christopher, we do have the Queen of Swords. So there's a lot of compatibility between the two of you with the Queen of Swords, mind and heart energy that's there. You got the Six of Wands, which is, of course, a victory and an equal kind of passion drawing energy that can be there. We've got the Six of Swords, another six. So there is, you know, for that to work out with the two of you, they would need to let go some expectations. You would need to let go some expectations for it to move forward. because I do feel like there is some stuff there that kind of is making them hesitant, but also there's something that's making you hesitant too. Yeah, we have the high priestess. There's a little bit of time away here to think and review things, so which we know already. So it does involve a little kind of stepping away reflection energy that comes in here. And we got the two of swords along with the seven of pentacles. So, the slowness that we talked about with the seven of pentacles is giving you the time, because whenever we get like a slow card, we get the reason why. And the two of swords that comes with that is telling us the slowness is so that both of you have an opportunity to change the story of, and this has to do with expectations, right? Of these things mean this about me and about the world and about them. So there it gives you time and clarity to really look at things from a different perspective. So the pause is happening there on purpose. So you can know that. And then with Aaron, you do have the Page of Pentacles. It's an abundance card. You do see your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way with them. Yeah, and we got the Four of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, um, which there is this energy here. It's almost like they have an idea of, and again, this is an energy like I'm looking for I'm looking for a relationship that fits into these normal things, like I feel like they do have this idea, oh, this is what a relationship brings, and so this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone to be that, instead of how we go do something we love and we're excited about it, and then we bump into someone who's also doing that and they're excited about it, and then it's more, I'm looking for someone to fill a position. And that kind of feels like Aaron's energy is I'm looking for a hire to hire someone, to to fill this position. We've got the Eight of Swords with them too. So I do feel like with them, the energy is learning a lot about your expectations and letting go of mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Um, and we've got the Judgment card, which is your higher self calling you. But the Three of Swords is about letting go of expectations that come in there. Excuse me. I don't know. I kind of feel here, this Nine of Wands on the bottom, and then the Tower card underneath that, and then the Knight of Cups underneath that. I kind of feel here, this when spirit is blocking people, like when they're trying to keep, not they don't keep it away. It's your higher self going, nope, these are not meant for me. That's what this Nine of Wands is feeling like they're blocking some people of having things progress in the way that you're desiring it to, because the Tower card is when people are removed out of your life, it is so that there can be space for someone that does align with your energy more and to clear the pathway for you to move forward into something that's more in alignment, because you get the Knight of Cups, which is movement of romance and movement of the heart, and this Tower card underneath. So I kind of feel here that with all this energy and they're kind of showing it all, I'm not really excited about, oh yeah, 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 about either of them. I kind of feel like it's like their energies don't match yours. Like you could shrink yourself to match their energy, but that's not you. I feel like I don't know, I just feel like there's, something missing with them, and that's why I feel like this barrier that is there that they'll end up, being removed out of your life, that's coming in there. Yeah, and that's good. I do feel like yeah, I do feel it is best. Um, because I just feel like that's when we're saying here, but you get to choose, but I do feel like they would eventually just be stepping stones, and I just don't feel it's there. Yeah. Mirrors, 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 right? So surrender to creativity that says, let your imagination soar. Stay open to all creative ideas about how to pursue a dream or solve a problem, right? Yeah. I think I'll just keep moving along, right? I agree. I think so. All right. All right, my dear. Well, that is what they have for you. So thank you again and enjoy your adventures. Your adventures in love, right? Yeah, you can definitely can throw that out there. I'll throw you on the list there. Let's see here. So Maria P, I do have your donation that came in via the PayPal. So we'll get you. And then after that, Jamie came in. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. And we will get you. You'll be number 22. You'll be up right after Maria. We just have one in between here. Give that a love and a like. All right. I think I've got all the list up to date here. Excuse me. All right. That'll be number 24 on the free reading once I get to the free readings there. I did complete 6 free readings so far tonight, just FYI. Debbie O, Butterfly, Kritika, Bay, Steffi, and Musical Beard, just in case, if you guys are watching right now. If you need your timestamp, let me know. I'll give it to you. All right. So let us dive in. So Maria, we got this one 50313. Yours here. Boom, boom. And that's over here. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. And you want to know work for you. What's coming for you at the district? Was this the Hunger Games? District 12? All right. What's new for you? What will happen with your meeting with your boss on Tuesday? Ooh, 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. And then thoughts on you from Laura and Dr. Bob. Dr. Laura, Dr. Bob. All right. So what's coming for you at the district? You got the 4 of Pentacles. I like it. Letting go feels unsafe is what it says down there. Um, the 4 of Pentacles, it is a solid foundation energy. So, it's a I don't want to say a stagnant energy, but it's like a solid. It's like, you know, how are they putting this? Because it'd be like, um, well, what kind of job is this? Well, it's consistent. And it's like, okay, that's good, I think, right? But it just kind of feels solid, consistent energy. So it feels, stable. What's new for you? You got the 2 of Swords. Yeah, you avoid choosing, hoping it chooses for you. That's interesting, because they have, like, meanings and words that they put on these cards. which is an interesting energy because this is, um, like, what's coming for you is a choice to make, but you're indecisive and you're hoping that it just chooses you, so you don't have to choose. That's funny. That does kind of represent your, it's not really new, but you do have choice to make, coming up, but you're hoping that, "I don't wanna choose. Can't it just choose me?" Alright, and then what will happen with your meeting with your boss on Tuesday? So you got the 2 of cups, so there is this connection there. Let's see what else we've got here. 2 of Pentacles. Wow, all these 2s and the 6 of Swords. So there is some clarification coming in here because I feel like here you have an emotional choice. You've got the 2 of Swords, a mental choice. You got the 2 of Pentacles, a physical choice. And the 6 of Swords is about, letting go of old ways of thinking, see things from a different place. So you're getting clarity, and that helps move from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I do feel like you get some clarity around things in some way, somehow, when you're there. So I like that for you. Thoughts on you from Dr. Laura? You got the 5 of Cups. Yeah, there's a little bit of what is this? Um, Kind of a low emotional vibration that's coming in here. 'Cause it can be some, you know, and it's low vibration. I mean, that's like a disappointment or sadness or, not as pleased as they normally are. And even though it's thoughts on you, um I feel like it has a lot to do with their emotional condition in the moment. Like everything is that. It's not just you, but that's what you experience from them is like they're not as happy as they regularly are. They're kind of pointing out stuff that you need to do instead of celebrating what you are doing. I feel like they're in a little bit of kind of lower vibration expression energy that's there. And then Dr. Bob is temperance. Yeah, he's kind of just going along, thinking, you know, you're progressing, eventually gold. I feel like that's kind of Dr. Bob's kind of consistency, right? So interesting. All right. That's what they got for you there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Yeah, you got surrender to spirit. Says, once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, then turn the situation over to the divine. Let spirit work its magic for you, right? Surrender what's out of your control, focus on what is in your control, right? So I like it. Right. That's what they got for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. So we did those. All right. And then we got your additional one here, Jamie. So thank you for that. And there we go. And a love and a like. All right. And then Prathy, hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 25 when we get to the free readings. All right. All right. So we are to you. So Jamie G, we got 509 37. Whoa, kind of. There we go. I think I fat fingered one there. All right, there we go. So thank you for this donation. So your boss just gave you a project that requires a lot of elements. Yeah, maybe that's why they kept you off the football thing, right? And you're stressed about it. Yay, if you're going to do a good job. Will you complete the project and will your boss like it? Will you be successful? It's gonna be a lot more successful in that football project. All right, let's take a look here. So, will you complete the project? And then will your boss like it? Okay. And excuse me. Oh my gosh. Will you be successful? I don't know where this yawning is coming from. I was yawning last night too. All right. Got one card, two cards, and then four cards. Let's see here. Bottom of the deck here, you do have the King of Swords, which is all about the planning and creativity, seeing things from a different perspective. And, they gift you the Ace of Swords that allows you to change the story, cut away the small T truths that are bringing up the fear and the anxiety and the stress. Because stress is fear. And they're like, look at it from a different perspective. And it takes the same amount of faith to trust your skills as it does to mistrust your skills. So, why don't we have faith in your abilities? Because when you think about it, hell yeah, you have the total capacity to do it, right? I mean, look at your track record. You totally have the skills. You're like Napoleon Dynamite. You got skills. I like it. So, will you complete the project? You got the Ace of Cups. Yeah, joy, celebration, happy energy. So that definitely is a positive energy there. Will your boss like it? Yeah, Page of Pentacles. Again, a big abundant energy. And the Moon card too here as well. Um, a lot of emotion behind that with the Moon card. It's like a full moon energy. So definitely it stands out. And I like it. It even stands out in the daytime, kind of energy. So, I mean, I feel like he's really gonna like it. Will you be successful through this here? Yeah, the 10 of swords. You just gotta let your expectations go. Don't focus on what's not happening and, all the fears and the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. This is you gotta get out of your head and into your heart and let yourself express, right? Because underneath that, you have the 5 of swords, yeah. Because otherwise your head and your heart are battling here. Yeah, and then here's the 3 of pentacles, which is all about abundance, creativity, creating something, and you have the 9 of wands, which says, "You're tired but not done." Endurance and persistence. So, you know, as you battle through your mind, because your mind is the one that has all those expectations. That's why you got this gift from the King of Swords, which is getting out of your head from the small T truths, these fear energies, these, what causing you the stress. And if you look at it, you just go, what am I afraid of? What if I do a bad job? Let's say it'd take a lot for that to happen, but for you to do a bad job, your bad job is some people's best work, right? So, you have a high bar you set for yourself. That's why this 10 of swords is what drains you and kills you, you know, because you're like, oh God, I feel like I have to do this when really this is all that's expected. You always want to knock it out of the ballpark. And there's nothing wrong with that, except when it starts stressing you out so much that it impacts your health or whatever, right? But, there's this energy of, um, be right? Be be gentle with yourself and lighten up on yourself, and again, they were saying question your fears, right? And go, "What if?" Let's say, "What if I did horrible and it failed?" Well, you got all this other stuff. They would be surprised at it. You would be surprised at it because you're like, "I'm not going to." Let's say you did. The fear is, "I will," and then it's so bad that they fire me, and then, my other fear is I'll never find another job, and then I will end up losing everything, getting kicked out of where I live. I'll end up having to live on the edge of town. I'll die alone and get eaten by wolves. At some point, it gets ridiculous when we bring our fears up from the darkness into the light, and we're like, yeah, what's the likelihood that that's going to happen? Right. And then we relieve our fear because then we're like, I can focus instead my energy on creating instead of the fearing. Right. So I like that. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think it's obvious why they selected you for the project, right? Because you're good at what you do. They wanted they wanted someone they could depend on, right? Um, and, you know, um, and that's why they chose you because they wanted someone they could depend on, someone that they wouldn't give it to someone that they thought would fail at it. They'd give it to someone that they're like, "You can get it done. You're able to do it, and I love the work that you do." So your boss isn't stupid, right? So it's like, all right, they chose me for it because he likes what I do and wants to give you an opportunity. Like golden child, right? Let's see here. Oh, I love this. Your fortune cookie is surrender comparisons with other people. Keep your eyes trained on yourself. Focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. Can you believe that? Boom. So there you go. Boom, boom, boom. I like it. All right. And then we'll go into your second one here in a moment. So, Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. You'll be on here, you'll be number 24. So dreary and morbid. Oh, that's what happens with our darkness, right? That's where it goes. That's what our fears go, right? When you take your fears down, to the lowest, to the lowest, realm there, um, you know, then, that's what it ends up being. It's usually, "And I'm gonna die a painful death," because when you get to the root of your fears, it always comes down to fear of rejection and then fear of a painful death when you get lower and deep enough. And when you get to that, especially when you stop fearing death, um, and you're realizing, "I'm forever being, and it's wonderful over there on that side." Yeah, I did get your free reading. You're number 24, on the list as well. All right, so I think I got everyone caught up again. So let's jump in here. So Jamie G, we got number 23 for you, which is 51847. Boom, boom. And so you want to know men have a hard time flirting, talking, or expressing their feelings towards me romantically. Why is that? Is it all in my head that they're attracted to you? Let's take a look here. All right, I thought there was another one there. Not this. Okay. All right. So, why do men have a hard time? See, we got the hermit card. Yeah. You might have hermit energy around you. Let's see. What's underneath that here? And the lover's card underneath that. Isn't that crazy? Um, it's funny because the bottom of the hermit says, not lost, just ignoring everyone with purpose. Uh, and it's interesting. They're reminding me of, uh, of something. When I first started going to bars, and then I met people later, no one would talk to me, no one would come up to me, um, and then finally, like, a friend of mine, like, she would go with me, and when I would go to the restroom, people would come up to her to talk to her about me, and then when I come out, they'd scatter, and I was like, "What's going on?" I go, "Am I intimidating or what?" And then eventually I met some friends through them, and they said, "Yeah, you always walked around like you own the place. Like you had such confidence that we were like people were intimidated, by the confidence." And I'm like, "Really?" They had no idea the insecurity that was on the inside, but how I carried myself was you walk around like you don't need anyone, and that's that hermit energy. Even though beneath the surface you want a relationship, but on the outside, your energy is, "I don't need no one. I don't need no one. I own I own this place." I walk around like, strutting. Um, and I feel like that's why they have a hard time flirting, talking, expressing their feelings because of this presence that you put forward, um, you know, kind of communicates that. So let's see here. Is it in your head that they're attracted to you? No, I feel like here we do have the 7 of cups that, they have a variety of emotions. There are people who do are attracted to you. The 6 of pentacles kinda brings in that energy of, like, you're an overgiver, um, like, you, you're able to do so much that they feel, "I can't keep up." That's kinda where the intimidation kinda comes in too, that they're like, "I don't think I could give you what you need." Um, and then that is kind of this, like, the golden child overperformer, overgiver energy. I can totally relate to that too because that's why I used to be. I used to, like, I needed to give so much because I felt I had to give so much to deserve so little, and that 6 of pentacles brings that in. That's the overgiver energy where, um, we just are able to do so much that people are like, oh, no, I'm gonna fail. No, no, I'm gonna stay over here." And having so many expectations on ourselves, um it's almost like we can come across high maintenance. I used to say, "Yeah, I'm a high maintenance, but I'm worth it." But, then I realized later, I'm like, "Yeah, I did have a lot of expectations on myself, and I needed in my life to become more gentle with myself, bring that bar down to reasonable instead of hitting it." Again, my low was a lot of people's, like, highest, expectations, but I would almost have a nervous breakdown trying to achieve so much. So, underlying energy is choose joy. Joy, joy, joy. Do more things with people and instead of focusing on all these expectations you have on yourself, start having gratitude for who you are and what you do, and allow yourself to have more fun. And my first relationship taught me that I was all work, and if there's any time left over after chores and working and everything else, then we play. And they were all play, and if there's any time left over, oh, there's not. No, but if there was any time left over, then you do the work. And so they brought me more towards the middle, and I brought them a little towards the middle. But I learned a lot about, live life and lighten up on ourselves, right? So anyway, hopefully that helps. And your fortune cookie is surrender your attachment to results. There we go. The formula for success is to do all you can to make things happen and then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. And that works in relationships and jobs and everything else too. I know, and I'm so glad that you know now. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So cheers, cheers. All right. And then, yeah, isn't that funny how you got that card? I love spirit, but beautiful. Freedom on the other side of that, because I know. I mean, I almost did have a nervous breakdown because I was working 80 hours a week trying to achieve. I was salaried, trying to overachieve and do all this stuff, and I was just like never saying no, doing more and 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 working, working 10-hour days and going home and working more at home and on the weekends. Um, People would come in Monday and say, "You need to stop working on the weekend. We come into like 30 emails from you from the weekend, and we have to catch up." And I'm like, "Gotta get things done. Gotta go. Gotta go." So you're very welcome. Hang in there. All right, Twin Flame 52629 is for your additional. And thank you again so much for all your multiple donations. And you want to know what surprises are coming your way? All right. But then they won't be surprises. All right. Let's take a look here. If I pull a card and it's supposed to be a surprise, does it make it not a surprise anymore? All right. All right. What do we got coming in? Oh, well, we do like the bottom of the deck being Wheel of Fortune. You even got the Chariot card underneath, which is a victory energy and movement energy. And there is this, so you have some nice that even your human is going to be, wow, this is for me. I'm really liking this, right? You do it anymore. You're Dory. You're who? Who is this? Who are you? um, that's funny. But the chariot says that with whatever's coming in, that it feels like fortunate for you and your power of choice with the chariot, which is, how much you're grateful for what you have and what you have had and what's coming in. That determines how big it comes in, also how fast it comes in, but how big. So I like that for you. Or how small and slow it comes in if we're focusing on lack and, lower vibrational fear energy. So you got three things. Let's see, this one made itself first. You got the Two of Wands and the Ace of Swords. This is the Ace of Swords is like a clarity coming in, even new communication coming in here as well. The Two of Wands does have to do, again, going back to the power of choice energy, but this new clarity, this new communication that's coming in, what is this about? They go, it's a surprise. I know, but she'll forget. Just tell her for now. But this new communication, but it doesn't feel like brand new communication. It's information that you're waiting on or a communication that you're waiting on. And then it comes in comes in sooner than you expected because of your energy focusing on gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. It comes in sooner, like, whoa, it's even beyond your expectations that it comes in sooner. You're like, there's no way. There's no way. Um, and so it's like it exceeds it. How they're telling me, like, I think it was yesterday. I had something coming in from Amazon, and it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were still working on it, And usually when that happens, like, oh, it's not going to be today; it's going to be tomorrow. And then, suddenly it said out for delivery, and I'm like, "Oh, wow, they did process it in the afternoon." And then I swear 20 minutes later, the dogs barked and they delivered it, and I'm like, "Whoa, how is that possible that it happened that fast?" Right? It must have been first on their delivery thingy. Um, and, and so, we've got that, that energy there. Let me see here. Is it have to do with your ex, Alex? Okay. Is he a Capricorn? We got the devil card. It might be with work. If he's not a Capricorn, then it's about work because this is Capricorn Saturn energy that over the house of work, unless he's a Capricorn. You're a Capricorn. Well, then you're gonna surprisingly talk to yourself. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn rising. So if he's not a Capricorn, then it's about work, something work related, career related. That's coming in. Excuse me. All right. And then you got the Hermit and the Four of Cups. Um, so yeah, I feel like here this is a surprise. There's something here about, spending some time alone. Um, because there's this withdrawal and this reflection energy. And I feel like you get if you take this kind of hermit and step away, commune with spirit, and just kind of with that Four of Cups is that it says withdrawal, and especially with the hermit card, solitude, introspection. I feel like you have a great surprise when you step away from everything and go inward and upward. I feel like there's something else that comes to you, like an epiphany that's, like a life-changing guidance that you receive, and you're like, "Wow." And I really feel like it's a breakthrough kind of energy that comes in with that. So, hopefully that makes sense. And then you also have the 7 of Swords and the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like here that you have like, you're under the impression with the 7 of Swords that something's not gonna happen because you don't trust it. You think someone's making it up or lying or is, like, a bit too positive about something that's not gonna happen. They're like, "Yeah, yeah, okay." And then it happens. The Queen of Pentacles is like this abundance comes in, big, but that 7 of Swords, is about deception or lying, and you're like, "That sounds too good to be true, but fine," you know? Um, and I don't know what this is. It's like an opportunity, and it's like I don't even know what it is. It's like, but it would be like someone going, "Hey, I'm selling raffle tickets, and you can win you know, a 50 or what a 110-inch TV or something, something extreme," and like, wow. And you're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here's $5. Here, I'll take the raffle ticket, whatever." Blah, 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 and then you win, whatever this is kind of thing. But it's that kind of energy that's around the surprise is something that you're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, too good to be true, I'll never win, blah, blah, blah," and then you do. So, there is that energy available to you with that. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is here. All right. Surrender to the magic of who you are. Says, "We all have magic in us, even in the mundane aspect of life. Remember that you are a magical being with a uniqueness and worth that come from just being you." I like that. You're worthy of receiving that. Uh, and of course, if you play Powerball or Mega Million, You might not go do that. All right. But hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. I think that is everyone. So, excuse me, we'll head back to the free readings here. Somebody to love. Maybe. Could be. Sounds familiar, but not recently. All right. So we're going to start here. We got 1 through 6. So about 2 people dating and all the characters in their head. Oh, interesting. Oh, how your head stops you. Oh, how fun. All right. So I've got 25 people on the free reading list, and I've completed 6 already. So we've got what, 19, 20 left. So that's where we're going to jump to next. We got Livier Vagara up 536 22. And how can see, you want to ask how convenient your new job career is and how will you do? All right, let's take a look here. How convenient and how will you do? All right. So you've got the 5 of swords. Winning doesn't feel like winning. Conflict ego. I feel like it's a little in the beginning, you know, there's a little bit of struggle, a little bit of, but that's because it's new. Um, so you have the Hierophant. How will you do? You'll grow, you'll learn. You got these 5 energies, the 5 of swords, the Hierophant, number 5. It's growing pains and change energy. So you will do well. You will grow, you will learn. And so it's all about just cut yourself some slack, right? I know, like with my own self, I always was so hard on myself, I would feel like I was supposed to be an expert after the first week, and it's like, no, give yourself um the same grace, and listen to the advice you would give other people as well, right? Which is, you know, give yourself some time. You're new, right? So do that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. I was looking over there because I saw something flying. Thought it was a mosquito, but it's the moth coming back for me. All right. So many blessings. I need to get rid of that mushroom. Coffee's gross. Let me take a sip here. All right. We will continue on. So we've got Disney fan. You're up 538 46. So Disney fan, here's yours. And how does Patrick feel about you romantically? All right. Let me shuffle these up here. All right. How does Patrick feel about you romantically? Got that. And that. All right. Oh, wow. Well, we do have the Lovers card. So there is that attraction there, and the Queen of Wands. Now, it's more at this point, you know, up front, it's very physical, energetic attraction, passion attraction. Behind the scenes, all queens do have cups, emotional energy. but but I feel like you're gonna feel that passion energy up front first. Um, but I like this. It's definitely there's a connection there. alignment. Like what they say, the lovers. They met, they vibed, they accidentally summoned a higher being. Classic. I like how they have those little sayings on the bottom here. So I like it. You know, I do feel like there is that emotion there, but you're going to experience the passion first. But just know there is emotion that's behind the scenes that they don't express like right off the bat, but they eventually will open up and share that too. So I like that. So if they have for you, Disney fans, so many blessings to you. All right, then we got Gojo. You are up. And here's your timestamp. And you want to get the guidance on money and abundance. I'm so sorry. Hold on. It's like I got this frog coming out of nowhere here. All right. I think we're good. All right. So abundance. What does Spirit wants you to know about abundance? Let's take a look here. All right. Well, you got the Wheel of Fortune and the Nine of Swords. Yeah. So you do have capacity for great abundance to come in with that Wheel of Fortune. The Nine of Swords represents your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, these fears, these expectations and lack energy that keeps it away from you. Because when we're focusing on want and need and must have, and I fear I won't have enough, believes in lack, that all pushes it, makes it harder for it to come toward us. But the Wheel of Fortune does have that energy of, that um, it's available for you out there. Just some changes in mindset and energy can bring it in for you. I do have a podcast called Abundance Where It Be. We dive deep into all of that. So since you're having a free reading here, we don't dive super deep into those. I will put it here. I'll put it on the chat for everyone. I will also put it under your name in the pinned comment if you want to check it out. That'll just make it easy. You can just click on that, take you right to that episode. All right. So definitely Wheel of Fortune, you have this abundance that's available. Just there's some thoughts that are keeping it at bay, and just some changes of, like I said, of energy and belief brings it right in. So I like it for you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, and then AKA, we got 54252. It was? Yes, it was. All right. So AKA, there we are. Thank you for your donation. You want to know, will your water fast this weekend benefit your body? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a medical professional. Tarot's for fun, etc., etc. See the disclaimer. You have the Ace of Wands and the Seven of Swords. If you don't cheat on it, no, just kidding. Seven of Swords, you know, is it's interesting. It is strategy. You take what you can and disappear. But I don't feel like it's going to do as much as you think it will, because the Seven of Wands is how we're deceiving ourselves. And the Ace of Wands is about the energy behind what we do, something that kind of changes things. So, um, when we're just drinking water, it does help flush things out and do different things. Of course, it helps our body in the regular benefits of it, but I don't feel like it's going to do a whole lot beyond that. But energy is what changes our body more than the other things, right? Because belief, so powerful. Our power of mental choice, power of our emotions, our energy, our actions, right? The energy behind it. If I love my body and I'm like, body, you know, I love you and I'm so grateful for you. And thank you for running so well, and thank you for that this and this, and thank you for that, and thank you for that. And as we really look at it as an entity because it is. We've got an emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, and a mental child, 7 to 14, and a physical inner child that's 14 to 21 that inhabits our body. And as we embrace it and talk with it as if it's an adult, or at least 14 to 21-year-old, and that we're in partnership with each other, not trying to control it, but I want it to know that I love it. That energy changes it more than, yeah, watching what we eat and watching what we, smell and, um, different things, helps keep our body out of fight or flight mode. But, if I'm fearing and expecting and I have this belief I need my body to change because it's unacceptable, that's gonna be a downward spiral versus an upward gratitude and love energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they got for you right now, AKA so many blessings to you. You're like, "Hallelujah, I can eat this weekend." I'm just kidding. All right. Ruby G, you're up. 54609. Thank you for your donation earlier. And here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you like a freebie general, please. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay. You got the Five of Cups, the King of Swords. Yeah, I feel like here it's, this energy we've been getting, the King of Swords, which is the master storyteller. He's gifting you the Ace of Swords to change a story about what something has meant to you. Just choose one story. And with the King of Swords, he grants you this Ace of Swords. The Five of Cups is sorrow, you know, spill lower vibrational emotional energy. So there's an old story with a lower vibrational emotional soundtrack attached to it. And now it's like, can we try taking just one situation, whatever feels um that you're able to do, like don't choose to start off with, "I'm gonna, choose that my ex is a hero instead of a villain." That's gonna be hard for stepping out of the gate, right? You don't go to work out and lift 1,000 pounds. You start off with a little barbells. Let's start building our muscle, right? So start with something small, something that kind of felt a little sadsy or angry, but not huge, and go, what story do I have around it that makes me feel, that fear and then I'm in fight or flight with anger or sadness. And then what's a new story I can give it to it with a new emotion that's more connected to joy, and then see how that changes. And I feel like they're like, start small and then just start progressing because you'll start loving it when you start editing old stories. It's powerful, it's exciting, and then you start just wanting to do it a lot, and then you're like, "I have a new story," and then as new things come in, you're like, "No, no, I'm not gonna copy and paste from an old story into a new one. I'm creating a new story with the new emotion on this?" So I like that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Ruby G, so many blessings to you. Right, and then Blueberry, we got 54837. So Blueberry, there we go. Hello. So a general about what's coming up for you. All right, let's take a look here. What is coming up for you? All right. You got the Hanged Man and the Three of Cups. I like it. And the Fool card too. So, there's definitely you've been in this Hanged Man, this kind of transformation, kind of pausing energy, just waiting for things to kind of unfold. Like it says, not stuck, just hanging out, possibly enlightened, definitely over it, which you are, because there's this new full card, which is a whole new adventure that's unfolding. Uh, it's the first card of the major arcana. You let go of the old ways of thinking, this old cycle. Now you're in this world of possibilities, following your joy with the Three of Cups here too. So I like this, energy. If you've been looking for community or like your tribe, The Three of Cups also is that. So you might have been feeling like you've been kind of alone in a cocoon, but now it's time for community and friends and joy and gathering kind of energy around that too. So I like that. That's what's coming up for you. You're stepping out of the cocoon. You're done. Um, and there's this a new, like a butterfly gets out of the cocoon and go, there's so much more possible than when I was a caterpillar. Now there's so much I'm so much more capable with my transformation to fly and flutter over rivers and migrate 1,000 miles. Could never do that as a caterpillar, right? So that's the kind of energy that's coming in. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then a star seed, we got you 550, 46. And why do someone else's events and situations align with yours? And how do you cut the cord? All right, let's take a look here. Why do someone else's events? Oh, you mean like someone you don't want to, be walking alongside you on the same path? How do you get them to shove them off into the shrubs where they're not? Um, Coming across your path. So, why do they got the Page of Swords? I like that. It does bring awareness, the Page of Swords does bring clarity for you. You know, nothing happens by accident, right? People do come across our path for us to show us what we want to see about ourselves. So, other people's events and situations like the synchronicities that happen, like I said, it's not an accident. It is for us. It's not happening to us. You're not being punished or anything. It is happening for you so you can have clarity and understand whatever this is that's bubbling up within you, right? Um, and so you can, what is popping up, when you do see this person at events and other situations that align, and you're like, okay, so let me get to the root. What fear is down there? What belief is down there? What transformation can I have with this, right? Because if we don't learn by that mirror, other mirrors are going to show me the same thing, right? That's the thing, is that if the person, meaning me, doesn't change, then the reflection I see in all the mirrors doesn't change. As I change, then the mirror reflection changes. So this is, for you with this energy that's coming in. So, you know, you can be aware of that. How do you cut the cord? You have the Four of Cups. Yeah. And it is about reflection. It says reflection, withdrawal, uh here. You're here, but not really present. And it is reflect on it, and that's how we release it. Because when we take the time to go, why did I want this to happen for me? What gift is in it for me? What did I want to learn? When I learn it, I don't need it anymore, and then then the teacher disappears, right? The mirror disappears. So it is for you, and you don't want to just start over with someone else and start over with another person. And you know we can run, but we can't hide. So I feel like get to the root of it, and then you'll see it take care of itself. You'll just right. So hopefully that helps, Starseed. That's what they got for you. All right, and then Cat Goddess, you are up. 55410 is yours. And then what does your spirit guides want you to know right now, presently, currently, and potentially? All right, we'll take a look here. It's every 7 years, twin flame. So 7 and under, 7 to 14, 14 to 21. It's just 777. Good question. There will be a test. Okay. So Cat Goddess, what does your spirit guides want you to know right now? Okay. Presently, currently, potentially. All right. We've got the Magician and Justice card coming in here. Like it's a magician. No spine, no problem. Just a wand, some tools, and unreasonable confidence. It is about focus, creation, and chaotic genius. I love these things they put on the bottom of the cards here. Um, but I like this because what this is, the Justice card is about, gaining clarity about what you're wanting, cutting away some small T truths, which are opinions of other humans growing up about you're supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, blah, 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 right? Other people's dreams that we feel we're supposed to live up to. And this uh, Ace of Swords that the Justice card, what they have here, that gives you access to seeing things from a higher perspective, clarity that comes in that allows you to cut away those small T truths. And and in that, I feel like this is around your power because the Magician card, it is about your energy, about what you're able to draw in. So I feel like what they want you to know about, because it's about potential too, is that your energy is what draws everything into your world. And the first thing the magician needs to know is, one, where am I at? Get good clarity around where I'm at in my life right now, not through the perceptions of all opinion of the world, but truly, what's the clearest picture I can see of where I am? And then it's like GPS. You need to know where you're at and where you want to go to in order for GPS to kick in, right? If you're like, "Oh, I know where I'm at and just I don't know, let me wander," then it's not gonna go very far because GPS is like, "No, I need you to enter a destination. I don't start working till I have a destination to go to." So knowing where you're at, where you wanna go to, and it can just head off there. You could always, like GPS, if you're on your way there and you go, "Oh, nope, I'm going this way," it'll go course correct, and it'll give us a new route, but we can choose a different destination if we want and then alter that, right? But it's like, at least know the direction you wanna head toward and let's go, right? Other thing with the magician is clarity around the choices you're making with your mind, your emotions, your energy, and your actions, because those are the 4 areas that we have human existence, and, that's why I feel like that justice card is giving you that you're going through this awareness of this power to choose the story of what something means, not just blindly trusting the stories we have been told. What emotion do I want to feel this, not just defaulting to the emotions I've told I'm supposed to have, the energy I'm going to invest, the actions I'm going to take. Again, not regurgitating everything we've been given all our life, but what am I choosing? So big change here because that changes the possibilities of the future. We're not so restricted by old thinking, old emotions, old actions, etc. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's what they got for you. All right. So many blessings to you. And then we got Ruby Camellia. Hey, hey. So 55838 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what's coming towards your life? Oh, from Leo to Sag. All right. So what's coming towards your life from the Leo to the Sag? All right. What do we got here? We got the Lover's card and the Seven of Pentacles. Well, we should have led with the Seven of Pentacles, right? It is a slow road with the Seven of Pentacles because that is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So the Lover's card is, of course, this important relationship that grows, but the Seven of Pentacles is, you know, um, they're not in a rush to get there. And, based on current energy, that's where it's headed. Uh, and that's their intention of heading that direction, right? That doesn't mean that that's where it's going to get to because we do have the Three of Wands on the bottom, which is you with new information might end up going a different direction. You have the Three of Cups on the bottom too, which you might over time get like your patience may run out, and I feel like you're kind of like, um, that's enough. And wow, this one really allows me to go in that direction, you know? So I feel like if it happens, it's you going a different direction, not them. It's you getting tired. And so that's just one of the possibilities. They tell me those things when on your path. It's significant enough of a possibility because if you have 1,000 different choices, they're not going to give me 1,000. Um, but if there's one that's a big chunk of the 1,000 choices that there is, enough that, and it's close enough. It's not like over here, if you do this whole switch, they usually don't tell me about these way extreme changes in your life because the chances of that, but they're like, there is enough of a chance where your patience runs out that, a couple choices and you're like, I'm out, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got for you, Ruby. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Unicorn and Rainbows, 60113 for you. There's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you'd like to know what unexpected good news and even potential blessings can you potentially expect soon, or in the present moment, or near future potential, or essentially, basically. All right. So let's see here. What good news do they want you to know about? We'll just shorten that down. They know all the rest. All right. So what can we know about here? Well, you have the sun card. Oh, I have the sun and the moon. What a beautiful combination. I really like that because, of course, sun is one of the biggest, brightest energies um, around, abundance and fullness and et cetera. So you have a big, what feels like a big, huge, um, you know, joyful, abundant, uh, abundance kind of energy that comes in. And the moon, you have a full moon, which that's the sun radiating at night. And I feel like, they're saying here it's a beautiful relationship, because the moon, we see it, and it has a relationship, full moons and new moons, they're both in the same sign. Full moons, they're in opposing signs, and they bring us this energy. And so there's this relationship energy that comes in with this as well. Even with the two dog and wolf sitting next to each other in here, looking at the abundance that's coming in here too, really stands out. But I just feel like there is this, like the sun is shining on so much in your life that's coming up here, and it has to do with your energy. I feel like you've been purposely focusing on gratitude and higher vibration, try not to get sucked into the fears and the lack and the supposed to and all the expectations, but really being in the moment and focusing on the joy really is a big change here. Because even in the night, the you're seeing evidence of the abundance because the sun is reflecting off the moon and you're seeing the light of that as well. So um it's like you have so much abundance that's flowing towards you, you can't miss it, and I like that for you. So, hopefully that helps. But, if you want to know more about abundance, I do have a podcast called Abundance Where It Be. In fact, if you look up, number 9 on the free readings under Gojo, I do have that link there, um, if you wanna check that out. It'll be on the pinned comment once I'm done. If you're here now, I did post it a little earlier, but let me know if you're here now and you want that. Otherwise, if you go to my podcast, The Easier Path, it is number 14. All right, so many blessings to you. All right, and then we have On Schumann. We got 60439 for you. And you want to know, what does Anu feel for you? I think she Wants to marry, but due to you and her past, you're unable to trust her. Oh, okay. So what does Anu feel for you? Take a look here, and then can you trust her? Let's take a look. We got the Queen of Cups. You hold space for everyone. Yeah. So emotional depth. She got a lot of emotion for you here. You know, Queen of Cups rolls over the emotion suit with the king, but gets a second portion of emotion. So she's got great love for you, great emotion for you. Can you trust her though? Um, we've got, sorry, I was reading the bottom here. These are so funny. The hanged man here, because they've got not stuck, just hanging out, possibly enlightened, definitely over it, pause, perspective, and dramatic chill. So it's pausing here. And I feel like you have, this is seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective with them. And it's like, and I get it, trust that is broken. Like, I give a lot of trust up front, and if you break it, it's hard to ever get it back. Um, and, I feel like it's difficult for people to earn trust back if that's how you do it. If you're someone who, it's slow to trust people and it takes time to build it, she might be able to build it back with you over time. But I feel like they would have to prove it over time where you wouldn't let them just, "I'm not gonna marry you. You have to earn my trust." Um, and I don't think I wanna wait that long, you know? So that's something you have to decide. Like, with my first ex, they cheated on me 6 months after, um, we started our relationship, uh, and I did try for 2.5 years to try to trust him again, and they finally asked me one day, "What do I have to do to earn your trust?" And I had to go like, this was before cell phones and everything. I was like, "Well, you'd have to carry a pager," which back then, only drug dealers and real estate agents carried pagers. Like, you'd have to carry a pager, answer right away, and then also we'd have to have a private investigator follow you because I don't trust you. Because 'cause I'd have to know that you were really where you said you were. So, you know, uh, and they're like, "Really?" And I'm like, "I was kidding, but no, I think it's seriously that." And then I knew it was over because you'll never gain my trust back. And so I feel like you have to discover that for yourself. But they do love you very much, but doesn't mean they're capable of actions. It's like I can have a lot of feeling for someone. Doesn't mean I'm going to do all the things that you are needing me to do to prove that to you, though, right? So hopefully that helps, right? So many blessings to you on Schumann. Jamie G, hello, hello. I see your donation. I'll get you added on the donation list here. Thank you for your additional one here. And as soon as you put out your question, we'll jet down to you, but just for the sake of time here, I'm going to jump to Alexis 60842 for your free reading. So Alexis, a birthday reading. That's right. Happy birthday. Is it still your birthday? No, that was yesterday now. All right, let's see. What does Spirit want you to know for your birthday? All right. And then when it's here, you've got the Devil card and the Seven of Wands. I like this because the Devil card, of course, Saturn and Capricorn energy, it's about, I don't know, maybe you're having your Capricorn Saturn return or your Saturn return because it happens every 29 years, right? Um, and it's Saturn returns to where it was in your birth chart. So every 29 years, it comes back. But because it's so far out, it does impact us like 3 to 5 years before, 3 to 5 years after. So that's like 24 to 34 for the first one, 50, let's see, what did I say in 5 years? So 54 to 64? Oh, 58. It's 50, 29, 29 is 58. I should know. I had my Saturn return last year. I just turned 59 this year. So anyway, but it's, you can do the math, but it's when you have your life, especially the first one, shaking and rattling, letting you let go of old thoughts and beliefs that are, long held beliefs. We question those and we start deciding what we believe things to be, and we start releasing the old. And I like this because you also have the seven of wands, which is like this, which like the sun, which is you're being true to your authentic self. You're not dimming your light. You're not asking permission to shine. You're not defending yourself because you're letting go of these rules and going, no, I'm not going to be that. I'm going to be this. And I don't have to defend it. I'm just going to shine bright. And then you know, um, if people can't take the heat, then they can get in the shade or get a giant sun hat or put on sunscreen or get in the house or the cellar. But you don't shrink, you don't dim your light, you just shine bright, baby. And I feel like that's your journey this next around the sun is you're letting more and more of the opinions, the expectations, the small t truths rooted in fear fall away as you step up to shine. So I love this. This next rotation around the sun is very freeing for you. So I like it. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right, Jamie G, I see it. I see your question. Let me get it up here. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Jamie, we got 61157 for yours there. And thank you again for your additional donation. So you wanted to go, what's going on behind the scenes within your department and coworkers? Oh, you want the juicy details. I feel like something's brewing. You're so funny. All right, we'll see what we can know. Gotta have to promise not to use it for any blackmailing purposes. All right. There we go. So, what can we know? What's going on behind the scenes here? This one. These. Do these. These. Is that it? All right. All right. So on the bottom of the deck, we do have a 9 of wands energy, which there is this, I'm sorry, not 9 of wands, king of wands energy. It says, where this is going, but we got the vision, leadership, authority. So this has to do with the head manager in charge here. So there is something which you kind of know already. There's something going on with manager, right? That there is something that's changing, that's coming up. Let's see what we can know about all this. Because I do feel like they are in the process of looking at making changes. King of Wands, they're like, they clear the throne room. They're sitting going, what do we want? Let me make a plan and then we'll take action. So he's in a big planning energy. Yeah, it's going to be unexpected. 3 of Swords kind of energy that's coming in. I feel like this might even be the big boss, the big boss, the manager of managers, with this King of Wands. It kind of feels like, because it feels like someone that's like gonna be that they would be the one that could move managers around, kind of energy. So is there a big boss? The big boss, right? um so this is the one that's making other changes, and it's unexpected here. energy. So it's not disappointment kind of energy, but it's, so I feel like they've got other things going on. And you want to know, with your department, I do feel like it does impact your guys's department as well. Um, it's interesting that, you got the magician and the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is a balance between head and heart, and magician has a lot of creativity energy and the ability to create more things. That's coming in here. I must feel, I don't know if they're looking into, and I don't know how this impacts it, but like AI, how big AI is, but I feel like they're really looking into this here. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, we've got the 10 of Wands, the 4 of Pentacles, too. 4 of Pentacles is the actual location of your department, and the 10 of Wands is about a change in energy, an ending, beginning kind of movement of the department itself. I don't know, I guess changing buildings maybe? Yeah, and we've got the Hierophant, yeah, and this is the master of change with the Hierophant, and the Queen of Pentacles is about abundance and nurturing, energy that's coming in here too. Um, yeah, I mean, I feel like they're really still up in the air a little bit here, but there is something to do with this change of finances, change of money. They are trying, and we talked about how they're kind of moving people and going, well, if I do this, then I don't need to replace that manager, right? And if I do this, then we don't need to, you know, hire someone new. We can just split out the duties. I feel like they're doing a lot of that, kind of just cutting corners as much as they can with this Hierophant and Queen of Pentacles. Um, and it's unexpected things. It's like, whoa, I didn't know that was going to happen. But, they don't want it to impact the creativity, but I feel like they're trying to find ways to automate things, to do things that so we don't have to do it by hand. That's why AI came to mind. It's that kind of energy that they're looking at having some stuff automated and things happen so it doesn't have to be manually done and we can do more work. We don't have to, it's like instead of hiring more people and having more expense, we, you know, do a small investment in something and then no one has to do this menial task or this repetitive task or do something because it's going to be handled by a machine or through computer AI software, something, and then it grows. So if that makes sense. so, so I feel like that's a big thing. But then there's also this 10 of Wands, and they might even be, I don't know if you're going to change actual location or if they're if we're able to shrink down a little bit to where we don't need as much space, and then we either rent it out or it gets blocked off and rented to someone else. But I feel like there's some sort of change around the actual four walls that's happening too. So hopefully that helps. It's a little bit of stuff going on, but I feel like none of this has been like set in stone yet. But this is where their energy is right now. Um, and I feel like they're pretty like uh incentivize, but they're very focused on wanting to do it. I feel like their mind isn't 100% made up, but they're pretty sure that's the direction they're wanting to go. So Hopefully that helps, Jamie. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too. We got the surrender to your soul's path. Beautiful card. And it says, your life's journey has been perfectly designed for your soul's growth. Embrace every lesson and every moment. So it's always for you. It's a good reminder of that, that whatever's unfolding is for you. It's not, we're not on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode. We've got that, we can trust that it's for us and it's for our experience and our growth. So right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that was enough trash behind the scenes. All right. So many blessings. Hey, MK, we got you. You're number 26 on the free readings. And I'm heading into number 19 on the free readings right now. You're welcome. All right. And we got Langland, 620, 51. So Langland. There is your timestamp. And I don't think I saw a reading question, so we'll do a general. What does Spirit want you to know right now? I know they won't. They'll know what you need to know. We got the Empress and the 10 of Cups. Wow. So, I mean, definitely a lot of emotional energy here. 10 of Cups is a full of joy celebration. It's a relationship energy too. The Empress is like 5 parts water, 1 part air, 1 part fire, 1 part earth. So again, a lot of emotional energy. And it's birthing energy, it's harvest energy. So right now, I mean, if you were looking for, should I do this or what's coming toward me? I mean, this is abundance. So whatever you were wondering about, it is a harvest. It is for you. You do have this harmony, this relationship, kind of fullness of emotional energy that's here. So it is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture before the relationship. So it's important for you to focus in on your own, you know, love energy, your self-love, letting go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you, physical things that don't serve you, you know, and just making space for a relationship if that's what you're looking for. But it very much in a nurture yourself, choose for you, choose from your heart, not doing what the mind is telling you should do, supposed to do, need to do, have to do, must do, blah, where you feel like you're just existing. This is following your heart. So you feel like living, but it's making the space for it within you first. So hopefully that helps, Langland. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. And then plate of spaghetti, we got 623, 16 for you. All right. And current energy for you, plate of spaghetti. See what we got here. Current energies. All right. That one and that one. And you got the 7 of Wands and the 6 of Swords. Yeah. I like this one, and I normally don't. I'm reading the bottom of these cards because there are some interesting ways that they have these on here. You got the 7 of Wands, the 6 of Swords. Now, the 7 of Wands, that's like, you know, shine bright, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, don't defend who you are, just shine bright and be you, right? This says you didn't ask for this fight, but here you are. Defense, resilience, and courage, right? Then the 6 of Swords, I usually have that as, you're looking at things from a different perspective, allowing you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. You're letting some old expectations go, some old stories go. They on here is you leave because staying hurts more. This is about transition, healing, and passage. So I like this for you. You're like, you know what? I'm going to be me. I'm going to just shine bright. I'm going to let some old stories go. I'm not going to let it hold me back. And I'm not going to allow other people's stories impact my story. I'm going to be the master of my story. So I kind of feel like that's the energy that you're in right now. So I like that. All right. So that's what I got for you, spaghetti. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Ankita, we got 6, 25, 17 for you. All right. And what do you need to bring R as your close friend? Let's see. And will it even happen? Okay. So think what you're doing is, what do you need to do to bring R um, close to you as a friend? And will it even happen? All right. So let's take a look here. So is there anything you can do, or what can you do? And then if you do that thing, will it happen based on current energies? All right. Yep, you do have the 10 of Wands, which is changing your energy. So how you draw someone closer to you is by not trying to draw them closer to you, because that's lack energy. When I'm like, they need to be closer to me, then what I'm saying is they aren't close to me, and that's lack energy, and I end up pushing them further away, right? That's the lower vibration energy of trying to control, feeling like something is supposed to be, should be, need to be, and it's not happening, so it's lack, right? Instead, we switch it over to gratitude energy. Gratitude is what draws things to us. Expectations, control, try, go, moves things further away, right? So sitting in gratitude for who they are already, what are you grateful for in are, right? If you're grateful, whatever you're grateful for, you get more of it, draws more of that. Instead of focusing on lack, you get more lack, right? So there is this energy here of, be aware of where you're vesting your energy and how, and then you can draw them closer, right? I don't know, I probably have shared the abundance where it be episode of my Easier Path podcast. It's up under number 9 under Gojo. I have it linked there, or if you go to my down in the description area, it has a link to my Easier Path podcast playlist, or if you go to my main page, it's at the top there too. But number 14, abundance where it be, it talks about our energies, how we can draw things toward us, and once it comes toward us, make sure our city gates are open with our inner child so that the person can come in if that does happen, right? So if you I encourage you to take a look at that too. Um, and if with this energetic change, if you do it, you have the 8 of Wands, then it does draw them. It does allow that possibilities. Again, Wands energy is possibilities. It does open it up and allows it to come towards you. And there's a high probability with the 8 and the 10 of Wands that it could happen. But it's all based on our consistent energies. That's what draws things in, right? So hopefully that helps, Ankita. That is what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. All right. And then Latoya, you're up 628.52. Sorry if you guys hear my stomach growling. Starting up again. Row, row, row. I think I ate lunch too early in the day. My body wants more food now. So what is Thomas's intentions with you? All right, Thomas, what are your intentions towards our Latoya? Don't make me big brother you. All right. So we got the Devil card. We got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, feel like here, slow energy. The Knight of Pentacles is the slow, taking time. They're the slowest moving knight. So they are going to move slow in the outside world. And I feel like they're doing it because the Devil card is an energy of challenging a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations. I feel like they wanna get to know you and to know how many expectations you have, because I feel like in a way, they don't wanna go into something where they fear they will fail, and if they feel the expectations are too unobtainable, then they'll, you know, geek, 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 and go in a different direction. Because I feel like they like to go slow and steady to kind of analyze that and to understand it and to kind of, compare the risks or look at the risks before they open up their heart. And they do it a lot for themselves, but they also do it for someone else. They don't wanna rush, and promise, and then find out, "Oh, I can't do this. Sorry." I feel like they wanna be slow in committing, slow on, moving forward, to make sure that when they make a choice, they are very sure of it, which I honor that. But I feel like that's kind of where they're at right now. I don't feel like they know the intentions. The intention is to get to know you more and more and just to see what unfolds here. But it almost sounds like they don't want to have a bunch of intentions and about of rules, because that there's all this stuff that has to happen. Then there's a lot of opportunity to fail at it. So if there's a lot of that, then I don't want to go that route. And that's kind of a man thing I'm finding out through a lot of readings. A lot of, not to stereotype men or women or anyone else, but it seems like men fear failure because they're really success oriented, and women want security, so they want the expectations and want to know that it's happening, right? So it's the fight begins. All right. So hopefully that helps, Latoya. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Maria P. Hey, hey. Thank you for your donations earlier, and then for your free reading here. Got number 23. A general for you for love and for work. So for love and for work. Got the 5 of swords for love. So we talked about this already, right? That we had the 5 of wands for this coming week, and there's an opportunity here just to be very aware of arguments or conflict regarding love, because winning doesn't feel like winning. Well, if you're going to win an argument, no one wins. There was this comedian that he got in a. He said I was sitting with my girl and we were watching TV, and she was like, "Oh, let's not watch this." She flipped the channel to, like VH1 or whatever, a music video channel, and there was Beyonce, and it was something about, that women don't want blah 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 or whatever, and she was like, "Is that how you feel?" And he was like, "No, first of all," and then he goes, "And I won my way right out of a relationship because he, first of all, you changed the channel. I didn't put her on. She's singing that song, I'm not saying that, and then da 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 da, and he goes, and I was right, and I won myself right out of a relationship." That's why winning doesn't feel like winning. Do we want to be in a relationship, or do we wanna win, right? And that's how we learn to communicate. So there's an energy here. We talked about that earlier too. If you want to have successful relationships, learning how to communicate is very important. Getting books, watching videos. How can I communicate with my, significant or anyone really? Because it can help at work. It can help with bosses and coworkers and friends and family, but especially important relationships like lover, right? Or boyfriend or whatever. So that's what you got. And then work, you've got the 8 of swords. You feel trapped, but the door isn't locked. I like that what it says here. You're learning a lot here at work about your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, powerless. And I feel like that's going to be changing here. And that's why these changes are coming here for you, so you can have that growth, so you can have that change. So I like it. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Maria P. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Twin Flame got 634.58 is for that one here. And you want to know, who will you meet with the highest potential and how long? All right. So who will you meet? All right. Thank you. And how long? All right. You know, I feel like right now they're saying, you know, temperance is patience. It's allowing the alchemy, allowing things to come, divine timing energy. And the Eight of Cups is about walking away from emotions and energy that don't serve you anymore, emotional energy that doesn't serve anymore. So I feel like they're saying, well, you're the one that you meet with the highest potential. I like that, because that's, you're going from the Eight of Cups to the Nine of Cups, which is your hermit emotional dream come true. In here is where the Eight of Cups is they're heading off to. But it's like during this temperance, during this time, it's you allowing and becoming aware of your emotional bank, right? How much emotion do you have in your emotional bank? Uh, Whenever this card comes in, it means it's kind of below the level that your heart feels you have to be at in order to allow a relationship to come in. And what we do is we look at what relationships do I have where I'm investing emotions? Friends, family, exes, students, you know, family, coworkers, whoever, humans, right? And what of those are you giving more than 50%? And if you're giving more than 50% consistently, 70, 80, 90, and the other person consistently is only giving 10, 20, 30, then uh, it's, time to consider backing off to 50%. And then if that drifts away, then you get all the other 50% back too into your emotional bank. If, if it's one that you're like, I don't even want to give that much, chopping block, let's go. You're getting all this emotional energy back into your emotional bank. The other place where emotion goes to is to your charged emotions from when you were 7 years old and younger, right? And those feelings, especially of anger and sadness, because we feel three ways, right? When we're a child: joy, happy; anger, tantrum; sad, crying. And only one is usually acceptable for adults: joy, happy child. The anger, quit your tantrum. I'm going to beat you. Uh, and a fan favorite of sadness is, if you don't stop your crying, I'll give you something to cry about. Well, those are pushed down and suppressed because we're not allowed to feel them. Well, they're charged. The energy, emotional energy charge. It's a monthly, or maybe like a daily subscription where it's constantly taking our emotional charge, and then it takes the energy to keep those suppressed, so we don't act out anger or, with sadness. We're still keeping it down all this time. So as we do our inner freedom work with those emotions, we can free that, and all that emotional energy can come back in. And then once it hits that mark, boom, then your heart goes, all right, approved. I will allow a relationship to come my way. Otherwise, barrier keeping them away, right? Maybe that was the Nine of Wands from your earlier reading. Ooh, interesting. And if you want any guidance on like clearing away the path and clearing away those things, we've got episode 18 of my podcast. We were just talking about freedom work and clearing the pipeline, so we talk about some of those things there, right? All right, so that's what they got. Thank you again so much for all your donations. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we got Prathy 639.24. So Prathy, here is your timestamp. And what kind of marriage is destined for you? All right, based on current energies, let's see where we're headed off here. Okay, we got that one. And what else? All right. Is there a destined marriage for you? There's not an absolute destined marriage. You have the 8 of Wands. Wands energy is all about possibilities, right? So some lifetimes we have destined. It's across our map. No matter what, we're going to meet him sometime, some way, earlier, later, whatever, no matter what path we take. If you want more on that, check out my podcast, Fated Love. I'll put it below your timestamp on the pinned, or I'll put it out here now if you happen to be here now. But I go more into detail about how the maps work and different things like that. So it'll explain that more. But this is that depending on what energy and choices you make, you can end up with this person, or this person, or if you go way off over here, you become a nun or a monk, and you don't have anyone, right? But that's a way off course from where you're wanting. But so that's possibility. And right now, you have the 4 of Cups, which in this energy here, you have the 3 Cups, which is, this is I feel like what you're working on right now is discovering that, the love inside of you is your focus first, because as you raise your love vibration, you of course speed things up, but you also open up the ability to give and receive love to this person in the outside world. And it's like, I feel like in at this time in your life right now, you are focusing in on this, that when I did what I've always done, I didn't like what I got, and I don't want to keep drawing in the same person. So the Ace of Cups is what, is different and new, and that's your self-love. So I feel like as you work on your self-love, then that draws in and draws you into this other um, kind of experience further down the road. If you watch that video episode of Fated Love, we talk about um, stepping stones. I'm like, what do we talk about? Stepping stones, which are relationships we have that show us things that we want to see about ourselves so that we can move forward, kind of energy. And leave some of this, we transform, leave some of the old things behind so we don't draw that into our long term, what they call soul partner, the person you end up with the rest of your life. So hopefully that helps. Definitely check out that video. It might give you some good information, and it gives you tools too. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. And so many blessings to you. All right, we got Sudeshna in the house. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. And let me get in here. So you'll be up next. I just have one more free reading. So MK, I do have you on the list. You'll be up next. But donations do get priority. So we will be going to that first. And then we will circle back and finish yours up. So thank you so much for your patience. I don't know. I'm speaking with a very bad French accent, but there you go. All right. So Sudeshna, thank you for your donation. We got you at 643. Oops, that's not right. 643.35. I do believe. Yes. There we are. And so among the rest of the months that are left for this year, not a whole lot, right? Which months are significant for you, your life, and why? All right, let's take a look here. So we've got still some left in July. So let's look. So we've got July, thank you, and August. It's August. September, October, and November, and December. All right. So we've got, 5.5 months left. There's a little more than just a little less than half of a year, right? So for the rest of July, you got the 4 of Cups. Not really a big month left here. This is more of stagnant, not super exciting energy. So I'd say the rest of July isn't significant. I mean, every moment is significant, but from our human standpoint, is there big life changes, kind of thing. Kind of feels steady here for July. August, you do have the star card. That's a significant one because that's like clarity around what your dream come true is. And and I do feel like this is for like really every area of your life. Like, what does the star card say? Currently healing, might overshare later. I like that. That's not Aquarius energy. I don't know why it has that, but that's funny. But I do feel like you do get clarity on more of what you want and what you don't want to do in the month of August. So I feel like that is a month because this is a mental air energy of Aquarius. So getting a lot of clarity around what you want to do and kind of what you want to kind of plan around. September, you got the King of Wands. So I feel like this is when you're putting either making plans or putting plans to action, or both in September. So whatever you August, this clarity, and you're like, all right, I know what I want to do. Now I'm putting it into to go, 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 Aries, kind of fire, let's move forward energy. Then I have October. Yeah, you get the Three of Swords. But I feel like here, and this is also a significant month in a way, because you're starting to do things, but I feel like because this is of the mind with the star card in August, you're starting to put new things in with the mind, but in October, it's like you feel disappointed in it. Like you thought, I'm going to do this and this, and then I'm finally going to feel like I'm going. And then you're like, eh. And I feel like that's an important energy because you realize your heart isn't, it's not following your heart, it's following your mind, right? So your heart's like pouting, right? I don't like this. And so you don't feel the emotional fulfillment because the mind doesn't have emotions. It just has expectations that are checked off where it's not triggering fear. It's feeling comfortable, which feels like existing, but not like living. And I feel like that's kind of October. November, you've got the Emperor. So here again, revisiting the king, it's like the King of Wands energy in September. Now you go to revisit this in November, going, all right, back to the drawing board. Let me try to get out of my head and into my heart. So I feel like in September, you're trying to get out of your head into your heart, but you kind of end up going more towards your head still. Um, but in November, I feel like you're going, okay, I get it now. I know that ugly feeling of existing. So now I'm really sitting in my heart, seeing what I want to do and where I want to go. And in December, yeah, it feels like Queen of Cups. You're following your heart in December. So feels like, I mean, significant energy here. This is around job, it is around love life, body. I feel like it's impacting all of your life here, not just one particular area. So hopefully that helps. A little play by play action based on current energy, anyway. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Got the power of surrender deck here. So what else for Sudeshna, please? Right, this one. And you have surrender unhealthy relationships, which says let go of relationships that don't serve you, including unavailable or toxic people. You deserve to be treasured by others and to be surrounded by positive people. that could be work related too, right? You're like, let me get rid of all the toxic people around me. Bye. All right. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got MK 64954. There you are. And you wanted a career reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about career right now? Got that and this. All right. So we do have the 7 of Cups and the 2 of Wands. Interesting here with career because you're not getting mental energy, you're getting Cups energy, which is emotional energy. And it's like career, you're being offered these different desires. It's like there's this pool that you're, being drawn to. And you might even be being drawn into a different flavor of your career or a different career altogether. And the 2 of Wands is, this is making plans and then putting action behind the plans. But I feel like, there's no wrong choice, no right choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. And as you're focusing in on what your heart desires and where your heart is pulling you, I feel like you get clarity with these 7 cups. And if you feel like you're being pulled in a lot of different directions, just investigate each one, then sit with your heart, and you'll know if you're being drawn by your heart or by your mind, because it'll be different energies, right? One feels like existing, one feels like, um, living, right? But there is, and then make a plan with the 2 of Wands and then make it happen, right? That there's nothing that can stop you from pursuing what you want from your heart. We tend to give up when it comes from the mind because we are, like, in a way, trying to live someone else's dream instead of our own. And we know because we wake up in the morning going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today instead of excited, and doing that. So hopefully that helps, MK. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Hey, Donna Marie. Hello, hello. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. All right. I think that is it. I got finished all the donations. I finished all the free reading. So, Donna, if you want to get a free reading in, the elevator doors are starting to close. So, throw one in there. And anyone else that's here, because I'm about to end the session here. And I will be back tomorrow night as well. I am on uh, Wednesday nights through Sunday nights. So be sure to check it out. All right. Absolutely. We'll get you on here. And for everyone else, just if you haven't checked out my podcast, I did have a new one episode come out. What's today? Friday, yesterday, which is phase 4, the last of the little mini series I'm have on growing your spiritual gifts and your empathic gifts. If you haven't checked out my podcast, I do have. Here's the link. It's always down in the description area or on my main page. And if you haven't checked out the celebration I'm having and getting into the drawing that's going to happen on August 3rd, you're automatically entered into a drawing every Monday for this month of July. Last one on August 3rd as well. Um, like from Wednesday through Sunday, whatever donations I get, whatever free readings I get, I throw you into a hat. I pull a 30-minute personal recorded reading winner from the donations, a 15-minute personal recorded reading from the free readings. But on August 3rd, I'll also be giving a special drawing, which I talk about in this video, how to get into it. A 1-hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 additional 15-minute personal recorded readings. So be sure to check that out if you want to get into the drawing for that. I don't have a ton of people in it yet, So the chances are really good. All right. So that is for everyone. All right. And then Donna Marie, let's jump to you. 654. And it was 50. Oh, it must have been 46, not 56. So 6:54:46 is your timestamp. There we go. So, what you bring to this life from past lifetimes that will help guide you. All right, we'll do a little mini past life reading here. I do also offer past life readings as part of my private readings. Um, all that information is down in the description box if you want a more depth and detailed one. Wow. Yeah, you got the 5 of swords and the 5 of wands coming in here. So a lot of struggle, a lot of conflict, a lot of warrior energy coming in here. A lot of military background or what you consider soldier, military warrior energy, a lot of strong masculine energy. So if you have a connection to, you know, um, Shogun is coming in. I'm seeing like a samurai energy that's coming in. Um, and there is some early American Civil War energy that's coming in. So you've got several different lifetimes. I'm seeing African tribes energy, being a warrior with spears, all masculine male energy that's coming in here. So this conflict energy from past lifetimes, I feel like because you've had these lifetimes where you've tried to solve with conflict, with anger, with force. This lifetime, you're already bringing in all that, going, I know that doesn't work. So I feel like you have this energy coming into this lifetime of I want to try different ways to deal with conflict. And you might even have avoided conflict when you were growing up because you're just like, it equals death, kind of this old energy from past lifetimes. But I feel like with this conflict energy in past lifetimes, like you're such a peaceful warrior in this lifetime in comparison because you wanted to see it from a totally different perspective. But I feel like these from past lifetimes are what are helping guide you in a way of going, I don't want to do that. So I'm doing something opposite of it, if that makes sense. So I feel like that is one piece from some past lifetimes that are very important here. And I feel like why maybe conflict really is just like, boo. I don't want to watch conflict. I have trouble watching conflict, but you might be attracted to military military men or, or military or uh watching documentaries and things that can resonate that well as well. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my dear. You've been known to be feisty and sport competitive. Yeah, I can see that. But conflict, but competitive, I can see that also coming in with that energy. But so I like it for you. I like it. I like it. Oh, is in uniform. Okay, there you go. You're like, yes, 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 yes. You can resonate with the military energy. So I got it. I love it. So that's what they got for you for this one here. You can always ask more as well. I love connecting to past lifetime energies, and I get to see all sorts of history, and I get to see it playing as a movie in my head. So I get to see a lot of things. So I like that. All right, very good. All right, my dear. Well, good to see you. Much love to you and everyone. Thank you so much for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support. And I will be back tomorrow. Until then, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So dream well, hang in there, have a great night. We'll see you guys soon. When you say so, I wonder. Oh, wonder why you feel like the hermit with the light. Oh, you mean in this lifetime? Well, that makes sense. Instead of being out in the conflict, you wanna be hidden away, the opposites of lifetimes, right? So, we we as humans, it's not karma, balance, and debt, it's curiosity, is what creator has shown me that, like, in one lifetime, I may be a slave owner. In another lifetime, I wanna be a slave, not to make up for that, but to see the other perspective from this point of view. And then I wanna be a townsperson who's not a slave owner or slave to witness. Maybe I wanna be a Underground Railroad and help people escape from slavery. And I wanna see all the different perspectives. So it makes sense that with, the past life of being that warrior energy is one piece of it, that you wanna be a hermit and be away from conflict and avoid it instead of be in the midst of it, energy. I do feel you have a lot of, monk, medicine woman, living on in the forest by yourself and on the edge of towns kind of energy too, coming in. But for this particular, energy that we were talking about, it's, the opposites. So, yeah, isn't that fun? I love it. I love it. All right, everybody, I'm gonna head out. It's midnight, finishing a little earlier than normal, just 7 hours, not 8. But I'm tired anyway. So I'm gonna head out and get some rest, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So much love to everyone. Enjoy your evenings.